For more videos, press the subscribe button and also turn on the bell notifications to receive the updates directly in your device. So I welcome you all to our live Linux training for members. In today's session, we will learn about the history of Unix or history of Linux. And in the upcoming days, I will show you how can you easily do the installation of RHEL 8 in VMware or on EC2 at Amazon Web Services. Then from the next session onwards, we will work with commands, because everything whatever we will do on Linux, that we will do with the help of commands. We will hardly use GUI there. And all the topics of RHCSA we are going to cover up with the help of the commands only. And here, as a Linux admin, we are only supposed to use the commands. Okay, so coming back to the point, today we are going to study about the history of Unix. Actually, Unix and Linux both are very similar. Linux has been invented with the help of Unix. So first we will know about Unix, because it is mandatory for us to know about Unix if we want to learn about Linux. So originated at a research project at AT&T Bell Labs in 1969 by Ken Thompson and Dennis Ritchie. So Unix was invented by a team where these two guys were there, Ken Thompson and Dennis Ritchie, in 1969. And it was developed in several different versions for various hardware platforms like Sun Sparc, PowerPC, Motorola, HP, and RISC processors. So these two guys were there in that team who invented Unix. But at that time, the storage devices were not as much good as we have nowadays. So these two guys were there in the team who invented Unix. So Dennis Ritchie is the same guy who was there for C language. And he was there in the team where the DOS was invented. In 1991, Linus Torvald, while he was studying in the University of Helsinki, he created a Unix-like system which was capable of running on Intel 386 processors. Because at that time, Unix was very bulky operating system, and at that time, we were not having that much capable storage devices. And it was almost impossible for us to use such devices at our home. So Unix was nearly absent from the market. It was only used by the giant companies or some government projects. At that time, Unix was nearly absent. Commercially, people were not capable of using Unix. So there in 1991, this is the guy, Linus Torvald, who created Linux with the help of Unix. While he was studying in the University of Helsinki, he was working on a project. Actually, he took the kernel of Unix, and after making some modifications into it, he developed the new OS, and he gave the name to this OS as Linux. He gave this name because Lin is there in his name. So he gave first three letters of his name and UX for Unix. So this Linux was the operating system which was invented by Linus Torvald. It was similar to Minix, a Unix operating system. So with the help of the Unix, he invented Linux. Although he had only written 20% of the source code, while the 80% of the code was written the other guys in his team. But the credit goes to him, and he kept it open source. Intel had already started dominating the PC market at that time, but Unix was nearly absent from the initial market because, as I told you, we could not use those devices. Those are very expensive and as well as very bulky. So at that time, it was almost impossible for a general guy to use Unix. In January 2000, Apple announced its OS, Macintosh, in January 2000. It is also based on Unix. And your Android phone that you use nowadays, it is also based on Linux kernel. There you can use or execute almost all the commands that you can execute on a general Linux. There are many commands supported on Android as well. Now question arises, is the Linux same as Unix? So there are two answers to this question, yes as well as no. Why yes? Because it has essentially the same look and feel like any Unix operating system. And it offers the ability to run nearly any program that can run on Unix systems. Means if you want to execute any program which you were executing on Unix, you can easily execute that program on Linux. So that is why you can say that it is the same as Unix. But why it is not exactly the same? Because the kernel or the heart of the system has a lot of new features that go beyond the classical design philosophy of Unix kernel. Means Linux kernel is more advanced. So we can say that Linux is Unix-like operating system, but not exactly Unix. So you will say, if someone asks you whether the Linux and Unix are same, so you will say Linux is Unix-like operating system only.
Generally, we use a word GNU, which stands for GNU, not Unix. So if you will see the word GNU, that means Linux or Unix-like. GNU emphasizes a major project for the Free Software Foundation that really created the Linux operating system with many of its popular tools. Richard Stallman created the Free Software Foundation in order to encourage the development and use of freely redistributable code. Actually, the source code of Linux is free. There you can make the modifications in the source code and you can create your own OS. You can add the features there in the OS. So Free Software Foundation is there for the development and free use of this code. Freely means the freedom of redistributing the code under the certain conditions. It does not mean the zero financial cost. Now we will talk about the flavors of Unix. So Unix is available in different flavors. Yes, hello? Hello? Where? On Google Meet. Where it is not visible? 1 minute. Is it visible now? Yes. Okay. Now we will talk about the flavors of Unix. So Unix is available in different flavors. Linux is there, HP Unix is there, IBM AIX is there, Macintosh is there, and Sun Solaris is there. So these are some flavors of Unix. But if I will talk about the flavors of Linux, Linux is available in lot of flavors. You can find Red Hat there, CentOS there, Ubuntu there, Linux Mint, Kali, Fedora, OpenSUSE. A lot of versions, lot of flavors are available for Linux. There are different communities who are creating their own OS and providing the support. So there are two major categories in Linux. One community is there that we call the Debian, and another one is the Fedora. So in Debian, we can have Ubuntu there, Linux Mint there, and in Fedora, we can have the Red Hat, CentOS, OpenSUSE. So these two major communities are there who are actually handling the different operating systems which are based on Linux. Now we will talk about the features of Linux. What are the features that we can have in this OS? So it is highly secure. Generally, we say that it is a virus-free operating system because there is no execute permission by default present in this operating system. That is why the viruses cannot execute there. So this is highly secure. It is highly stable, very easy to maintain, almost hardware independent, freely available. Distributed OS. Distributed OS means different flavors are available. You can choose the OS which is suitable for you. It supports almost all type of file systems. Multi-user, multitasking means multiple users can use the same OS at the same time. Open source means the source code is available to the user. They can make the modifications there and create some additional features. Very easy to use. It is slightly bit difficult in the beginning when you start working on Linux, but after some time, you will become expert. It is very easy to use after few days. Customization options are available. It can be used for educational purpose. Community support is there, and it handles the processes in a better way as compared to the other operating systems. If I will compare the Linux with Windows, I will prefer Linux because it handles the process in a better way on the same hardware. So these were some features of Linux. Now we will know where we can use it. So Linux is used in supercomputers, in space station, servers, cloud computing. You can find it in smartwatches, Large Hadron Collider, the machine which is running in Geneva, in-car entertainment, NASA, flights, space robots, smart cards, bikes, game consoles, ATC, smart TVs, stock exchanges, US defense, in your mobile phones that you use, nuclear submarines, laptops, desktops, PCs. So Linux is there everywhere. You can find Linux from an smartwatch to the supercomputers. Now I will talk about the Linux kernel. So what do you mean by kernel? Actually, kernel is the bridge. Kernel acts as a bridge between the user and the hardware. Whatever work we want to perform on the operating system, that is done with the help of the kernel. Let us suppose I want to increase the volume of my PC. So what I will do, I will drag the volume bar. So it will send a message to the kernel, and then kernel will send a message to the hardware that the user is wanting to increase the volume. So with the help of that, the hardware will amplify the sound. So kernel is there, which is working as a translator. The operating system is broken into three pieces: the kernel, shell, and the built-in utilities. So kernel is the core. Hardware is there in the middle, then there is kernel, and then there is shell. Because whatever work we will do that on shell. Shell is there where we will execute the commands, the instructions which we want to give to the OS, that we will pass with the help of shell. So shell will accept or take the command from us, and then the shell will send the message to the kernel, and then the kernel will do the same on the hardware. So kernel is there, which actually works as a bridge between the user and the hardware. So now we will talk about the Linux shell. What is shell? So shell is the program that is running behind the terminal. Let me show you. Let us suppose we are working on the Linux terminal. It is the Linux terminal, and On this terminal, we are using the bash shell. This is the born again shell. So shell is the program that is running behind this terminal. This terminal is not the shell where I am firing the commands. The program which is running behind this terminal, which is accepting the commands from me, that is the shell. And there are multiple shells in Linux. We can use our own shell, which one we prefer. And this terminal is called the Linux terminal, and the program which is taking the commands from us is the shell. Currently we are using the bash shell. It is similar to the command line interface. Shell is almost similar to the command line interface or the command prompt that we use on the DOS based machines like on Windows. On Windows, we call this command line interface as command prompt. And here we call this command line interface as the shell. It comes under different flavors, but all of them do the same thing in this slide different ways. So there are different shells that we use like ZFS, TCSS. So these are some shells. We will talk about these shells in the upcoming sessions. So how can we use the shell? Two things are mandatory if you want to work on your machine. If you want to log in the shell. To log in the shell, you must have your user account on that particular machine. So for that, you must know your username and password. If you know your username and password and your account is there, then only you can log in into the shell and you can fire the commands there. Have a means of communication with the shell, so you can provide this kind of information there. You need to have your username and password with you. So how can you create your account there? You can ask admin or the root user to create your account on that particular machine. Only then you can log in the machine and use the shell. Now I will talk about the Linux booting process. We are not going through the booting process of RHEL 8. This is the general booting sequence of Linux, which I will show you now. In Linux booting sequence, the first operation that we perform is the power on self-test. Whenever we press the power button on our machine, then the post operation executes power on self-test, where the motherboard sends a signal to all the devices and checks if all the hardware is in the working condition or not. After getting the acknowledgement from all the components, it gives the control to the BIOS. BIOS is the basic input-output system, which is a hardware and software both. There is a chip in your motherboard which has a program in it. In current days, we are using UEFI. Nowadays, it has been replaced with UEFI. So BIOS and UEFI both works in the same way. In UEFI, there are some more features that you can use. You can use your pointer there to make the changes. You can customize that as well. While in BIOS, only limited options are available. After that, BIOS checks for the master boot record. Master boot record is a 512 byte long space in the memory or in the primary hard disk, which contains the information about the grub or the Linux kernel. So after getting the control from the BIOS, MBR checks for the grub. Grub is the Grand Unified Bootloader. In Linux, we use the bootloader, which is grub or grub version 2. Earlier, we were using Lilo, that is called as the Linux loader. So after getting the control from the MBR, grub loads the kernel, then the kernel starts the init process, and then it loads the other components of the operating system. So there are different values of init with which the machine boots up. But this booting sequence of Linux is the general booting sequence. It is not the RHEL 8 booting sequence. That is slightly different from it. I will teach you that in the upcoming sessions. There we don't use init, there we use systemd. Okay. Now let me show you. This is the BIOS chip. You can see this, and in this picture, this is the BIOS where you can make some changes. So BIOS is a combination of hardware as well as software. BIOS provides us the option to choose a boot device, and then it gives the control to the MBR or to the master boot record. MBR, as I told you, it is a 512 byte long space in the memory. It provides us the boot selection menu to choose a particular operating system with which we want to boot up our machine. And we can deploy up to the 4 operating systems in the same disk, because there are 4 primary partitions available, and we have different entries in this for each. It contains the information about the bootloader, and then it handovers the control to the bootloader. Grub is a file. Grub is the bootloader, Grand Unified Bootloader that we use in Linux. Grub is a file that is located in the address /boot/grub, and the name of this file is grub.conf. Currently we are using grub2. The location is slightly different, but that is also there in /boot. The older version of this Linux bootloader was Lilo, Linux Loader. The latest version is grub2. After getting the control from the MBR, grub then loads the kernel image. The name of the Linux kernel is VM Linux. It interacts between the machine hardware and the shell. After getting the control from grub, kernel loads its splash image. Then it loads the remaining components of the OS, and then it transfers the control to the init. Init is the first process in Linux, and depending on the value of init, the machine boots up in different modes. So there are different run levels in which our machine boots up depending on the default value of init. Init 0, which is called as the run level 0, which means shutdown. Run level 1 or init 1, which means the single user mode without GUI and NFS. The run level 2 or the init 2, which means the multi-user mode without network. Run level 3, which means the multi-user mode with NFS. Run level 4 we generally don't use. Run level 5 that we generally use by default, where the machine boots up in GUI with network facility, and run level 6 or the init 6 is used to reboot the machine. But nowadays we don't use these run levels in RHEL 8. We use targets. Instead of run levels, we have their targets, and instead of systemd, instead of this init, we use systemd there. Okay, so init has been replaced with systemd in RHEL 8. So when I will teach you the RHEL 8 booting sequence, then I will show you that what are the processes that take place in the booting sequence of RHEL 8 and how init has been replaced with systemd. Now coming to the Linux file system structure. If you will compare Linux with Windows, in Windows we have everything there in the C drive, like the program files, the Windows folder, or the user files. So everything is there in the C drive. Here everything is there on slash, and this slash is known as root. And inside this we have different directories with the name as bin, which we use for the system binaries, for the binaries, /etc for the configuration system configuration files, /sbin for the system binary files, /usr which have the read-only user applications, var which contains the logs, dev which contains the device files, /home which contains the user home directories, /lib which we use for the libraries and kernel modules, /mnt that we use for the temporary file systems mounting, /opt that we use for the optional software and applications, /proc that we use for processes, and /root that is the home directory of the root user. So these are the directories that we can find on a typical Linux machine. So these directories you can find on different flavors. There may be one more or one less, depending on the flavor, what type of flavor you are using. There you can find some more directories or some less directories depending on the flavor. Let me show you. This is the Windows subsystem for Linux. It is similar to Linux, and here if I will list ls-l/, so I can show you these directories there. These are the directories. Bin is there, which contains the binary files. Boot is there, which contains the booting files. Dev is there for the devices. /etc, it contains the system configuration files. Home contains the user home directories. Lib contains the library and kernel modules. There is /media, which we can use for the removable devices. MNT is there for mounting the temporary file systems. OPT is there where we can install the application and the additional softwares. Proc is there for the processes. Root is the root user home directory. So you can find these directories on a typical Linux machine. So today what we are going to do, we are going to do the installation of RHEL 8. I have already provided you guys the link of the Oracle VirtualBox as well as the link of RHEL 8.3 ISO image, with which you can download both in your machine. And I'm going to show you how can you first install the Oracle VirtualBox. So I have already downloaded the setup file of Oracle VirtualBox on my desktop, and with the help of this setup file, I'm going to install it in my machine. And this process will hardly take 2 to 3 minutes. Once the Oracle VirtualBox is installed in our machine, after that we can deploy the RHEL 8 into it. So if you have already downloaded the setup files in your PCs, you can start the installation. You need to click on install. So this is the virtualization software. Either you can use the Oracle VM VirtualBox or you can use the VMware. It totally depends on you. So my Oracle VirtualBox is installed successfully. Here I can create the new machine. I will click on new. I will give a name, like I want to mention here RHEL 8 Linux 64-bit. Click on next. After that, here we can provide the amount of memory, the RAM which you want to allot. I want to allot 2048, means 2 GB, 2048 MB. Then click next. Create a virtual hard disk now. Here we can choose any of these options. Then we can click on dynamically allotted. We can choose this option here. And after that, we will click on next, and here we can select the disk size. You can create a disk of 20 GB here, and then we will click on the settings, and there we will click on the storage, and here we can select the ISO image with which we want to start the installation. We will select yes. Who is this? Yes. Yes, Kuldeep. Dynamic size allocation means it will increase in size itself. First, follow these steps. You can, if you have any queries, I will take your queries at the end of the session. Here, we will select that particular ISO image which we have downloaded in our PC. Okay, so everything is done now. We can click on the start and it will start our machine. Here, we will have to follow certain steps. for the installation. We will click on start, and here we will click in this window, and we will use the arrow. We will select the first option, that is install RHEL 8.3. We will press enter here. After few seconds, it will ask us for certain parameters, like there we can specify different file systems, the time zone, keyboard layout. So installer is going to load on RAM, and after few minutes our installer will be ready. You can follow same process in VMware. Everything is same, only the difference is in the software. Both are the virtualization softwares that we use. We will wait, and once our installer would be ready, we will proceed with the remaining steps. So it is starting the installer. Yes, our installer is up. Now here we will select English India, or you can select your own language and country. Then click on continue. Here we will select for the keyboard layout. By default, it has chosen English India with rupee. So we are not going to change the first keyboard layout option here. Then we will go on the third one, installation destination. Here we will click on the custom button and click on done. And there we can create the different file systems. Or if you don't know how to create them, you can click on this button to create them automatically. Here you need to keep in mind that the slash partition can be of any size, but you should not create the slash boot more than 1 GB, otherwise that would be useless. And you can create the swap of exactly the same size as your RAM is there. Swap partition can be created up to twice of the size of the RAM. So these two things you need to keep in mind, and you can allot as much size as you can to this slash partition as per the requirement. It totally depends on how many applications or for what purpose you are going to use this machine. You will have to click on done, and then you will click on accept the changes. Then you don't need to touch the language support, the installation source, because these things we have already defined. You don't need to touch this kdump as it is already enabled, kernel dump. And here then we will click on this date and time. Here we will select our own time zone, that is Kolkata. So we will click here on India on the map. Then we will click on done. And then we can choose the software selection. Either we can use the minimal install option. Here only CLI would be available for us. But if we want to use the GUI, then we should choose the server with GUI option. So either we can choose server with GUI. If you need GUI, you can select this option. If you don't need GUI, then you can go with the minimal one. Okay, I'm going to choose the first option, that is server with GUI, because I will show you the GUI as well. Click on done. Then network and hostname, you can either leave it like as it is, or you can mention here your own local hostname. I will not change it. Then you don't need to touch it, security policy. After that, we will have to specify the root password. You can provide any password for the root account 2 times. Then click on done. Again, you need to click on create user, and here you can specify the normal user account details, like the full name, the username that you want to set in this machine. Like I want to set my name as Vikas Nehra. Then we can specify the password 2 times. Click on done, and we can click on begin installation, and then it will start the installation of RHEL 8 in our machine. And this process can take some time. It totally depends on what type of hardware you are using. If you are using appropriate amount of CPUs and RAM, and if you are using the SSD in your machine, then it will not take more than 40 minutes. But if your machine is older, like you are using the physical drive, you have chosen only one CPU or less amount of RAM, then it can take up to 2 hours. It totally depends on the configuration of your machine. So you will have to wait. Once the installation is done, our machine would be ready and we can log in our machine either from the CLI or directly from the GUI. Okay, so this was the installation of RHEL 8 in Oracle VirtualBox. Oracle VirtualBox can be downloaded from internet very easily. I have already provided you guys the link of this in the WhatsApp group. Same process we can follow if we want to do the installation in VMware. This is the VMware software which is I'm going to show you. Yes, and here you can follow the same steps, exactly the same steps. Here, first of all, what we will do, we will create a new virtual machine. So we will click here on create a new virtual machine option. Then we will create on the custom option, then click on next, again click on next. Then we will select the option. I will install the operating system later. Click on next. Then here we will select Linux, and here we will select Red Hat 8 64-bit. Click on next. You can give any name. You can mention RHEL 8.3. Click on next. Here you can select the number of CPUs that you want to allot to this machine. I'm only providing one CPU. And here you can select the amount of memory which you want to allot. Means this is the RAM. So ideally you must allot at least 2 GB of RAM. If your machine is having 8 GB of RAM, if your host machine is having 8 GB, then you can allot 2 GB. Or if you have only 4 GB, then you can only allot 1 GB. Click on next. Again, here you can choose the network connection as bridge because we want that our machine should directly connect to the internet. Then we will go with the recommended input output controller, that is LSI. Here we can choose NVMe or SCSI. Click on next. Click on next. 20 GB of disk is sufficient. Again click on next. Again click on next. And here we will click on customize hardware. We will click on new CD. We will click on use this ISO image, and there we can select the image with which we want to start the installation. Then we can click on close and we can click on finish. So what it will do, it will create a virtual machine in VMware, and once we will click on the power on this virtual machine, our installation will start and the GUI based installer will pop up, and you will have to follow the exactly same steps which I have shown you on Oracle VirtualBox, and your machine would be ready. Okay guys, and let me show you the process of installing the RHEL 8 on AWS, because we can have many people in this training who are actually not having a good PC. Means there might be possibility that they don't have the virtualization facility. So for those guys, they can create their account on AWS and they can deploy their machine on EC2. So here you will click on the Chrome browser, and there you will mention aws.amazon.com, and you need to create your account there. You can use your debit card. They will only charge 2 rupees to create the account there. After your account is ready, you can log in into your account. You can follow these steps which I am going to show you. You need to click on the sign in console. After clicking this, it will ask you for the username and password to sign in. There you will specify the same email address with which you have created your account. Click on next and then provide the same password that you have set at the time of creating the account. Click on sign in, and then it will allow you to log in into the Amazon Web Services console. And there you can search for EC2. EC2 means Elastic Compute Cloud, because this is the cloud where you can host your machines. Here we have successfully logged in EC2, and you need to click here on the instances, and here we already have 2 machines present because these machines I have already deployed there. If you want to create your new machine, this process is slightly different as compared to the deploying the machine there on VMware or on Oracle VirtualBox locally. So here, if you want to create or install the machine, you need to click on Launch Instances. You will click here on Launch Instances button. And from here you can select the ISO image with which you want to start the installation of the OS. So here I will click on the community AMIs, and here we can find RHEL. So RHEL 8.3 is available here. We can select this ISO image. Here we are eligible for this free tier T2 micro machine. This is the instance which we will use to install the RHEL 8. Here we can click on next, configure instance details, and here if you want to modify the details, you can change these details. Otherwise you can leave them as it is, and you can click on next. There you can add the space, you can add the storage if required. 10 GB is sufficient because we are not going to use the GUI there. By default we are supposed to use the command line interface only, so we are not going to change it. 10 GB is sufficient. If you want to add the tags, you can click on next. Here we can add the tags. And if you want to configure the security group is the firewall of AWS. So already port number 22 is there open, which we can use to log in our machine. So we are not going to change it. We can review it later if required. Now we can click on review and launch, and we can click on launch. But as soon as we will click on launch, here it will ask us to create a new key pair, and we can provide any name like RHEL 8.3. I'm going to provide this name, and we will download this key pair, because without downloading this we can't use our machine. RHEL 8.3 new, I'm giving this name to this key pair, key file. So this file has been downloaded to my local machine, and now I can click on launch instance. So our instance is going to be launched, and now we can click on this view instances. Now you can see one more instance there. The instance state is pending. Soon we will get the status as running. Yes, here it is, and after 2 to 3 minutes our machine would be ready. So the installation is very fast. We don't need to specify anything there. Everything will be automatically done. Let me show you here. Our machine is already installing the packages in Oracle VirtualBox, while on AWS it is about to finish the installation. Let me refresh the page. Here the status check, it is showing as initializing, and it has allotted the public IPv4 address. This is the IP address which we can use to log in into this machine. and you need to keep this key file safe, otherwise you can't log in into your machine. You need to use this username ec2-user. This is the name of the user account with which we will log in into our machine. So how we will log in into this machine? Either we can use the putty software, or we can use the MobaXterm, or we can use any other SSH tool. Let me open MobaXterm. You can download this tool from the internet. It is free for the personal use. Here we will click on session, we will click on SSH, and there in remote host field we will provide the IP address. This is the IP address, public IP address we need to mention. Mention the IP address, then we will click here on the specify username, and here we will mention ec2-user. Port number 22 is used to do SSH, so we are not going to change it. Then we will click here on the advanced SSH settings. Then we will click here use private key, and there we will select the same key file. This is the key. Okay. So it will allow us to log in into the machine. Let me check the status of this machine first. So once it will show 2x2 checks, that means our machine is ready, and now we can log in into the machine. So this is the same machine. I have logged in into this machine from my Windows computer, and here we can execute different commands. So uname command will show you the OS, that is Linux, and the version is cat etc red hat release. This is the command which we can execute to check that what type of OS and version we are using. So we are using RHEL 8.3, that is UTPA. It is the same machine. It is the AWS console machine that is running on EC2, and this is the username with which we have logged in this machine. If we want to switch in the admin account or in the account of the root user, we can execute sudo su - there, and we can use the root account or the admin account. Okay guys, but we can use only the command line interface. If we want to use the GUI, we need to download and install the GUI packages in this machine. That process I will show you later in the upcoming days. Let me check our local machine. So there the installation is still going on, and this process will take some time because we are already having so much load on my machine. I am doing the live broadcast at the same time, I am recording the session at the same time, I am installing the OS, I am remotely logged in the Amazon Web Services machine also. So that is why it is taking some time. Any queries regarding the installation of RHEL 8? Can you do it at your own in your respected machines? No? Why? Who is this? Who is saying no? Kuldeep Kumar. No issues, Kuldeep. You can follow this tutorial. This recorded session would be there on YouTube. You already have the access there. You can follow the same steps. You can watch the video and you can follow the same steps one by one, and you can easily deploy your machine there on AWS. There is no rocket science in it. And if you face any issues, you can ping me anytime on WhatsApp group. Okay. We have only 10 people there. And how many people are there on the live feed? 10 are there. And you need to keep in mind that you have only 750 hours to use your AWS machine. After that, they will start charging you. Okay, so you need to keep in mind, once your work is done, you need to turn off your machine. You always turn off your machine as soon as your work is complete, and you can log out of your AWS account. Otherwise, they will start charging you after 750 hours. Okay, guys? Any queries regarding today's session? No. Now let me give you some idea about Linux. So this is the terminal which we use to log in our machine, and we do SSH, secure shell. SSH means secure shell. We use port number 22 through which we log in our machine, and this is the name of the user from which we have logged in, and after @ this is the host name of the machine. Okay, and this symbol represents the home directory, or if you will jump somewhere else in the machine, it will show you that particular location. So this field is for the present working directory where you are currently working in the system. So it represents that location, and after that either you will find the $sign or you will find the pound sign. If $sign is there, that means you are using the normal user account, and if hash is there, that means you are using the admin or the root or the super user account. There are 3 roots present in our machine. This root is called the root user. Admin user is called the root user. Root means admin, means super user. Super user can do anything. Okay, so root is called the admin user or the super user in Linux. Okay, and we have one more root there, that is slash. This slash symbol is called the root directory. What do we call it? Root directory. And everything is there inside this slash. This is the parent directory of all the directories. It is just like the universe where we live. So it is the universe of Linux. Okay. And we have one more root there, that is slash root. This slash root is actually the root user home directory. So there are 3 roots. You don't need to get confused. The only root means the root user, the slash means the root directory, and the slash root means the root user home directory. These 3 are different roots in your machine. Okay, so this root, the first one is the user account. The second one is the parent of all the directories, and this slash root is the root user home directory where the admin or the root user keep his data. Got it? Yes. If you want to see the current time or date, you can use the date command. Date command is used to see the current date and time of the machine. If you want to see the host name, you can execute the host name command. This is the host name of this machine, or you can mention host name CTL. It shows you more details like static host name, chassis, machine ID, boot ID, all those things. Okay. If you want to see the calendar, you can execute the cal command. Cal command shows you the current month's calendar. Or if you want to see the calendar of the entire year, you can mention the year after the cal command. I'm only going to show you some basic commands. Okay guys, are you aware of these commands already? Good. So from tomorrow onwards, we will start with the basic commands. First, I will show you how can we use the help manual that is already there in Linux. Like if we don't know anything about any particular command, how can we open the manual and how can we use the different options there? Like if you have no idea about the cd command is used to change the directory. With the help of cd command, you can jump from one location to other in your machine. But if you have no idea about this command and you want to read the manual, you can execute the man command, man cd. So it will open the help manual. There you will find the name, the details, the different options that you can use with this command, the examples. A lot of things are available there in the manual. You can read the manual of that particular command of which you don't have any idea. Or if you want to get the help only, like if you want to know what are the options available, you can simply mention the command and after that you can write -- help. So it will show you the available options with that command. Okay guys. So in the upcoming session, I will take a session on it and I will show you this in detail. So our installation has been completed in Oracle VirtualBox as well. Now we can reboot our machine. Here. Let me turn off this machine which is running on AWS. I will fire the command from here and our machine will be turned off. Let me show you. This machine is currently running. You can have a look at this, and if you want to turn it off, you can mention init 0. As I told you in the previous session, init 0 means shutdown. Yes. So I have executed the command and the machine has been turned off, and if you will go to the AWS, soon you will find the state as stopped here. Let me refresh the session and you will find it stopped. Okay, I have fired the command from my machine and the machine which was running on AWS has been stopped. So in this way we can easily turn off our machine. And let me show you the local machine that is running inside Oracle VirtualBox. The machine is booting up. And here it is asking us to accept the license agreement. Here we will click on the I accept. We will click on done. We will click on finish configuration. And after that it will allow us to use this machine. So you can watch this session later at your convenience and you can follow the same steps and you can deploy your machine, because you need a machine where you can practice the commands. So either you can create your account on AWS and you can deploy your machine there, or what can you do if your machine supports the virtualization, you can install any of these tools in your machine and you can install RHEL 8 there. Let me log in as the root user. So I will mention the username as root. I will provide the password as I have set at the time of installation and press enter. Then it will allow me to log in this machine from the graphical user interface. So this is the GUI of RHEL 8.3 and here it is showing us a warning, logged in as a privileged user. That means we are using the admin account. And here, first of all, what we will do, if we want to use the terminal, we can open the terminal here. Or if we want to use the MOBIX term, if we want to remotely log in our machine, then also we can use the mobile extern. We have to specify the IP address there. Let me check the network adapter settings. It is not the bridge adapter. We will select the bridge adapter here. We will click on OK. Then let me enable the adapter. If up, and now it has allotted one IP address through DSCP, and the IP address is 192.168.1.192. With this IP address, we can directly log in from our host machine or from our Windows machine. So here we will open one more SSH session. We will provide the same local IP address 192.168.0. What was the IP address? 192, and there we can specify the username as root, and we will have to provide the same password which we have set. So we have remotely logged in our machine, or we can use the CMD directly. We can directly do SSH from here. So for that we will have to mention SSH root @ and the IP address 192.168.0.192. Yes, and provide the same password. So we have logged in from the command prompt as well, and here we can check. If you will execute cat etc red hat release, it will show you Linux 8.3, the same machine. So either you can use the command prompt, or you can use the putty tool, or you can use mobixterm, or you can directly log in from the GUI and you can open the terminal there to fire the commands. It totally depends on your wish. If your machine is locally available, you can use the GUI, or if it is not, you can remotely log in by using any tool. Okay guys, so that's it from my side for today's session. Tomorrow we will start working with commands. If you have any queries or anything, you can ask me. And if you face any challenges, you can ping me there on WhatsApp group. I'm always there to provide the support. Thank you so much. So today we are going to discuss the file system hierarchy in Linux, or we can call it file system tree. Means what are the different files and directories there which we use in Linux. So all these details we will know in today's session. As I told you yesterday that there are three roots in our Linux machine. The first root is the root user, or the super user, or the admin user. The another root is the root directory, that is represented with the help of this slash. So this slash is also called the root directory. And there is another root, that is the root home directory. So this slash is called the root directory, and one more directory we have that is called the slash root. This is the root user home directory. And one user is there who is the admin. He is also called as the root or the super user in Linux. So this slash or the root directory, or we called it the parent directory, that directory is the parent of all the directories. Means everything is there in this slash, and we have different directories present in this root directory. If you will list the contents of this root directory by running the command ls-l, you will see the details of the other directories that are there in it. So there you can find bin, boot, data, dev, etc, home, media, mnt, opt. So here we are using different directories for different purpose. And in today's session we will learn about these directories, why they are there, what type of files are there in these directories, and why do we use them. So we will take one by one all these directories. So first of all, we are going to talk about the first directory that is there, and the name of the directory is /bin. So we are going to talk about this /bin. If you will list the contents of this /bin directory, you will find some files there. And if you'll have a look at these permissions of these files, you will find that these are the executable files that are there in /bin. So what is the purpose of having these files there? This /bin contain the bootable binary, the executable binary files, the files which are executed, which are there to execute the commands by all the users. Let us suppose if I'm going to execute the cat command. So this cat command will only work if the binary of this file is present in /bin. So if you will go there in /bin and you list the contents there, you will find cat file present in this directory. Let me show you. This cat binary file is present there. So because this binary file is present, that is why we are able to use the cat command. And the binaries which are present in this /bin directory, these are used by all the users. Means no matter the user is the normal user or he is the super user, he can execute these files, he can execute the command with the help of these. Okay, now we will talk about the another directory that is there with the name as /sbin. This /sbin contains the system binary files, or the files which are executed or which are used for the execution of the commands by the super user only, or the admin user or the root. So if you will go in /sbin directory and you list the contents, you will find some executable binaries there, and all these are there for the execution of the commands which are executed from the super user account. So these are called the system binaries, and it requires root privilege to perform the tasks with the help of these. Like if you want to execute the passwd command to change the password, so you will find the file there. If you want to make the file system by running mkfs command from the root account, so you will find the mkfs binary file in this directory. So it is there, these binaries are there so that the root user can execute the super user commands. Now the next type of directory that is there in Linux is /lib. So if you will go in /lib and long list the contents, you will find several more directories there. So lib contains actually the binaries which are found in /bin or /sbin. Often use the shared directories that are in this /lib. So /lib is the library which contain the library files, and here we have different directories for different type of libraries. Okay, there one more directory we have with the name as modules. So this modules directory contains the kernel modules, and we can have some more or less directories there in lib as per the flavor. If we are using Debian, you may find some more directories or some less directories as compared to Red Hat. So lib contains the library files. We will learn about all of these in the upcoming sessions. Now, if we will talk about the next type of directory that we use in Linux, that is /opt. /opt is there. Actually, the purpose of /opt is to store the optional software. In many cases, this is the software from outside distribution repository. You may find an empty /opt. Generally, this directory is empty because it is the additional directory that we can use to install the softwares which are installed from the other sources other than the repositories which we have configured. So this can be used for that purpose. Like if we compare it with Windows, by default our programs get installed in the program files. So it works in the same way. So opt is there to install the optional softwares. Now we will talk about the next type of directory which is very important, that is the boot directory. We call it the /boot. Let's go into this and list the contents. So there you may find some more files. There you will find the kernel images, one for the rescue mode and another one for the normal mode. These images are used at the time of booting. So /boot contains the booting files, the files which are copied on the RAM at the time of booting. And there we find some init RAM fs files which are directly accessed by the system at the time of booting, because at the time of booting the hard disk is not initialized. So these files are directly accessed by the system, and with the help of these files the splash image of kernel is loaded on the RAM, and then the other component of the operating systems are loaded. We have one more directory there with the name as grub2. So as I told you in the first session that currently we are using the grub version 2. So this grub2 contains the bootloader files. So if you will go to the grub2 directory and you list the contents there, you will find some more files there. And there we have one more very important file, which is the default configuration file of the grub. And the name of the same is grub.cfg. So this file is very important if we want to deploy more than one operating system, or if we want to make the timeout settings. Those we can easily do with the help of this file. So /boot contains the booting files. Now let's proceed towards our next directory that we use in Linux, and this directory is /etc. /etc contains the system configuration files, and there are many files and directories in this directory. There you can find the repository files, groups file, a lot of files are there, cron files. So actually whatever is related to the system configuration and settings, those settings can be found in these files there in /etc. So /etc is there for the system configuration files. Please, you can take a note of these, it will help you. There we will find some more directories. Like if I will talk about the etc skel, this is the directory which is actually used when we create the new account. So files which are there in this skel directory that are copied to the new user home directory when we create the new user account in our machine. Okay, like if we want to configure the yum repository, then we can go to etc yum.repos.d, and there we can create the repository files. These are the repository files. So all these configurations can be managed with the help of the files that are there in /etc directory. Now let's move to the next directory. The next directory is the /home. /home is the very important directory because This directory contains the home directory of the normal users. Like you can find the ec2-user home directory there. If I will move to this directory, I can list the files of this user. Currently he has not created any file there in his home directory. When we create a new user in our machine, then automatically there is a directory created there in /home, and generally the name remains the same. Let me show you. Let's create a new user in our machine. User add. Guys, am I audible? Okay. User add, like I want to create a user here with the name of Vikas Nehra, and let me set the password as well. Who is this? Is not audible to me. Can you repeat the question, please? Who is this? Is someone asking? Any question? Let me show you. I just created a new user with the name as Vikas Nehra, and let's go to the home directory and long list the contents. So there, this new directory is available with the same name, and this is the home directory of the Vikas Nehra user, which we just created in our machine. So currently there are only profile files, nothing else, and these are the hidden files in his home directory. So these files are copied from the scale directory. Okay, so home contains the home directory of the normal users. Any questions, guys? Am I audible, guys, properly? McLean? Am I audible properly? Arvind, you need to check your internet connection. Okay, guys. So let's proceed to the next directory that we have in Linux, and the directory is /root. So this is the root user home directory. I'm already working in this directory, and if I will list the contents, there are some files available. This anaconda-ks.cfg, this is the file which we generally use for the kickstart installation of Linux. Are you guys aware of kickstart installation? Okay, so this file is used for the kickstart installation, and this file is created at the time of installing the OS. If this file is not available here, we can create it manually also, but by default it is created when we install the OS in our machine. So this file is used to do the kickstart or PXE boot, for the PXE boot installation. Like if we want to deploy 4, 5, 6 n number of machines with the same configuration like we have in our machine, so we can use this file, we can copy this file to those machines on which we want to do the installation, and we can remotely do the installation at the same time on all the devices. I have already uploaded a video on the kickstart installation on my channel. You can find that video. It is very helpful. If you want to do the installation on 100 machines, you can use this file. At the same time, you can deploy 100 operating systems at the same time. So parallelly, you can install multiple operating systems, but the configuration will be the same in all. So there are some parameters which we specify in this file, like we can set the password, we can select the packages, we can select the repositories. So these options we can specify in this file. This file is actually responsible for the kickstart installation of Linux. You can go through the video. I will provide you the link in the description. Oh, sorry, there in the WhatsApp group or in the description of this video also. Okay guys, so root/root contains the root user files because it is the root user directory or root home directory. And this symbol, this tilde symbol, represents the home directory. If you are using the root account, if you have logged in the machine from the root account, and you will use this tilde sign, this sign, then it represents the home of root. And if you are using the normal user account, then it represents your normal user home directory. By default, it will take that particular address. Let me show you. If I will go to the TMP directory and I want to go back to my home directory, I will just use cd tilde and I will go back to my home directory directly. And if I'm using some normal user account, like I'm using the account of Vikas Nehra, and I'm working in the TMP directory and I want to go back to the home directory, I can simply use cd tilde and it will allow me to go to my home directory. So this symbol represents the home directories. If you are using the normal user account, then it represents the normal user home directory. If you are using the root account, then it represents the root user home directory. Okay guys. One more directory we can find in our machine with the name as /srv. So this slash is there for the root directory, and after that this srv is the directory. So we mention the complete name /srv. Generally this directory is empty. Let me go to this srv directory first and let me execute the ls-l command. So no files are there. This /srv is there because you may use this /srv for data that is served by your system. Let us suppose we want to create the NFS server, then we can utilize this directory. This directory used for the servers to keep the temporary data. Okay. But generally there is no use of this directory. It is just an additional directory for our help. One more directory we can find on many Linux flavors, and the name of the directory is /media. Again, this directory is empty. You will not find anything in it. But if you will plug a removable disk or the pen drive or the ISO image or CD-ROM, so it will get mounted there automatically on /media. So it is there to support the temporary mount points. You can use the plug and play devices or the removable devices to mount them, because without mounting anything you cannot access it. If we are trying to copy some data from another hard drive, we need to connect it through USB and then we will have to mount it if it is not automatically mounted. So by default, system automatically mounts the removable media on this media directory. That is why we use it in Linux. One more directory is there with the name as /mnt. /mnt can be used for many purposes. Generally we use it to mount the file systems. Let us suppose we want to create the local yum repository. So we can mount our ISO image on this mnt directory. It is currently empty, but we can manually mount the ISO image there and we can configure our yum repository. Or if we want to copy some files from the ISO image, then we can mount it there and we can do our work. And if we want to make these changes permanent, we can make an entry in the FS tab. That I will teach you later. How can we make the permanent changes in FS tab for permanent mounting. So this can be used just as a mount point. Okay. One more directory is there /tmp. By default, we have the sticky bit set on this. You will find a T there in the permissions. What is a sticky bit? It is actually a special permission or the advanced permission that prevents the users to delete the file of other users. You can only delete your file there in TMP directory. You cannot delete the file of the other users. So that is why this bit is set there. But this directory can be used by all the users in your machine for the temporary purpose. The data that is there in this TMP directory, that is not safe. That may be gone if you reboot your machine. So this can be used for temporary work. Like if you want to unzip something, you can do that with the help of this file. If you want to copy some data temporarily, you can use this directory. And this directory can be used as a shared directory by all the users. They can keep their data there in /tmp. So this is the temporary data directory. Okay guys, clear? Okay, thank you. One more directory that is very important is the /dev. Dev actually contains the devices, and generally these devices are the hardware devices. So this directory contains the details of the devices in form of files. In Linux, everything is file. Everything is represented with the help of a file. Let me execute the lsblk command. So this is the disk which I'm using in my machine, xvda. And this disk is there with the name as /dev/xvda. And this is a block special file. So this B in the permission. These are the permissions actually. I will teach you the permissions in the upcoming sessions. This B, the first alphabet here in the permissions, it represents the type of the file, and it is the block special disk. Block special means it is the storage disk. So this file is representing the drive that we are using for the installation of our OS. So DEV contains the devices. If I want to know the details of my terminal, I can execute the tty command. So this terminal information is also there in DEV. Please take a note, /dev is used for the devices. There we can find one more very important file in DEV with the name as null. This null is very important directory. You can take a note of it. The complete path is /dev/null. Actually, this is a file which cannot be read. We cannot read this file. We can only write the data there in this file, but we cannot read anything from this file. It is just like a black hole. Are you guys aware of black hole? We have black hole in our universe. Multiple black holes are there. Even the light is not allowed to come out of it. The gravity is so high there. Same is there in Linux. This file can absorb any data. No matter how much space you have there in this file. Let us suppose this is only showing me 3 kbs in size. And if you will try to copy a data of 10 GB there in this file, you can easily copy that data. It can accept any data. So this is used for a special purpose. I will tell you that in the upcoming sessions. So this file, keep in mind, we cannot read this file. If you will try to read this file, you will not get anything. You will not get anything on the output. But if you will copy some data into it, it will accept all that data. One more important directory that we use in Linux is the proc. Let's go to the proc directory. It contains the process related information files. So there are different files and directories present in this directory. Proc is another special directory appearing to be ordinary but not taking up disk space. It does not take the disk space. It is actually a view of kernel, or better, what the kernel manages and is a means to interact it with directly. With the help of these files, we can directly communicate with the kernel. Like if I want to know how what type of CPU I'm using, so I can open one file, cat proc CPU info is the file name. So it will show me the details of the CPU that I'm using in my machine. So it is the Intel CPU, genuine Intel, Xeon, which is used in the servers, 2.4 gigahertz. So this information I'm directly getting from the kernel. So this file is responsible for this information. So proc contains the process related information files, which are available directly from the kernel. Okay guys, any doubts? Yes, one more important directory is there, that is where. Let's go to the where directory and long list the contents. This where directory contains the logs. Different type of logs are available there. If we want to see the general logs, we can find one file that is there with the name as messages. So there we can find one more directory with the name as log, and in this log we can find some more files and directories, and this messages file is there, which provides us the general informations, what is going on the machine. So the activities that are taking place on our machine, we can know with the help of this file. So where contains the different type of logs. It is there to manage the logs. We will learn about the where logs in the upcoming session in detail. And you can find some more directories there on root. It depends on the flavor, what type of flavor you are using. If you are using Debian, you may find some more directories. If you are using some other flavor, you can find some more or less directories. It totally depends, but the main directories are those which I have already shared the details of. Okay, one more directory is there in USR. So this bin contains the binary files, and you can access them from this location as well, as it is showing this as a shortcut of this. It is a link actually. So you can either access the binary files directly from here, or you can access them directly from here. If you are creating, or if you have deployed your machine on an AWS, you can find this data directory there, which you cannot find if you install the OS locally on your machine. And it is empty, so it is an additional directory. You can create some more directories if required on root. You can execute mkdir command, and with the help of this command you can create the additional directories if required. Like I want to create a new directory on root with the name as test, so I can execute mkdir/test and it will create a directory there. And if you want to see the details of this directory, you can execute ls-ld command. So this directory is there. ls command is used to list the files and directory details. So guys, that's all for today's session from my side. If you have any questions, you can ask me. In the upcoming session tomorrow, we will discuss the basic commands. We will start with the help manual, and then we will learn the basic commands. How can we create the files? How can we create the directories? How can we deal with the file content. So these commands we will take in the upcoming session. Hello guys, welcome to our live training session number 4. In today's session we will talk about the man pages in Linux. In Linux we have the man pages with which we can know in detail about the commands, about the files, and about a lot of things. These are very helpful for us. With these man pages we can know the additional details about the commands and the files, and we can also know how can we exactly use them. In today's session we will explain the use of man pages, also called as the manual pages, on your Unix or Linux computer. You will learn the man command together with related commands like where is, what is, and man db. Most Unix files and commands have pretty good man pages to explain their use. Man pages also come in handy when you are using when you are using multiple flavors of Unix or several Linux distributions, since option and parameter sometimes vary. So how can we use the man command to see the details about any command or any file? Actually, we can execute man command, and after the man command we can mention the name of that particular command whose details we want to know. Like, if I don't have any idea about the cd command, I can mention man cd. So this command will show me the help manual of cd command. Here it is. So this is the manual of cd command, and here we can know all the details about the cd command, like its name, its details, the options that are available there with this command, what are the different options that we can use there, and as well as we can check the examples if they are there. So this man command is very helpful for us, especially for those commands for whom we don't have any idea. Like, I don't know anything about the route command, or I don't know anything about any other command. So I can simply mention that command after man, and it will open the help manual of that particular command. Like, as we can see here, Linux system administrators manual, and here it is showing the details of the route command. Name is route, which shows or manipulate the IP routing table. Then it is showing us the synopsis. After that it is showing the description of this command. Then it is showing the available options there that we can actually use with the route command, and after that it is showing some parameters like metric, gateway, that are defined there in this help manual, and after that it is showing us the examples. So these details it is getting from the manual. There is a manual present for all the commands, for all the files in Linux. If you want to know the options that are available, or if you want to get the help about any command, you can simply mention -help at the end of the command. Like, if I have no idea about the cat command, I will simply mention cat -help. So it will show us the available options that we can use with this cat command. So these are there for our help. So it is also capturing these details from the help manual. So if we want to go in all the details, if we want to see all the details of any command, we will simply mention the command name after man. Like if I have no idea about the date command, I will mention man date. So it will open the help manual of date command and it will show all the details. But if I want to get the help only, or if I want to see the available options, I will simply mention date --help. So it will show me the available options. If you are not aware about any command or any file, you can use this help manual. So that is why in the beginning of the training, I'm showing you why do we use it. Now we have already gone through the manual of several commands. Now I will show you how can you check the details or how can you open the manual of any file. Let us suppose we have a file, we have a configuration file rsyslog.conf. This is the configuration file of rsyslog. If I have no idea about this file, I can use the help manual, and for that I will simply mention man and the file name. So this will open the help manual, and here you will find one thing, that in the name field it is showing the file name, that is rsyslog.conf, and then it is showing that it is there in the segment 8. In the bracket it is showing this detail that this is a configuration file. This 8 represents the configuration file. So for configuration files, we have the entries in the segment number 8. And there we can see the details, the name, the description, the modules. So we can know why do we use this file, how can we make the changes in this file. So all these details can be known by opening the help manual of any particular file. In the same way, we can open the help manual for any service. Let us suppose we want to see the details of rsyslog, the same service rsyslog. So here it will show us the details of the service, not the file. rsyslog.conf was the name of the file, but this rsyslog, that is the daemon service of rsyslog. So here it is showing us the details of the service, the name of the service, synopsis, again it is showing us the description of the service, and then it is showing us the different options that are available there that we can actually use. Okay, and in the end it is showing the locations of the configuration file, some additional details, the environment details, and we can utilize this information to know more. If we have no idea about any command and we don't want to go through the manual, we want to get the summarized information, we can also execute the what is command. What is command shows us the summarized information. To see just the description of a manual page, we can use this what is command. What is followed by the string, or what is followed by that particular command. Let us suppose we want to check the route command information. So we will simply mention what is route and we will press enter here. So it will show us that this is used to show or manipulate the IP routing table. In the same way, we can know the details of the other commands and the files. Like we can mention what is, and we can mention the command name. So it is showing us the details of the cat command. Concatenate files and print on the standard output. So cat command can be used to open the files and see the details of the other files. In the same way, we can use the what is command for other commands like the passwd, or we can simply mention systemd. Systemd is the service, the first service that executes at the time of booting in RHEL 8. It has replaced init. Earlier we were using init. Nowadays we are using systemd. So all the details can be known with the help of the what is command in the summarized form. If we want to see the location of the manual, from where we are getting the information about the commands or the files with the help of the manual there. So if we want to see the location, we can execute where is command, where is, and after that we can mention the command name, like we can mention here date. So it will show us that this is the date command, this is the location of its binary file from where we are executing it, and this is the location of the help manual. So this manual can be used to see the details. If we will execute the man command, man date, then this will use this file that is there in the zipped form to open the manual. Either we can use it like this, or we can simply mention man and we will mention the complete path of that particular file. So it will open the same manual. Okay. So these details it is capturing from this file that is there in usr share man, and the name of the manual is date.1.gz. So where is command shows us the location of the binary file as well as the location of the help manual. Like if I want to check the help manual entry or the help manual location of lsblk command, lsblk. So it is showing us that the binary location is usr bin lsblk and the manual entry is there in /usr/share/man/man8 and the name is lsblk.8.gz. So this is the manual there. So where is command can be used to see these details. Or if we are only interested in the help manual, we can simply mention where is, and for the help manual we can mention option -m, and then we can mention the command name or the file name. So it will only show us the help manual location, not the binary location. Clear, guys? You can also open the help manual of man command, because man is a command and we want to see the help manual of this command, so we can execute man. So it is showing us the details, or it is opening the manual of the man command. So name is man and interface to the online reference manuals, and here it is showing the synopsis, it is showing the description, and here it is showing the segments. The table below shows the section number of the manual followed by the types of pages they contain. Actually, on number 1 it contains the executable program entries. On second it contains the system calls, library calls on 3, special files on 4, file format and conventions. It is there on 5th. So it happens like this. If we want to only know, or if we want to only open that particular entry, we can mention the number after the man command. Let me show you. These are the man sections actually, and like we want to open the manual of passwd command, which we use to change the password. So it will open the manual, and here we can see that its entry is there in segment 1 as it is clearly mentioned here. If we will execute man5 passwd, so it will not show any result because its entry is not there in section 5. Its entry is there in section 1. But if we will try to know, or if we will try to open the manual of any file whose entry is there in section 5, it will show us the details like man5 rsyslog.conf. So this is a file, and files and file entries are there on the 5th section. Then it will open that particular entry. Or if you are not interested in this, you can open the complete manual by running the man command, because it is more convenient. If your help manual commands are not working, or if you are very sure that your manuals are installed but you are not able to get any details, in that case you can update the database. You can execute the man db command, so it will refresh the entries. So those commands will start working if they were not working earlier in your machine. So guys, these were the help manuals which we can use to get the help in Linux, and we can also use --help option to see the options that are available there with any command. So that was all for today's session from my side, and let me show you some basic commands that we are going to use in the upcoming sessions. As you can see that again and again I am using the ls command. Let me show you the help manual of ls first. Why do we use the ls command? Ls command is used to list directory contents. What is there in that particular directory we can see with the help of ls command. If I compare it with Windows, how can we see the details of any directory or any folder? We will simply go into that directory, or we will double click on that directory, then it will show us the details of the files and directories that are there. In the same way, if we want to see the details of any file or any directory, we can use the ls command. It shows us the directory contents, and there are different options available with this command that we can use to see the additional details like the permissions, its size, and the name, the modification time, block size. All these details we can know with these options that are available with the ls command. Let me show you. There is a directory in our machine with the name as /tmp. This directory we can list the contents by running the ls command. So ls/tmp will show us the details of the files and directories that are present in this /tmp directory. So it is showing the name of the directory that is inside this /tmp. If we will execute ls-l, ls-l we use to long list the contents. Long listing means it will show us the additional details also, like the permissions, the number of links, the user, group, date and time of modification, and the name of that particular directory or file. So the additional details we can see with the help of option -l with ls command. Or if we want to see the hidden files also, we can execute ls-al. Al means all files. So this time it will show us the hidden files also. These are the hidden files or directories in Linux which are having a dot in the starting of the name. So these are the highlighted directories are the hidden directories. In the same way, we can use the other options, like if we want to see the space or the size in human readable format, we can use ls-lh, and we can run ls-lh/tmp, and this time it will show us the size in human readable format. Human readable format means in KB, MB, and GB. Okay. But if we want to see the details of this directory only, we don't want to see what is there in it. We are only talking about the details of this particular directory. So to list the details of the directory, we can use ls-ld command, and then we can mention the directory path. So this time it will show us the details like its permissions, the number of links, the owner, group, the size, and date and time of modification and name. So this ls command is very helpful in Linux. With this command, we can not only see the details of the file, we can see the directory contents with the additional details. In the same way, we can use the cd command. Cd command is used to change the directory. But before that, let me show you the location where I am currently working. To see the details of the present working directory, we can execute the pwd command. Pwd command shows us the present working directory location where currently I am working. So I am working in /root. And if I want to jump from here to direct /tmp, I will simply mention cd and the new directory location, that is /tmp, and I will press enter here. So this time it will change my directory to tmp, and if I will execute the pwd command, this time it will show the location as /tmp. Okay guys, so cd command is very useful command. It is used to change the location, change the directory. If we want to go back to our home directory, we can use cd tilt, or we can simply mention, like we are currently working in /tmp and we want to go back to our home directory, we can simply mention cd. So either we can use the cd command or we can use the cd tilt symbol to jump back to our home directory. If we want to go back to the parent directory is that directory which contains the other directories in it. Let us suppose I want to go in /home/Vikas Nehra. So currently I am working in /home/Vikas Nehra. So Vikas Nehra directory is the child directory and its parent is /home. If I want to jump to /home, means I want to go one step backwards. For that, I will simply mention cd ... So it will allow me to go back one step or go back to the parent directory, and we can see the details by running the pwd command, and here we are. In the same way, if we want to remain in the current directory, there we can use the dot symbol. Dot symbol represents the current directory location. Let's jump to the tmp directory by running the cd command. And if we want to go back to the previous location where we were previously working, we can simply mention cd dash. cd dash allows us to jump back to that particular location where we were previously working in the machine. Okay. So cd command is also very useful command that we use in Linux. We will know in detail about these commands in the upcoming sessions. Now I would request you can go through the practice exercise which are given in that particular PDF which I provided you yesterday, and you can practice the previous sessions. You can install the RHEL 8 at your own, and if you find it difficult, you can watch the tutorial. It is there on YouTube. Only you guys are having the access there, and you can practice the man pages commands as well as you can practice these basic commands. So guys, that's it from my side for today. So welcome to our live training session number 5. In this session, we will learn about the different commands that we use while working with directories like pwd, cd, ls, mkdir, rmdir, and we will also know about the absolute path and the relative path, auto path completion that we use in Linux. The very first command that I am going to show you is the pwd command. Pwd command is used to check the present working directory location. How can I check where I am currently working? That I can check with the help of the pwd command on terminal. So currently I am working in /root directory. This is my present working location or present working directory location. if you want to know it on GUI, let us suppose, let me open the file manager there, and here, how will you check where are you currently working? If you are there in desktop inside home, so there, this is the present working directory location on GUI where you are currently working. In the same way, on CLI, we can know it with the help of the pwd command. Pwd command is used to check the present working directory location, or to know the present working directory location. Or you can also execute echo $pwd. It will also show you the same directory. Why we are using this command? Because it is calling the value of this variable that is there in pwd. Pwd is a variable which is a system defined variable. We will take the variables in the upcoming sessions. So here you can concentrate on the first command. Pwd command is used to know the present working directory location where you are currently working in the system. The next command that I am going to show you is the change directory command. How can we change the directory from one directory to another? How can we jump from one directory location to other in Linux? So for that we can use the cd command. Cd command is used to change the directory. And after that you will have to mention the path where you want to jump, or where you want to go. Let us suppose I want to go in /tmp. So I will mention cd/tmp. So I will go to the tmp directory. And how can I confirm it? To confirm it, I can execute the pwd command again, which will show me the current or the present working directory location as /tmp. So with the help of pwd command, we can check where we are currently working, and with the help of cd command, we can change the directory. Let me show you on GUI. Let us suppose currently we are in desktop directory and I want to go back. I want to go to any other location. So I will click here on computer, and then I can double click on that directory where I want to jump. Let us suppose I want to go to the same tmp directory there. Let me double click here, and here it is. So with the help of this command, the cd command, we can jump to other location by using the command line interface. While on GUI, we can double click on that directory where we want to go. So here double click is working as the cd command. Now let's come back to our shell. Now there are different options or different paths which we can use with the cd command. Like if I want to go back to my home directory, I can mention cd tilt. So this tilt symbol is used for the home directory. So with the help of cd tilt, I can jump back to my home directory anywhere from the system. So currently I am again working in my root home directory, that is /root. Or I could have used the cd command only. If I will not mention anything after the cd command, it will by default allow me to go back to my home directory. Let me change the directory location first. Let's go to the etc directory and let me confirm. Let me execute the pwd command. Here it is showing the details as /etc. That means currently I am working in /etc directory. And if I want to go back to my home directory, I can simply mention cd and press enter. And let me verify with the help of pwd again, and here it is showing the details of the present working directory as /root. So either we can use cd only on the terminal, or we can mention cd tilt. Both commands will allow me to go back to my home directory. Now let us suppose we have some directories which are in parent child order. Let me go to the tmp directory and let me create a new directory there with the help of mkdir command. Mkdir command is used to create the directories. Let me create a directory with the name as parent, and let me create one more directory in it. So let me first go to the parent directory which I just created, and let me create another directory there with the name as child. So I have created two directories, one inside other. Let me go back. Let me show you. with the help of ls command, I can show the contents. I can list the contents of tmp. And here, if I will scroll up and I will show you the directory which I just created with the name as parent. So this is the directory which I just created in the previous step with the help of mkdir command. So this is the parent directory, and if I will go to this parent directory and press enter, and I will long list the contents, I will find the child directory there which I just created in the previous step. So this child is the child of the parent directory. So let's go to the child directory. Now let me show you the present working directory location. The present working directory location would be /tmp /parent/child, because I have just created the parent directory inside /tmp, and after that I created the child directory in parent directory. So this child directory where currently I am working is a child of this parent, and I want to go back to my parent directory. And what is the parent directory? Parent directory is the /tmp/parent. So from this location where currently I am working, I want to go back to my parent directory. So I will simply mention the complete path there, /tmp/parent like this, and press enter. So it will allow me to go back to my parent directory. So in this method, I have used the absolute path. This is the absolute path which I mentioned. The absolute path starts with / right from the root. But I could have used one more method. Let me go back to the child directory again. Let me show you. Currently I am working in the child again, and I want to go back to my parent. But this time I don't want to use the absolute path. I want to use the relative path, or I want to use any other option. So for that I can simply mention cd ... This ... represents the parent. System knows the parent with the help of this ... symbol. And again it will allow me to go back to the parent directory. Can you see this, guys? Yes? Am I audible? Anyone? McLean?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, so either we can use the absolute path. The absolute path starts with / and we will mention the complete or the entire path, or we could have used the ... sign to go back to the parent directory. This ... is actually working as the relative path. So in this way we can go back to the parent directory. To go back to the parent, we can again mention ... This time we will go back to the tmp, because tmp is the parent of this parent directory, and root is the parent of this tmp. And if we want to go back to root, we can simply mention ... Then we will go back to the root. Let me execute the pwd command again, and this time we are on the root. And if we will again press the cd ... we will mention cd ... then it will not allow us to go out of this root, because this root is the parent of all the directories. Everything is there inside this / or this root. So we can't go outside of it. So we will remain there on root or the parent directory. Okay. So the parent is identified with the help of the ... sign, and the current directory is identified with the help of this dot. So for current directory we can use the dot sign, and for the parent we can use the double ... or ... Is that clear, guys? Let's go to the tmp directory again and long list the contents. If you will long list the contents of any directory, including the hidden files, like I want to execute ls-al command, so it will list the hidden files also. Then you will find two directories there in each directory, one with the name as dot and another one with the name as double . So what these directories are doing there? Why do we use these two directories in each directory? These are for the system. System identifies the location of this directory with the help of this double ... because this double ... represents the parent. So the present working directory is in this directory. So this double dot is there for that purpose. And that is why we are using the single dot that represents the present working directory. Okay guys, is that clear? Let me show you on GUI for you. In TMP we have created the parent directory. So if we will go to the parent directory by doing double click there, we will find the child directory there. So this child is there in parent, and if we want to go to this child, we will double click there, and now we are working in child directory. So this child is there in parent, and we want to go back to parent, we can directly click here on parent and we will go back one step. This allows us to go back to the parent, or if we want to go back to the parent of parent, we can click on TMP and it will allow us to go to the TMP directory. But on terminal, we can use the cd command for this purpose. Okay guys, clear? Now we have some more commands that we can use with cd. Let us suppose I want to go back to my home directory. I can simply mention cd there, but again I want to go back to the TMP directory where I was earlier working. So to go back to that particular location where you were working in the previous command, you can simply mention cd dash like this. So it will allow you to jump back to that directory where you were working in the previous command. Press enter. So it will again take you to the TMP directory because earlier we were working in the /TMP directory. If I will again fire the cd dash command, it will allow me to go back to my home directory. So this command can be used if we want to go back to that particular directory location where we were working previously. Okay. Now let me explain the absolute and relative paths. As I have shown you, absolute path starts with slash. Let us suppose I want to go to the etc yum.repos.d to this directory location. So this is the absolute path. You can directly mention the path starting with slash, then the next directory name, then slash and the next directory name, and so on. So this is the absolute path. But let us suppose if I am working in etc directory and I want to go to the yum.repos.d. So either I can mention cd etc yum.repos.d like this. This would be the absolute path. But I don't want to use the absolute path. I want to use the relative path. Since I am already working in the etc directory, I can simply mention the next directory name, that is yum.repos.d like this. So it will allow me to go there. So this is the relative path. If you are mentioning the path right from the root up to the jump, so that is called as the absolute path, and this method, as I shown you, it is called the relative path. It depends on you which type of path you want to use to jump in that particular directory. Either you can use the complete path from the root, which is called the absolute path, or you can simply mention the relative path. It totally depends on you. You are flexible to do that. Now we will talk about the path completion. You don't need to mention each and every word, each and every alphabet in command. You can use the tab key for auto path completion. Let us suppose I want to go to etc yum.repos.d again. So I will mention yum.repo. There is no need to mention the complete details of this name. I can simply press the tab key and it will auto complete the remaining characters. So tab key can be used for the path completion. Like I want to go to the home Vikas Nehra. So I will simply mention VIK and press the tab key. It will allow me to jump there. It will auto complete the remaining words or remaining alphabets in command. Why? Because we are using the tab key. Tab key is used for the auto path completion. You don't need to manually type all the characters, all the words there. Okay guys, so you will use the tab key. It will not only save your time, but it will make your working very easy on the terminal. Now we will talk about the ls command. So let's go to the home directory again and let's execute the ls command. Ls command is used to list the contents of the directory. If you will simply press the ls command, if you will simply run the ls command, it will display the current working directory details, the files and directory names. And if you will mention the path of the other directory after ls, it will show you the contents of that particular directory. Okay, so if I want to list the contents of my home directory, I can simply mention ls. But it will not show you the additional details like the permissions, date and time of modification, owner group, and the other details. If you want to list the additional details also, you can simply use ls-l. ls-l is used to long list the contents. Long list means if you want to include the other details like permissions, this is the column of permission. These are the number of links. This is the owner of this file. This is the group. This is the size in bytes, date and time, and the file name. So these details can be listed by running the ls-l command, but it does not include the hidden files or hidden directories. If you want to include the hidden files, you will have to use ls-a option. So ls-al will list the contents, will long list the contents of all the files. It will not only display the normal files, but also it will display the hidden files and directories also, like this. So how we will identify what type of files are hidden files? So the files which are having a dot in the starting of the name, these are the hidden files, like these files. These all files are the hidden files. Okay guys? Any doubts? Are we good? Should I proceed further? Okay. Now if you want to list the contents of the directory in human readable format, means if you want to see the file size in human readable format, you can use option -h with ls command. So you can simply execute ls-lh. This will display the file size in KB, MB and GB and so on. So for that you can use option -h with ls command. Guys, you can like the video on YouTube also, and you can subscribe to our channel if you have not subscribed it earlier. Now let me show you how can we create the directory. Let me first go to the GUI and let me show you there. We already created a directory with the name as parent in TMP, and there we have created a directory with the name as child. Inside child, there is no files and directories present. This folder is actually empty. Folders are called as the directories in Linux. Now if we will go to the command line interface, and here we will use the cd command to go to this location. So we will simply mention cd tmp parent child and press enter, and we will long list the contents by running ls-lh command. It will show us 0 files and directories. The same thing which I have shown you on the GUI. There are no files and directories present in this location. Now if I want to create a new directory here, so I can simply execute mkdir command. Mkdir, and we can mention the name of the directory which we want to give to it. Let's use the name as new dir. Again run the ls-l command. This time you will find a new directory there which is just created in the previous command. So we have successfully created a directory here. Now I will show you this directory on GUI. So let's go to the GUI, and here you can find this directory which is just created by our command. Can you see this, guys? Yes. Now, if we want to remove this directory, to remove the directory, we can simply mention the rmdir command. Remove directory, rmdir, and the directory name or the directory path. But there is one condition, that it can only delete or it can only remove the empty directories. Since this directory was empty, so we have easily removed it. Now if we will go back to the GUI, you will not find any directory there, since we have already deleted it by our command. So folder is empty again. Now what will happen if there are some files and directories there in that particular directory? So let's create the directory again. rmdir new dir, sorry, mkdir and new dir. So we have again created a directory there with the name as new dir. And now let's go to this new dir directory and let's create a file here. So let me create a file here, file.txt. So with the help of touch command, I have created a file. In the next session, I will teach you how can we play with files, how can we create the files, how can we modify the files. So all those details we will take in the upcoming session. So now this new dir directory is not empty. There is one file in it. So let me go back to the GUI and let me show you this file there on GUI. So this is the directory which we had in the previous steps, and let's go back to this directory, and there we can file this file which we have created in the previous command. The name of the file is file.txt. Now if you will try to remove this file, you will not be able to delete it by running the rmdir command. Rmdir, let's first go back to the parent of this and let's run rmdir new dir. So it will say failed to remove the directory not empty. Since the directory is not empty, you cannot delete it by using the rmdir command. To delete such directories which are having some data in them, we can use the -f option with rm command. So we can use rm-rf. rm is used to remove the files and directories, and this r is there for recursive option, and -f we are using for forcefully deleting the directory or file. And here we can mention the name of the directory and it will delete the directory. So let's go to GUI and let's find this. So we are not able to find it there on GUI because we have removed it. You have to be very careful while running rm-rf command because it can create serious issues in your system if you execute it in an incorrect way. So you have to make sure that you have to be very careful while running this rm-rf command. So with the help of rmdir, we can remove the empty directories, and with rm-rf, we can delete those directories as well which are not empty. Now let's go back to the tmp/tmp and let's remove this parent and child. So we will mention here parent and it will remove it. Okay. Now if we want to create the directories in parent child order in one go, like I want to create a directory and inside that I want to create another directory, inside that I want to create another directory, and so on in one go, in one command. To create the directories in parent child structure, we can use mkdir-p option. -p we are using for the parent child combination, and here we can mention the parent name, then the child name, then its child, and so on. So it will create these directories in the same order. So let's go to the parent directory. Here we will list the contents. We will find the child, this directory. Now let's go to the child directory. There we will find the child1 directory. Let's go to the child1 and list the contents. There we will find the child2 directory. So we can create these directories there in this order. Let's go to the root. Root is the parent of all. And what are the childs for this root? These are the child directories. Because all these directories are there in root. So bin is the child of root, boot is the child of root, dev is the root, etc is also the child of the root. So the next directory which we mention in command after the previous directory, that is the child. Like I want to go to the tmp, so I will mention /tmp. So slash is the parent, tmp is the root child, and there if I mention parent, so this parent is the child of tmp. Now I mention their child. This child directory is the parent, is the child of the previous parent directory. Or let me give you one more example. Like I mentioned cd slash. So slash is the parent, and thereafter that I mention home. Home is the child, and in home slash Vikas Nehra. This Vikas Nehra is the child of this home directory. So the next directory which we mention after the previous directory is the child. Okay. Clear? Okay, guys. So that's it from my side for today's session for working with directories. You guys are requested to visit the page number 81. One exercise is given there in the PDF. You guys are requested to go through the exercise and solve these questions at your own. If you face any challenges, the solutions have been provided there on page number 82. You can see the answers there, you can see the solutions, and you can rectify your mistakes. And if you still face any issues, you can ping me there on WhatsApp. Thank you guys for joining. Today we have session 6 of our live Linux training, and in today's session we will learn the commands which we use while working with files. In this tutorial we will learn how to recognize, create, remove, copy and move files using commands like file, touch, rm, cp, mv, etc. So let's start the session. Let me tell you one thing, that Linux is a case sensitive system, case sensitive operating system. Means we can have the files with the same names, one in the capital letter and another one in the small. Let me show you. We can create a file by using the touch command. Touch command is used to create the empty files, to modify the files and to change the timestamp of the files. So I want to create a file with the name as new.txt, but new is written in uppercase, n is written in uppercase in the file name. By running the ls-l command, I can list this file. So this is the file which I just created, and I can create another file with the same name, but this time all the alphabets in the name will be in lowercase. So in this scenario we have two different files with same name. These two files are different files, but the name is same. And why it is possible? Because Linux is a case sensitive OS, case sensitive operating system. OS is considering both the files as different files. And in Linux, everything is a file. No matter we are using the normal file, no matter we are using the directories or some block special file or some other type of file, it is considered as a file only in Linux. So how can we know what type of file it is? If I will execute the lsblk command, which is used to list the blocks, it is actually displaying the hard disk or the disk on which I have installed the operating system. So this is the disk, and there are two different partitions on this disk, SDA1 and SDA2. This disk is treated as a file in /dev directory. Let me list. If I will list ls-l dev sda, so you will find a file there, and this is a block special file, and that is why a small b is written there before the permissions. This b is actually telling us that this is a block special file. The type of this file is a block file, and block file we use for the storage devices. So in Linux, everything is considered as a file. If I normally execute ls-l command, it shows the files and directories that are present in my home directory. So all these are actually treated as files, no matter if they are normal files or if they are directories. This dash before the permission is representing that it is a normal file. If D is written over there, that means it is a directory, or if L is written there, that means it is a link file or the shortcut. So there are different types of files which we can use in Linux. How can we identify the type of the file? How can we know that what type of file it is? That is very simple. To identify the type of a file, we can simply execute the file command. Like I want to see the details of this anaconda-ks.cfg file. If I want to know what type of file it is, I will mention the file command, and after that I can write the name or the exact location of that particular file, whose details I want to check. So it will show me that this type of file is a ASCII text. ASCII means American Standard Code for Information Exchange. So it is a text file actually, and we can easily open this file by running the cat command. So how the system is identifying it? Let me make it very clear that it is not happening on the basis of the extension. Let me show you. If I want to create a file with the name as file.jpeg, and let me copy some data into it. So cat command can also be used to create or modify the files. jpeg, and let me create something here. Hi, welcome to Nehra classes. If I will open this file, I will find the same details which I have mentioned in the previous command. So the extension is .jpeg, but the data is text in this file. If I will execute the file command for this file, it will show us the result as ASCII text because it is a text file. So it is not happening on the basis of the extension of the file. It is happening on the contents, what type of contents are present in that particular file. If you will execute the file command for a binary executable file like wincat, so it will show us that this is a binary file. So how can we identify the type of a file? We can simply execute the file command and it will display us the details. Let me show you dev sda. So this is a block special file. It is there for our hard disk that we are using in our machine. So file command can be used to check the file type. Now coming back to the touch command, with the help of touch command, we can create the empty files. Let me create a file with the name as new file.txt. If I will list the details of this file, I will find that the size is 0. This is the size. So this file is an empty file. Or if I will open this file by using the cat command, it will not show me anything. Nothing is visible. Why? Because there is no data present in this file. So touch command is used to create the empty files, and it can also be used to modify the file, to modify the timestamp of a file. Now let me show you how can you modify a file. If you will have a look at the date and time of this file, anaconda-ks.cfg, it is showing us the details as Jan 12, 21, 31. If I will simply execute the touch command for this anaconda-ks.cfg, and I will again execute the ls-l command, then you will find that the date and time of this file has been modified. So we have modified the date and time of this anaconda-ks file with the help of touch command. So touch command has updated this file. Okay. So with the current time, it has replaced the previous time of the file or previous timestamp of the file. In case if I want that I should modify the timestamp to a date in past, like if I want to make the timestamp as 10 January 2010. So how can I do that? Let me first show you again. Current timestamp is Jan 17, 2109, and I want to change this timestamp to a previous date. Hello? Yes? Yes? Who is this? Guys, am I audible? Guys, am I audible to you?
Yes, sir, audible.
Yes. अरविंद, आपके इंटरनेट कनेक्शन में प्रॉब्लम है, आई थिंक. Am I clearly audible on YouTube? Thank you. Okay, so if I want to replace or if I want to modify the timestamp of this file to a previous date, for that I can simply execute the touch command, but to make or to modify the timestamp according to the previous time, I will mention the option as -t. T is for time. And then I will mention the date and time in reverse order. First, I will mention the year like 2010. So this would be the year which I want to set. Then the month like January. Then date like 10th January. And after that I can mention the time like 354. And after that I can mention the name of the file whose timestamp I want to modify. So it will show you the modified timestamp if you will execute the ls-l command, and it is January 10, 2010. So in this way we can modify the timestamp to a previous date, to a past date. Okay. So there are three uses of touch command. It is used to create the empty files. It is used to modify the timestamp as per the current time, and it can also be used to change the timestamp to a previous date. You can create multiple files by using the touch command. Let's go to the tmp directory, and after the touch command you can simply mention the first file name, the second file name separated by a space in between them, the third file name, the fourth file name, and so on, and press enter. So this command will create these files in your machine. Let me again show you ls-l f***. So these are the files which I just created by running the touch command only once. And if you want to create n number of files by using the touch command, you can very easily do that. You can simply mention touch file, and then you can mention the numbers. Like I want to create 100 files. So I will simply mention 1.100 inside the curly brackets, and then I can mention the extension like .txt. So this command will create 100 files in one go. Let me list these files. So these are the files. 100 empty files were created only in single command. So these are the uses of touch command in Linux. Now, how can we remove the files? We can simply use the rm command to remove the files. After the rm command, we can mention the name of the file which we want to remove. Now it is asking me whether I really want to remove it. So for the confirmation, I will press Y on the keyboard and press enter. And why it prompts us? It prompts us for security reasons. Because if it will not prompt us, we can make a mistake. So mistakenly we can delete the important files. So to avoid that kind of scenario, it prompts us. And why it is prompting us? Because an alias is set there. In our machine, rm is treated as rm-i. rm-i, here option -i is used for the interactivity, to give us a prompt whether we really want to perform this action or not. And how we have done that? There is an alias already set for this command. If you will mention the alias command and press enter, you will find rm is equal to rm-i. So rm command is treated as rm-i. That is why it is asking me. If I will analyze this, then it will not give me a prompt. Or you can use rm-i as well. There you can mention rm-i, and after that you can mention the file name. So it will ask you every time. So you should always use this option rm-i to avoid the scenario to accidentally delete the file. It is for your safety only. Or if you don't want to receive any prompt, or you want to remove the file without asking anything, you can simply execute rm-rf command. But you have to be very careful while running this command, because it can create serious issues. The data which has been deleted by running the rm-rf command cannot be recovered. If you will mention rm-rf and the file name, nobody can recover the file in Linux without using any third-party tools. rm-rf can also be used to remove the directories. mkdir you can use to create the directory, and rm-rf you can use to remove the directory. So it applies on both, as well as the files as well as on the directories. Now, how can we copy the files? You can use the cp command to copy the files. cp and the file name. And after that, you can mention the another name with which name you want to copy it. So I want to copy this file with another name as file 1100.txt. So it will create a copy of this file, and you can list it by running the ls-l command. Let me show you. I just want to create a file with the name as cal.txt. So I will use this command, and I have copied the calendar of this month in this file. If I want to create a copy of this file in this directory, I can mention cp, the file name, the source file name actually, and then the destination file name. So I want to use the destination file name as cal new.txt. So it will have the identical details. If you will list the details of cal.txt and cal new.txt, both these files will have the same details, the same permissions, same size. Only one thing would be different, that is the timestamp. The remaining details will be the same, and even the data will be the same. If you will open the cal new.txt, you will find the calendar there. So exactly same details, except the timestamp, everything would be the same. So this was the method of copying the file in the same directory. But if you want to copy the files to some other location, for that you will have to use option -r along with the cp command, which recursively copies the file. Like I want to copy one file from my home directory of Vikas Nehra user, bash rc is the file. I want to copy this file to /tmp directory with another name. Like I want to give a name as profile. So for that, it is better that if I use the option -r, which is used to recursively copy the files from one directory to other. If I will list the contents of the tmp directory, this file will be present there. So I have successfully copied this file from the home directory of Vikas Nehra user to /tmp. So option -r can be used. If you want to copy multiple files to any directory, you can use the cp command like this. Cp command, the first file name, file1.txt, then file2.txt, like this, and the destination location where you want to copy it. So I want to copy them to /opt. So I will simply mention the destination directory name or destination directory path. So it will copy these files there. Let me list the contents of opt, ls-l/opt. So you can find these files there. So with this command, you can copy the multiple files as well. In the same way, if you want to get a prompt, you can use cp-i. It will ask you before copying the files like we do in rm command. Now we will talk about the next command which we use to cut the files and as well as to rename the files. To cut as well as rename, we use the mv command in Linux. mv command can be used not only to cut and paste the files but also to rename the files. Let me show you. We have a file in our machine in /tmp directory with the name as cal.txt. I want to rename it. I want to make the new name as calendar.txt. So how can I do that? I will simply mention the mv command on terminal. After that, I will mention the source file name, that is cal.txt, and after that I can mention the new name which I want to give to it. So new name is calendar.txt. So we have successfully renamed this file, and if you will list this file, you will find this file there. So this file has been successfully renamed by using the mv command. Or in case if we want to cut and paste this file, let us suppose I want to cut this file from /tmp and I want to paste it to the home directory of Vikas Nehra user. For that, I can use the mv command. mv, the file name, the source file name, and the destination location. And destination location is /home/Vikas Nehra. And you can even assign the new name also. If you will not assign the name, then it will be copied, it will be cut there, cut and pasted there with the same name. Let me list this file there in Vikas Nehra home directory. So this file is there with the same name. But if you want to copy, if you want to move it with another name, so how can you do that? For that, you will have to mention the new name also. So this time let me cut and paste the calnew.txt. So calnew.txt, the new destination location, that is /home/Vikas Nehra, and the name with which I want to move it. So I will simply mention there the new name like this, calendarnew.txt. Let me list the contents of /home/Vikas Nehra, and I will find the file there. So mv command is used to rename the files as well as to cut and paste the files from one location to another. And in the same way, if we want to get a prompt or if we want to use the interactive option, we can use mv-i. mv-i will ask us before the operation. Okay. So you can see that analyzed is already set in our machine for these commands. And allies are used to run the command with a different name. Like as I have shown you, we can use the cat command to open the files. Cat and the file name. Let me change the directory to Vikas Nehra. Let me show you. Currently I am working in /home/Vikas Nehra, and let me open a file that is there with the name as calendar.txt. And what I want to do, I want to open it with another name. So cat command I am using here to open this file, but I want to run the cat command with a different name. So for that I can set an alias. How can I set an alias? I will simply mention alias, the name which I want to use, like dog is equal to cat. So in machine I have mentioned that I'm going to use the dog command for cat. So if I will use the dog command to open the file, it will allow me to open the file by using the cat command. So this is the purpose of alias. So aliases are used to run the same command with a different name. But this is temporary. If you will log out of the terminal and re-log in back, then you won't be able to execute this command. To make it permanent, we will have to make an entry in the profile file of the user or in the system. So that I will show you when I will teach you the profile file section. Okay, if you want to analyze, you can simply run the unalias command, unalias dog. So after that you won't be able to use this dog command. So aliases can be used as per the requirement in Linux. So guys, that's it from my side for today's session, working with files. If you have any questions, you can ask me regarding today's session or previous sessions. In the upcoming session tomorrow, we will take the session on working with file contents. I will show you how can you use the different commands to read the file contents, like how can we use the head command, tail command, cat command, tag command, more command, less command, strings command. So these commands we will consider in the upcoming session. Okay guys, so I welcome you all to our live RHCSA training for members. Today is session number 7, and in this session we will learn how can we work with the file contents. In this tutorial we will look at the contents of text files with head, tail, cat, tag, more, less and strings command. We will also get a glimpse of the possibilities of tools like cat on the command line interface. So in today's session, first of all, we will talk about the head command. What is head command and how can we use it? So head command is used to display the contents of a file, but it doesn't work like the cat command. It only shows us the first 10 lines of a file. How? If I will execute the head command, head, and after that I mention the name of the file like /etc/passwd. So this command will open the file. It will only display the first 10 lines of this /etc/passwd file. So head command is used to open a file from the starting. By default, it shows us the first 10 lines. Or if we want to see more lines, we can simply mention the number of lines after the head command. Like if I want to display the first 20 lines of the /etc/passwd file, I will simply mention head-20, then the file name, that is /etc/passwd. So this time it will display the first 20 lines. Or if we want to see less than 10 lines, we can simply mention the number after the head command, like head-4 /etc/passwd. So whatever file name we will mention after the head command, it will only print those lines which we have mentioned in the command. So this time it will print the first 4 lines of this file. So head command is very useful, especially in those cases where we are only interested in going through the contents, the first contents of the file. Now The next command is tail command. Tail command is the opposite of head command. It shows us the last 10 lines of a file by default, or those number of lines which we want to see. We can simply mention those numbers in the tail command, and it will display those last lines. Like if I want to see the last 10 lines of /etc/passwd, I will execute this command and it will display the last 10 lines of /etc/passwd file, which is the file that we use in Linux for the users, for user management. If we want to display some more lines, we can mention the number after the tail command, like tail-15 /etc/passwd. So this time this command will display the last 15 lines of /etc/passwd, or even we can see the details of any other file. Like if we want to see the last 30 lines of /var log messages, so we can execute this command tail-30, and it will display the last 30 lines. In the same way, if we are only interested in seeing the last few lines, like I want to see the last 2 lines of /etc/passwd, then I will mention tail-2 /etc/passwd, then this time it will display only 2 last lines. So this command can be used to see all those contents of a file which are at the end, like the log files. Now the next command is the cat command. Cat command is very useful command. It opens all the contents of a file in one go. It prints all the details of a file. It doesn't print some lines, but it prints all the lines. So this is the /etc/passwd file. We can scroll up and down to go through the other lines of this file. Cat command is very useful command. It can be used to open the files, and it can also be used to create the files. If I want to create a file by using the cat command, I can mention cat, then greater than sign, and then the name of the file. And then it will allow us to write the contents there. Here let me mention welcome to Nehra classes. Please subscribe our channel. And after that, to come out of this prompt, we will simply mention or simply press the Ctrl D on the keyboard, and these contents will be saved to our file. Let me show you again this file by running the cat command, and we are able to see these details which we have mentioned there in the previous command. So cat command can be used to open the file contents, to see the file contents, and it can also be used to create the new files in our machine. And to come out of the prompt while using the cat command to create the files, we can use the custom and marker also. So how can we use that? We can mention cat, then greater than sign, and then we can define the custom and marker after the file name. Let me create a file like hot.txt, and here with double less than sign we can define the custom and marker. Like this time I'm going to mention here stop. So this stop word will be used as a custom and marker. It will allow us to come out of the file after writing the contents there. And here I can mention it is very hot today. Yes, it is summer. And to come out, instead of pressing the Ctrl D on keyboard, we can simply write here stop and press enter. So this time it will allow us to come out. And the last 2 lines will be saved to this file. Let me show you the contents of hot.txt. These two lines are visible there. So this double less than sign is used as the custom end marker, which we can use with the cat command. Cat means concatenate. One more thing, if we will use the old file name with the cat command like hot.txt, then it will erase the contents. If we will use only the single greater than sign, this command will erase the old contents like hi, welcome. And Control D. So the previous data of this file is gone. If we want to keep our previous data safe and we want to add the new data also, in that case we can use the double greater than sign. And we can mention the file name where I want to write something, and here we can write the data. We can mention the details like welcome to RHCSA training. Again press Ctrl D on the keyboard and let me show you the details of this file. So this time it will not erase the previous data that was present in the file. So to append the data, we can use the double greater than sign. It will not only write the data, but it will keep the previous data safe in the file. Or if we will use only the one greater than sign, then it will erase the previous data, or it will erase the entire details from the file. Or we can directly create the files with the help of the greater than sign, like echo hello. Whatever we mention after the echo command, that gets printed on the screen. So this command we can use to create the files. If we want to copy this hello string into one file, we can simply mention the greater than sign and then we can mention the file name. So it will create a file, or it will copy this data into this file which we have mentioned after the greater than sign. If I will open this file, then I will be able to see the details there. So this is the another way with which we can create the files in Linux. With the help of cat command, we can copy the files also. So how can we copy the files? Let me create a file first. Let me create a file with the name as cal.txt. So I have copied the calendar of this month in this file which is having the name as cal.txt. How can I copy this file into other? By using the cat command. So for that I can use the cat command like this, cat, then the file name, that is cal.txt, then the greater than sign, and then the new file name, new cal.txt. So this will create another file with the same data. Let me verify the details. So the calendar is present there. And let me list both these files. So you can see that all the details are same. So with the help of cat command, we can copy the files also. So cat command is very helpful. It not only allows us to create the new files, but also it allows us to copy the files. With the help of the cat command, we can find the details of a file. We can go through the contents of a file. So this command is very useful command in Linux.
Sir, please let me explain one more time. Copy file
Okay.
using cat command.
Okay. So suppose we have a file in our home directory with the name as anaconda-ks.cfg. So this is the kickstart installation file, and these details are present in this file. And I want to copy this file by using the cat command. I will use cat and the file name which file I am going to copy. And then after that I will mention the greater than sign and the new file name with which I want to copy it. So let me mention here kickstart.txt. So this command will create another file in our home directory with the name as kickstart.txt, but this file will contain all the details which were present in this anaconda-ks.cfg. Press enter and let me list this file. So another file with the name as kickstart.txt has been created, and we can open this file to verify the contents. Same details are present in this file. Okay, so cat command is a multi-purpose command. The opposite of cat is tac. Let me create another file by using the vi editor, count.txt, and let me mention here 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. So at the end of every line, at the starting of every line, I have written a word there which represents the number of line. Like the first line, in the first line I have mentioned 1, in the second one I have mentioned 2, 3 and so on. Let me save these details here and let me open this file. So in this file we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8. If I want to see the contents of this file in reverse order, means it should display the last line at the first, the second last line at the second, the third last at third. So for that I can execute the tac command. After the tac command I can mention the name of the file whose contents I want to display in the reverse order and press enter. So this time it will display all the details in reverse order. The last line will be displayed at the first, the second last will be displayed at second. But it will not make the changes in our original file. Our original file will remain intact. It is only displaying the details in the reverse order. So tac command is used to display the file contents in reverse order. It is the opposite of cat. If you will see the original file, you will find that there are no changes in the file. The file is intact. Our data is as it is. But by using the tac command, we are only displaying the contents in the reverse order. So tac command is also very useful. The next command is the more command. Sometimes we need to open the very long files in Linux, like the log files. So there we can use the more command because we cannot see all the contents of a file by using the cat command. With the help of more command, we can open the contents page by page. It will only print those details which are able to display on our screen. Like more var log messages. This is a log file, and by using the more command we can open this file. So it is the 0% which is displayed on the screen. It is only the 0% of the file. If we want to display the more contents, we can press the enter key on the keyboard like this, and it will scroll up the text. It will allow us to go through the remaining lines. One by one, we can go through the details of this file. We can read the contents there. So this command is useful, especially in those cases where we want to go through the details of the file one by one. Or we want to scroll it up very fast, we can press the space bar on the keyboard. So it is only 5% open now. We need to keep pressing the space bar till the end. Or if we want to quit, we can simply press the Q key on the keyboard. So more command is very useful. In the same way, we can use the less command. Less command is also responsible for displaying the file, especially the long files, like the more command. But it doesn't show us the percentage like more command. And here, if we want to scroll up the text, we can press the enter key on the keyboard like the more command. And if we want to do it at a very fast rate, we can press the spacebar key on keyboard. So both these commands are very useful commands, especially when we want to go through the details of the logs. The next command is the strings command. Strings command is also very useful command. Let me give you an example. Suppose you want to see the contents of a binary file. Let us suppose I want to see the details of the cat binary file that is there in /bin/cat. So there is a file in /bin directory with the name as cat, and I want to display the contents by using the cat command. If I will press enter, then cat command will not show me the details of this file because it is a binary file. So we cannot simply use the cat command to see the details of the binary files. To go through the details or to see the contents of the binary files, we need to use some different command, that is the strings command. Strings command is used to see the contents of a binary file. So how can we use that command? We will mention strings and then the file name /bin/cat. So it will open the binary file, it will show us the details of the binary files. In the same way, we can open any other binary file by using the strings command. Strings /bin/cd. cd is shell built in. Let me execute some other command. lsblk. So it is showing us the details of the lsblk binary file. So guys, that's it for today's session from my side. Okay guys, I welcome you to our free live RHCSA training session 8, and in today's session we will learn about the commands and arguments. In this session I will introduce you to the shell expansion by taking a close look at the commands and arguments. Knowing shell expansion is important because many commands on your Linux system are processed and most likely changed by the shell before they are executed. Means whatever commands we fire on the terminal, many of those commands are actually changed by the shell before the execution. The command line interface or shell used on most Linux systems is called the bash. Generally we use the bash shell, which stands for born again shell. The bash shell incorporates feature from sh. sh is the traditional or the original born shell. We can also use csh, ksh, tcsh. So how can we check what type of shell we are actually using? So we can execute echo $shell command. It shows us the shell name. If you want to use the additional shells, you can install them by running the yum install command. Okay, and what are the different shells which are available in your machine? For that you can execute cat etc shells command. This shows us the available shells. Or you can execute chsh-l also. So how can we check what type of shell we are using? We can execute echo $shell command. This shows us the shell name. We are currently using the bash shell, which is the born again shell, and the previous version of this shell was sh. That was the original born shell. We can additionally use some other shells also like tcsh, ksh, csh. And how can we check what type of shells are available? For that we can execute cat etc shells command. This shows us the available shells in our machine. In this tutorial, we will use the echo command for many purposes. Okay, the echo command is very simple because whatever we write after the echo command, that gets printed on the screen as it is. Let me show you. If I write here echo welcome to Nehra classes, so it will be printed on the screen as it is. So whatever we will mention after the echo command, that will be printed on our screen, or we can use it in the scripts also. So echo command is used for that purpose. Now first we will talk about the arguments. What are arguments and what are commands? So first let me tell you about the arguments. One of the primary feature of shell is to perform a command line scan. Whatever we write in form of command on our shell, that command is scanned by the shell first before the execution. So one of the primary feature of the shell is to perform the command line scan. When you enter a command on the shell or the shell command prompt and press enter, then the shell will start scanning the line, cutting it up into arguments. Like I mentioned here, echo welcome to Nehra classes. So what shell will do? Shell will first scan this entire line before executing this command, and after that it will break this command into different arguments. While scanning the line, the shell may make many changes to the argument as you type. So at the time of scanning, before the execution, it can create different argument from that input, whatever you have mentioned on the terminal, and it can make many changes in that. And after that, the shell executes the command. This process is called the shell expansion. So what is shell expansion? Shell expansion is the process in which shell scans the input from the user and breaks it into arguments and then makes the necessary changes before executing it. Okay, now let me give you one example how it happens. If I type here echo hello world, so what will happen? It will print the hello world as it is, as I have mentioned there on the command line interface. But if I will give some space in between these two words this time, like this, and press enter, so what it will do? There will be no change in the output. The output will remain the same as it was executed previously. So what is happening here? It is removing the white space in between the words. So this space is not considered by the cell. And how it is happening? Because before the execution, cell was scanning the entire line, then it was breaking it into arguments, then it was making the necessary changes, and then it was executing it. So in both these commands, what shell is doing by default? Shell is considering that this space is not useful. So it is only accepting one space there. But in case if you want to execute it as it is, you will have to tell the shell that I want to print this as it is. So for that, you need to write it inside the quotes. Like this. Or for this purpose, you can use the single quotes as well. Either you can use the double quotes or you can use the single quotes. So in both the cases, it will show us the expected result. But the meaning of the single quote as well as the double quote is totally different. One is used to print the value of the variable, other one is used to print the argument as it is. So that I will show you later. Now coming to the single quote. As I told you, whatever we want to print as it is by using the echo command, for that we will use the single quote. Like, let me mention here a line with, let me give some more space this time, single quotes. So this will print this statement as it is, because I have mentioned the statement inside single quote. If I will remove the single quotes, then it will only give one space in between the words. Can you see the difference, guys? Why we are using the single quotes? Because we want to print it as it is. And for this purpose, we can also use the double quotes. This time also it will show us the same results. So for this purpose, either we can use the single quotes or we can use the double quotes, as I told you earlier as well. Okay guys, so what is the difference between the single quote and double quote? Where do we use the single quotes and where do we use the double quotes? Let me show you. Suppose we have a variable. So let me set a variable first, var is equal to 500. So what I have done, I have just defined a variable. This var variable contains a value of 500. Now I want to print this value. I can simply execute echo $var command. So it will print the result as 500. But if I will use the double quotes after the echo command, in this case it will print the result as 500 as it is. But if I want to print the $var instead of its value, then I will use the single quotes. So whatever I will mention within the single quotes, that will be printed as it is. But if I will use the double quotes, then its value will be printed. So that is the main difference between the single quotes and the double quotes in Linux. Got it, guys? Okay. Now I will talk about echo and quotes. So we use some characters. Let me explain. Like new line character, the tab character. So special escape characters we call them. So how can we use the special escaped characters? So for that we use one option along with the echo command, that is echo-e. Echo-e enables the special escape characters. Let me explain. Align with new line. I want to print this new line word or this new line argument in the next line. So for that I will simply mention the escaping character as /n or /n. So what this will do, it will print the remaining words in the next line like this. So in order to use this /n or the escaping character, I will have to use option -e along with the echo command. In the same way, I can use the tab character. Tab character is used to give one tab space in between the words. So for that I can simply mention \t and it will give a space in between the words. So no, only echo command will not do this. If you will simply use echo without option -e, then it will not work. It will be printed as it is. So that is the difference. That option will be enabled by using echo-e command. So there may be some more characters and you can know about them. You can watch my shell scripting tutorials. There I have explained them in detail. So you need to only know that we use option -e along with the echo command to enable the backspace or the special escaping characters. Now we will talk about the commands. Arguments I have already explained. Now I will talk about the commands. So there are two types of commands: external commands and shell built-in commands. So what commands are built-in commands and what commands are the external commands? Commands which are shell built-in or defined in the shell are called the built-in commands, or the commands for them we use the binary files that are called the external commands. So how can we check what type of command it is? For that we can simply execute the type command. Type command shows us whether this command is the shell built-in or the external. Like if I want to check about the cd command. So I know that cd command is a shell built-in. So if I will execute type cd, then it will print the result as cd is a shell built-in. So this cd command is defined in the shell. So that is why it is a shell built-in command. In the same way, you can check the other commands also. Like if you want to check the lsblk command. So it shows that there is a binary file present. So lsblk is an external command. It is not defined in the shell. For the external commands, it will show you the path of the binary location, path of the binary file. Okay, let me show you some more commands. So I want to check about the pwd command, the present working directory. It is again the shell built-in. If I want to check about the ls command, so ls command is an aliased command. So it is showing the result as ls is aliased to ls -- color is equal to auto. For aliased commands, it shows us the result like this. Okay. So with the help of the type command, we can simply check the command type, whether it is shell built-in or whether it is external. You can know about the other commands also, like passwd. So it is again the external command. mkdir, external command. So in this way we can check very easily. If I talk about the echo command, so echo is a shell built-in command. Or you can also use the which command. Which command shows you the details. After the which command, you can mention the command like which cp. So it will show you the result, that is, it is an aliased command and the location is this. So with this you can check whether it is the built-in or the external. Okay. Which command is actually which command we use to check the path environment variables. So what are the path environment variables? Path environment variables defines the location of the binary file in the system. Like in previous versions, if I need to execute some command, let us suppose I want to execute the passwd command. So for that I use the complete path like /bin/passwd like this to change the password. Then it will execute, and after that you can change the password. But in these current modern systems, we can directly mention the passwd command and it will do the work. So how system identifies from where to execute the binary file of this command? That happens with the help of the path environment variables. So if you will execute echo $path command, it will show you some details. So it tells us the location. It tells the system the location of the binary files, where the binary files may be present in your machine. So these are some locations, and you can even add some more paths there in the path environment variable. So since this path is already defined in the system, so with the help of this, system can execute any binary file in form of command. So this is very important, and with the help of which command we can check this path. So it will show you the location by running the which command. Now I will talk about the aliases. I have already shown you why do we use aliases. Aliases are used to execute the command with a different name. Like if I want to execute the cat command, it shows the contents of a file. But instead of cat, I want to execute this command with some other word like dog. So for that I can execute one command. I can mention alias dog is equal to cat. So this time I have set an alias for the cat command. Now I can execute the cat command by running the dog command. So dog command is now working in the same way as the cat command was working earlier. And you can also use the cat command also. So either you can execute it by running the dog command, or you can execute it by running the cat command. So that we can do with the help of aliases. And how can you see the aliases? You can execute simply alias command. It will show you the available aliases in your machine. These are the permanent aliases, and the previous alias which we have set, it is a temporary alias. If you will log out of the terminal and relog in back, then it will not work. To make it permanent, you have to make an entry in the profile file for this. That I will show you in the upcoming sessions. Now, if you want to remove it, you can simply use the unalias command, unalias dog, and it will be analyzed after that. So with the help of alias, some default options are already set there, like the rm command is defined in the system as rm-i. So this we have set to accidentally prevent deletion of the file. It is used for the interactivity. System will ask us before executing this command whether do we really want to remove the file or not. So that we can also do with the help of aliases. So aliases are very important in our machine. And you can display the cell expansion by simply running the set-x command. This shows us the shell expansion. And if you want to stop displaying it, you can execute set plus x. So I will show you why do we use it in the upcoming sessions in detail. And now I would request you to go through the practice exercise which is given on page number 131 of the same PDF. And if you find some challenges there, you can go through the solutions that are provided on page number 133. In the upcoming session, I will talk about the control operators. What are the control operators? Why do we use them? Okay guys, so this is the session number 9 of our live free RHCSA training for members. And in this session, we will talk about the control operators that we use in Linux. In this tutorial, we put more than one command on the command line using control operators. We also briefly discuss related parameters like $, and similar special characters like ampersand. So in this session of control operators, you will learn about the different control operators that we use in Linux, like semicolon, ampersand, $, double ampersand, or double vertical bars. And why do we use them? We use them to execute multiple commands at the same time. So let's get started with our session. The first control operator that we use to execute the multiple commands at the same time is semicolon. We can separate multiple commands by semicolon if we want to execute them at the same time. Like if I want to execute the pwd command, at the same time I want to execute the date command, and I want to execute some other command like cal command. So what this will do, this will execute these three commands at the same time, one by one. So if we want to execute multiple commands at the same time, one after other, we can separate them by the semicolon operator. Let me show you. Press enter. So the output is showing us the execution of pwd command first, then it has executed the date command, and at the last it has executed the cal command. So in case if we want to execute the multiple commands at the same time, we can use the semicolon operator, but the thing is that they will be executed in a serial order. They will be serially executed one after other. First of all, the Shell will execute the first command, then it will go on the second one, and after that it will go on the third one, and so on. So they will be executed serially. Clear, guys? Let me show you with another example, like hello, echo hello, semicolon, echo world. So what we will get at the output? We will get the output as hello world, because the first command will print hello and the second command will print world only. So here we are using the semicolon control operator to execute these two commands serially. Okay guys, any questions? Are we good?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now let's proceed to another control operator that we use in Linux, that is ampersand control operator or the and sign. This control operator is used to execute the multiple commands at the same time, but the thing is that in semicolon they are executed serially, while if we are using the ampersand sign, they will be executed parallelly. Like if I will execute sleep 20 and I will mention ampersand. So what this command will do, this will execute the sleep 20 and at the same time it will put it in the background and it will go on the next command like this. So it will generate a process ID there for this background job. So this sleep will execute in the background. So what is the main difference between the semicolon operator and the ampersand operator? The semicolon operator executes the commands serially, while the ampersand operator executes them at the same time by putting the previous commands in the background. So let me show you with an example. Let me mention sleep 20 ampersand cal. So what this will do, this will first execute the sleep 20 and put it in the background, and at the same time it will execute the cal. So we will get the output of cal command only, while the previous command will go in the background. So it will generate a process ID there, which we can see by running the jobs command. Okay, or we can execute the bg command to see the background job. So the main difference between the semicolon and the ampersand operator, semicolon operator we use to execute the command serially one after other, and ampersand operator we use to execute them at the same time. Now we will talk about the next control operator that we use in Linux, that is the $? sign. So this control operator is very important because with the help of this control operator, we can check whether the execution of the previous command was successful or not. Let me show you. Let me execute echo hello. So this command will print hello on the screen. So the execution was successful, as we can see the output on the terminal. In case if we are not sure whether the execution was successful or not, and we want to know it, we can execute the echo $? Command. This command tells us about the execution of the previous command. If the previous execution was successful, then it will print 0 at the output, else it will print some random value like 127 or something. So if you are getting 0 on the output, that means the previous command was executed successfully. Or if you are getting some other value, that means the execution was not successful, there was some error. Let me execute an incorrect command. I know that this Zeco is not a command in Linux. So this time we will get an error on the terminal. We will get an error, command not found. But if we will execute echo $? Then this time it will not print 0 on the screen. It will print the result as 127, which means the execution of the previous command was not successful. In the same way, we can try it with some other commands like pwd command. So we are getting the output. That means the execution was successful, and we can verify that by running the echo $? It will print 0. Or if we will execute some incorrect command, then again it will print some other value. So this command is very useful, especially in those cases where we have no idea about the execution of the previous command, and we can check it by running the echo $?. Now we will talk about the double ampersand sign. Next control operator that we use in Linux is the double ampersand. Or what do we call it? Yes, please. Echo $? Will tell you only about the last command, previous one command. नहीं 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 सिर्फ लास्ट जो प्रीवियसली एग्जीक्यूट किया आपने उसके बारे में. ओके it will only tell you whether the execution was successful or not. Okay, do one thing. You will please discuss this after the end of the session. Let me first complete the session, and then I will take your questions and resolve your queries. Okay. Please note down the question. Ask me on Google Meet. Okay. The next control operator that I'm talking about is the double ampersand sign. This double ampersand sign we use for the logical AND operation in Linux. What is logical AND operation? Let me show you. You know about the AND or the logical AND operation. In logical AND operation, we use different inputs and we get some output, which is the result of the multiplication of the inputs. Let me increase the font size so that it can be visible. Now let me show you. If we have multiple inputs and we have one output, as I told you, output depends on the inputs. So output is the product of the inputs in AND operation. That's Y is the output and Y is the product of A and B. So let us assume the first condition where both the inputs are false. Both the conditions are false. So in that case, we will get nothing at the output. We will get 0. If the first condition is false and second is true, in that case also we will get 0 at the output, because output is the multiplication of the inputs. Let's assume the third condition where the first input is true and the second input is false. In that case also we will get 0 at the output. And if both the conditions are true, then only we can get the output that is true. So this is the logical AND operation. This is the truth table of the AND gate. Now coming back to Linux, how you can execute the logical AND operation in Linux. Let me show you. Let me execute one command, echo first double ampersand echo second. So what this command will do, this will print first and second at the output. This second command will only be executed if the execution of first command was successful. So this is the condition. Since the first command is giving us the output, then it is going on the second command and executing it. In case if the first command is incorrect, so let me mention an incorrect command first, and let me separate the other command with double and sign and press enter, then we will not get anything on the output. The second command will not execute since the execution of the first command was not successful. Second command will only execute if our first command execution will take place. So this is the condition. So double ampersand we can use to perform the AND operation. If first is true, then the second is also true, or the second will execute. If the first will not execute, then the second command will not execute there. Now we will talk about one more control operator that we can use is the logical OR. Logical OR means either of the cases, either the first one or the second one. So as you are aware of the OR operation in Linux, or if I talk about the logical OR operator. OR operator is actually the sum of the inputs. And what we will get at the output? We will get the output as 0, 1, 1 and 1. So only in one case we will not get anything on the output if both the inputs are false or both the conditions are false. Then only we will not get anything on the output. Otherwise, in each and every case, we will get something there on the output. If first condition is true, then also we will get the output. If second is true, then also we will get the output. If both are true, then also we will get the output on our screen. So let me show you how can we perform the logical OR operation. To perform the logical OR operation, we can use the double vertical bar symbol in Linux. We can separate the commands by the double vertical bars. Let me execute the same command with the logical OR operator. Echo first, logical OR, then echo second. And you can even execute some more commands if you want. Press enter. So it will only print the first command output, because the execution of the first command was successful, then it is not going on the second command. Or if you will mention the first command as incorrect, then it will not execute the first command, it will go on the second one. So here the first command was incorrect, the first command execution was not correct, so it has gone to the second one, then it may go to the third one or fourth one, depending on the situation if they are there. So you can execute the multiple commands. Here we can use the OR operator. Either it will execute the first command, or it will execute the second command, or it will execute the third command, and so on. So what's important here? Actually, with the help of these two operators, we can create a if-then-else structure in Linux. By combining the double AND operator and the double vertical bars, we can create the if-then-else structure in our system. Let me show you how can we do that. Let me first create a file here. Let's create a file with the name as file1. So I have created a file with the name as file1. This file is there, and I want to use the if-then-else structure. So first I'm going to execute the rm command. I want to remove this file by running the rm command, and after that I will separate it by the double AND operators, and then I will mention echo it worked. And after that I will separate the entire statement with double vertical bars, and there I will mention echo it failed. Okay, so what will happen here? We are using two different operators. We are using a combination of double AND operator and double OR operator, or the double vertical bars. So what this structure will do, it will work in the same way as the if-then-else statement. If this file exists there, then the rm command will remove this file, and in that case, since we are using the double AND operator, after the execution of the first command, it will go on the second one and it will execute it, and it will give us the output as it worked. Or if the file is not there, or if the execution of the first command gets failed, in that case it will not go on the second one, it will directly go to this one and it will execute it failed. So if the file is there, then we will get the result as it worked, else we will get the output as it failed. So it is a conditional statement. Let me execute this command. So it is asking me to remove the file. Let me remove the file. Let me press Y and press enter, and it is giving us the output as it worked, because the file was there and the rm command has deleted the file, and that is why it is executing the second command, that is echo it worked, and because of this we are getting it worked at the output. Now if I will try to execute it again, in that case I will get the result as it failed, because the file is already gone. There is no more file1 present in my home directory. So the execution of the first command will get failed, and this will not execute the second command also, because we are using the double AND operator there, and it will directly go to the OR operation and it will execute it failed. So it is showing us it failed on the output because no such file is present there. So here we are using a combination of two operators for the if then else structure. Now we will talk about one more control operator in Linux that we use is the pound sign. Whatever you mention after the pound sign, that line is completely ignored by the shell. Shell is not going to read that line where you will mention the pound sign. No matter if you are using it in the file or on the command line. If you will mention a command after the pound symbol, then nothing will happen. That command will be ignored. Shell is not going to execute this command. So pound symbol is used to ignore the line. In the same way, you can use this in the files also. Let me create a script file, script.sh, and let me mention there some commands, #bang /bin /bash, and let me mention one command there. Let me mention cal and save this file. Let me set the execute permission also there, script.sh. If I will execute this script, it will print the output of cal command. Here we go. But if I will put a pound sign there before the cal command, then what will happen? This line will be ignored by the shell and we will not get anything on the output. Let me save it and execute it. So I will mention ./script.sh command. So we are not getting anything on the output because where the pound sign is there in the file, that line is getting ignored by the shell. Shell is not going to read that line. So pound sign we can use to ignore the lines. Yes guys, any questions? Can you hear me guys? Am I audible? Okay. Now we will talk about the escaping characters. We can use the escaping characters also. They will actually we use them to ignore the control operators. Like if I will mention echo hello semicolon and then I will mention world. So what this command will do, this command will print echo hello only. Why? Because it is considering this portion as a command and the remaining portion as a command. So this word is not a command, and for this we are getting an error on our screen. But if I will mention a slash here before the semicolon, backslash, then it will consider this entire line as one. So in that case, it will print hello :word. So the control operators after the backslash will be ignored. They will be treated as a text only. So you can use the escaping characters if you don't want to use the control operators, if you just want to print them on the screen. Now the last one, that is the end of line backslash. You can use the backslash to split the lines in multiple parts. Let me show you. Echo this command line, then the backslash, then it will allow me to write in the next line is split into 3, then again backslash, and here I will mention parts. If I will press enter here, then it will print this entire statement as one, because I have used the backslash at the end of lines. and at the last one I'm not using any backslash, then it will execute it. If I will put a backslash, it will allow me to write in the next line. Let me press enter here and it will execute the complete statement. So these backslashes can be used if we want to split the lines in multiple parts, if we want to execute them one by one, or if we want to break the complete command into different parts. Okay guys, so that's it from my side for today's session. If you have any questions, you can ask me on Google Meet. Tomorrow I will teach you the shell variables. Shell variables is also important topic because they are very important for you and they are also used in the shell scripting. Okay, so if you have any questions, you can ask me on Google Meet. I'm going to stop this broadcast on YouTube, and you can join our live sessions on alternate days and on the weekends. And if you have not subscribed to our YouTube channel, then you can subscribe it and turn on the bell notification as well to receive the notifications directly in your device. You can of course like the video also, and if you have not joined our membership program, then you can do it right now, because it will provide you the access on the live recorded sessions, as well as you can be a part of our Google Meet training. Okay, so I'll see you day after tomorrow. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for joining us on YouTube. Bye bye, take care. Hi guys, I welcome you all to our free live RHCSA training for members, and this is session number 10, and in this session we will talk about the shell variables. In this tutorial we learn to manage environment variables in shell. These variables are often needed by applications. So today we are going to talk about the variables that we use in Linux. Variable means something which is not constant or whose value is not fixed. So the first variable that I'm going to show you is the pwd variable. This variable is already present in the machine, and if you want to see the value, you can execute echo $pwd command. So echo $ we use to print the value of a variable. So in Linux we have different type of variables. There are two major categories of variables that we use in Linux, and these two type of variables are the system defined variables and the user defined variables. The first type of variables are the system defined variables, variables which are defined by the developer. These are called the system defined variables. And the second type of variables that we use are the user defined variables, the variables which are defined by the user who is working on the machine. Generally, the system defined variables are defined in capital letters. The variables which you will see in the capital letters are the system defined variables, while the variables which are there in normal case or the lower case are the user defined. Let me show you some of the system defined variables. The first variable that I'm going to show you is the host name variable. Host name. This variable contains the host name of our machine, and it is written in the capital letters. It is defined by the developer in the system, and if we want to see the value or if we want to check what type of data it has, we can execute echo $hostname command, and this command will print the host name of our machine. So this variable is the system defined variable. Another system defined variable is echo $user. So this user is the system defined variable, and we are going to print the value. So we are using echo $ for that. So it is printing the username, that is root. The another system defined variable is UID. With this variable we can check the user ID. So here we can execute echo $UID command, and it is showing the user ID of root, that is 0. Now if I want to check the shell, I can execute echo $shell command. So this shell variable is the system defined variable again, and here it is showing the details of the shell that I am currently using. And one more variable is home. So let me execute echo $home command, which will print the home directory of the root user. So these all are the system defined variables. And how can I identify them? Because they are there in the capital letters. So the variables which are defined in the capital letters are generally the system defined variables. Now let me show you some user defined variables. So you can manually define a variable in your machine like this. Let me define a variable like var is equal to 200. So I have defined a variable var is equal to 200. I have stored this 200 in this var variable. And if I want to print the value, I can simply execute echo $var command, and it will print the details of the data that is there in this variable. So this is a user defined variable. Why? Because I defined it first in my machine. In the same way, I can define some more variables like ABC is equal to 50, XYZ is equal to 500. So these variables I have just defined in the machine. So these variables will be the user defined variables. And if I want to call their value, I can simply execute echo $ABC or echo $XYZ command. So these commands will print the details of these variables. The data that is there in these variables, that will be printed on the screen. So in this way, we can identify what type of variable it is. If it is in the capital letters, it is definitely a system defined variable, or if we have defined it, that means it is a user defined variable. Now, if I talk about the variables in Linux, the variables are case sensitive because Linux is a case sensitive operating system. So there we can use, if one variable is in the upper letters and another one in the lower, both variables would be treated as different variables. Let me show you. As I have shown you the output of echo $user command, which is printing the username from which I'm currently logged in the machine, that is root. And if I will execute echo $user, but this time this user will be in the small letters or in lower case, so it will not print anything because the system is treating this variable as a different variable, and this variable is not yet defined in the system. That is why we are not getting anything on the output. If I will define it like user is equal to 30 and I will execute echo $user command, so it will print 30 only. So these two variables are being treated as different because one is in the capital letters and another in the lowercase or in the small letters. Now how can we create the variables? I have just shown you. We can simply mention the variable, and after the is equal to sign we can define the value like my var is equal to 555. And if we want to see this value, we can execute echo $ and the variable name. So it will print the data that is there in the variable. We can use the quotes also. As I have already defined this variable, my var is equal to 555, and if I am executing echo $ my var command, it is printing the data there that is there in this variable. But if I will execute echo $ my var command, but this time I will enclose it with the double quotes, in that case also it will print the same data. So either I can use this method or I can enclose the details in the double quotes. But if I want to print the variable name only, I don't want to print the data there, I can use this single quotes that I have already shown you in the previous sessions also. So if I will mention anything in the single quotes after the echo command, that will be printed as it is. But if I will enclose anything in the double quotes, then it will print the value of the variable. Okay guys, is that clear? Am I audible guys?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You can define the variable like this as well. You don't need to mention the numbers only, you can mention the alphabets also there. Like I'm going to set a variable city is equal to Delhi, and I can execute echo double quotes, and there I can mention I am living in dollar city. So what we will get at the output, it will print the result as I am living in Delhi. So for this purpose we use the variables. We can call them anytime whenever we want. Or I can, let me give you one more example. I can show it in this way as well, echo, and here I can mention I am using dollar shell on dollar hostname sorry by dollar user account. So it will print I am using /bin/bash shell on localhost local domain by root user account. So in this way we can use the variables. Now if you want to see the list, or if you want to use the set command to display a list of the environment variables, you can execute the set command there. With the help of set command, you can see the list of the variables that are already set in your machine. So these are the variables which are already set there, and you can display them like this as well, set pipe more, and here you can press enter and scroll up, and you can one by one go through the details of the variables that are already set in your machine. Okay. Now if you want to remove a variable, or if you want to unset a variable, you can simply mention the unset command, unset and the variable name. So this command will unset the variable. Now if you will execute echo dollar myvar, it will not print anything. So you can do this like this way. Or you can do it by this method also. You can simply mention the variable name, and after the equal to sign leave it blank. Let me show you. We have already set a variable xyz. Let me call this variable xyz. So it is printing the data there. 500 is stored in this xyz variable. If you will mention xyz is equal to and press enter, then it will unset this variable. You will not get anything on the output if you execute the echo $xyz command now. So either you can use the unset command, or you can just mention the variable name and is equal to sign and press enter. This will also unset the variable. Now let's proceed further. Now we will talk about the path variable. If you will execute the echo $path command, it will print the path variable details. The path variable determines whether where the shell is looking for the commands to execute the binaries. Like here we have already defined the path for the binaries. Either you can find the binaries here in this location, or you can find them here, or they will be there in this location, or you can find them here. So these are the locations which are already set there in the path variable. Let me show you. If I'm going to execute the passwd command, then I don't need to mention the entire path of the binary file. It will directly execute this command. Why? Because the system knows where to execute the binary for this command, and that is because of this path variable. So the entry of the path variable is there in the profile files, and the variables that you set, these are the temporary variables. They will be gone once you log out of the terminal. If you will log out and relog in back, then you will not be able to use those variables which you have already set there. To make them permanent, you will have to make an entry in the profile file. We have different files in our home directory. These are the profile files. I have already uploaded a video on the profile files. You can go through those videos. They will be beneficial for you. You will come to know more about these files in those videos. And I will show you in the upcoming sessions why do we use these files there. Hello, yes?
Sir, can I change this password?
You can change it. Yes, you can change it, but the binary should be there. Only then the command will execute. You will have to use the same path where the binary is located in the system. If you put it in the TMP directory and you mention the TMP location, then it will work for you. No matter, that would be temporary, but that would work for you. Okay. So path variable is very important because it tells the system from where to execute the binary files. And one more thing, if you use the su command to switch in the account of the normal user or the root user, then you use your own variables. But if you use su hyphen, then you use the complete environment variables of that account in which you are currently jumping. So you need to keep in mind, if you are only using su, then you are not using the variables of his account, and if you are using su hyphen, in that case you are using all the environment variables of that account where you are going to jump. Now let's proceed further. We can export the variables within shells. From one shell to other, we can export the variables. To see a list of the exported variables in your machine, you can execute the env command. Env command shows you the details of the exported variables. Okay. By env, hello guys, please let me come. Yes, who is this? Arvind, we will discuss later. Let me first complete this session. env can also be used to start a clean shell. With the help of env, we can start a clean shell. Let me execute. If I execute bash -c and there I mention echo $shell $home and $user, sorry, bash -c, and in the single quotes let me mention echo $shell $home and $user. So it will print the details of these variables. But if I will put env-i before this command, so what this command will do, it will start a clean shell. There you will find the details of the first command only. Means it will not show the details of the home and user variable. So with the help of env command, we can start a clean shell. So here what is happening? A shell without any inherent environment that we are using env-i. So env-i command clears the environment for the subshells. So that is why it is showing us these details there. Now let me show you how can we export the variables. To export the variables, we can use the different shells in our machine. Let me set a variable first, where 3 is equal to 3. So I have defined a variable. Let me define one more variable, where 4 is equal to 4. Now I'm going to export the second variable, that is where 4. So this command will export this variable to the other shell. So this where 4 has been exported now. Now if I will execute echo $var3 and $var4, so what should I get on the output? It will print 3 and 4 on the screen like this. So I'm using the same shell, that is why it is showing the details of both the variables. Now let me start a new shell. So I am in the new shell now, and let me execute the same command. So there I will only see the second variable, because this is a new shell, and in this shell I have not defined any variable. Why it is printing the details of this var4 only? Because we have already exported this variable to the new shell. So in the new shell it is not showing us the details of the first variable, that is var3. But if I will go back to the previous shell and export the first variable, that is var3, then this time it will print the details of both. Actually it is a new shell. Let me clear the screen. Let me go back. Let me export var3 and var4. And now let me start a new shell and let me execute this command. So this time it will print both the variables, because we have already exported both. So export command can be used to export the variables to the other shells also. If a variable is not set, we can call it an unbound variable. Like if I execute echo $myvar command, so this variable is not yet defined in the system. That is why we are not getting anything on the output. So this variable is an unbound variable, and for the unbound variables we don't get anything on the output. But instead of getting nothing on the screen, if we want that we should get a message, so there we can use one option, set-u. Set-u we can set there for the unbound variables, and if we will execute the same command, then this time it will print an error message that it is an unbound variable. So if we are interested in getting this error message on the screen, we can set this by running set-u command. After running this command, every time if a variable is not set, then you will get a message on your screen that it is an unbound variable. If you are interested in this, you can set it. If you don't want to see it, you can execute set plus u, and then it will not show you anything for the unbound variables. So in this way you can use this option there in the shell. Okay guys, so this was all about the shell variables, and now I would request you to go through the practice exercise which is given on the page number 148 of the same PDF, and practice the questions at your own. If you find some challenges there, you can ask me, or you can go through the solutions provided on page number 149. After clearing this exercise, you would be able to know about the variables that you use in the Linux. In the next session, we will talk about the shell embedding and shell history. So that's it from my side for today's session. Now I'm going to stop this broadcast on YouTube. Okay guys, so I welcome you all to our live Linux training for members, and this is the session number 11, and in this session we will talk about the shell embedding and options. But before I start the session, let me first have a look at the previous topics which we discussed in the last session. Actually, variables are of two types that we use in Linux. The first type of variables are the system defined variables, which are already defined there by the developer, and those variables are written in the uppercase or in the capital letters, like hostname, like pwd, like shell. So these are the system defined variables, and the user defined variables are the variables which the user is defined as per, which are defined by the user as per the convenience. So if you want to see the details of the system defined variables, you can execute echo dollar and the variable name, like echo dollar shell or echo dollar pwd. So these are the system defined variables. These are written in the capital letters, and these are defined by the developer in the system. And the user defined variables can be defined by the user while using the system. So let me define a variable var is equal to 100, and if I want to print the value of this variable, I can execute echo dollar var command, so it will print the same value. So this is the user defined variable. You can define any variable, but the condition is that the variable name cannot start with the number. Like if I will try to set a variable 100 var is equal to 500, so this will give an error because a variable name cannot contain the numbers in the beginning. You can define it like this, there is no issues in that, but it cannot start with numbers. So this is the condition. You have to keep in mind that a variable which we are going to set in the system, that cannot start with the number, with any number. It can be alphabetic only. It can only start with the alphabets. So you need to keep it in mind while defining the user defined variables in the system. You need to mention the alphabets only in the beginning. Now in this session we will talk about the shell embedding. So in this tutorial we will take a brief look at the child shells, embedded shells, and the shell options. Shells can be embedded on the command line, or in other words, the command line scan can swap in a new process containing a fork of the current shell. You can use variables to prove that new shells are created. Let me show you. Let me execute a command echo $var1. Since this var1 variable is not defined yet in the system, this variable is not yet present in the system, so it is not giving us anything. It is an unbound variable. We have not defined it yet. That is why we are not getting anything on the screen. But we can define it at the time of printing the value. Either we can define it first and then we can print the value, or if we want to do it in one go, we can simply use echo dollar, and then we will use the brackets, and inside the brackets we can define the variable first, like var1 is equal to 500, then semicolon, and after that we can mention echo $var1 like this and press enter. So this will print the value. So either we can define the variable first, and if we want to see the value we can execute echo $var1 command, or we can define it while we are trying to get the value at the same time. But this is the temporary one. It will only use the new shell. If we will execute the echo $var1 command, you will not find anything on the screen because this was temporary. We have defined it while we were trying to get the value of this variable. So in this, the variable 1 only exists in the subshell or in the temporary shell. So it was temporary, it was not permanent. It was defined for the temporary time or for the subshell only. So that we call the subshell. You can embed a shell in an embedded shell, and this is called the nested embedding of the shells. Let me show you how can we do that. Let me define a variable a is equal to shell. So we have defined this variable that a will have the value is equal to shell. Now if I will execute the echo command, echo $C $B $A, and then we will mention dollar, and then in the brackets we can define B is equal to sub semicolon echo $C $B $A semicolon, then again echo, and then again in the square in the brackets we can define C is equal to sub and echo C $B $C $B and $A, like this. So what we will get on the output, I think I made a mistake. Let me check. Echo. Hello, can you hear me, guys? Guys, can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Arvind, there is a continuous problem with your.
Yes, sir.
There are no issues from my side. You need to check your internet connection. Here I'm going to show you the example of the nested embedded shell. Here we have defined a variable a is equal to shell, and in the next line we are going to use echo command, echo $C $B $A, and after that we will mention $B is equal to shell, then echo $C B and A, and then again echo $. Here I forgot to write the $sign, and again the same thing. Press enter, so it will show us the output like this. So why we are getting this output? Because a is defined as a shell. So this is printing the value of a first. Then we have defined the b as sub. So for b it will print sub. So here this echo command will work, and it will only print the value of b. B means sub and a means shell. So we are getting the result as sub shell. And for this one, it is printing the details of the all variables a, b and c. So c is defined as sub, b is defined as sub, and a is defined as shell. So here we are getting the output as sub shell. So what we are doing here, we are using the nested embedding of shells. We are using the nested embedding. Means we are defining something in the temporary shell, and at the same time we are calling the value. So such type of statement we can use if we want to use the nested embedding of the shells. Now I will talk about the backticks. Single embedding can be useful to avoid changing your current directory. And how can we do that? Let me show you. Let me execute a command echo, and this time we will use the backticks, not the quotes. Keep in mind that I'm going to use this backtick sign. This is not the single quote, this is the backtick. cd/etc. So what this command will do, it will allow me to go in cd etc. I will change my directory to etc directory, and then I will execute ls-d asterisk for all, and then I will grab the string there which is equal to pass. So it will grab pass there in the name, and then I will close it. So if I will execute this command, it will print the names of some files. So there I will find the passwd file and passwd dash file. So we can use the backticks also. We have taken the output without entering there in the etc directory with the help of echo command. So single embedding can be useful to avoid changing your current directory. We can directly do that from the present working directory. Now let me give you one more example. Let me show you the difference between the backtick and the single quote. Let me mention echo backtick var1, and here let me define the value of var1 as 5 and semicolon after that, and then I will mention echo $var1, and I will close this backtick. So what we will get at the output? We will get the result as 5. Why? Because we have defined this variable is equal to 5, and then we are calling its value by running the echo command. If I will use the single quotes instead of backticks, so what should we get on the output? As I told you, whatever we mention after the echo command in the single quotes, the same thing is printed on the screen. This time it will not print the value of the variable, it will print the entire string, whatever we have mentioned there in the single quotes. So this is the difference between the single quotes and the backticks with the echo command. If you will enclose something in the backticks, then you will get the value of the variables, or if you will use the single quotes, it will print the complete statement that you will mention within the single quotes. Now let me talk about the shell options. You can set and unset the variables. Both set and unset are the shell built-in commands. If you will execute type set, it will show you that it is a shell built-in. Or if you will execute type unset, so again it will show you the result as shell built-in. This means both these commands are built in the shell. These are the shell built-in commands, not external. If a variable is not defined in the system, as I told you yesterday also, it is called the unbound variable. And if a variable is unbound variable, we don't get anything on the output. But in case if we want to get an error message on the screen for the unbound variables, we can enable the option by running set-u command. This will enable the unbound variable option in the shell, and if we will try to call the value of a variable which is not set in the system, it will show us the result as unbound variable. So here we are getting the output as unbound variable. Or if we want to disable it, we can mention set plus u. So this command will disable this unbound variable option, and we will not get anything on the screen for the unbound variables. To list all the set options, we can execute echo $dash command. So it will print the list of set options for your shell. The no clobber or -c option will be explained later. I will explain the no clobber option later in the upcoming sessions because it will create a lot of confusion for you if I will show you the no clobber option right now. But you can set this option by running set-c, and then you can mention set-u like this. So we have set the no clobber option. If you will again execute echo $dash command, this time it will give you this different result. It will show you some additional characters also. Or if you want to disable it, you can mention set plus u. Okay, so again it will show you the previous result. this C will be gone, that was earlier present. So this is the no clover option. I will teach you the no clover option in the upcoming sessions. Now I would request you to go through the practice exercise that is given on the page number 153 of the same PDF which I provided you in the WhatsApp group. You need to go through all the 8 questions at your own. Practice these questions, try to solve them, and if you find them difficult, you can take the help from the solutions that are given on page number 154. And if you face any challenges or something is not clear to you, you can ping me on WhatsApp or you can drop a message in the WhatsApp group. So I'm going to stop this broadcast as of now on YouTube, but we would be there on Google Meet to discuss the problems. Thank you so much for joining. One more request, if you have not subscribed to our YouTube channel, then you can do it right now, and you can share our videos with others also. Thank you so much. Bye-bye. Take care. Hello guys, I welcome you all to our live Linux training for members, and this is the session number 12, and in today's session we are going to learn about the shell history. The shell makes it easy for us to repeat the commands, and in this session I will explain you the different commands that you can use while working with the shell history. So let's start the session. The very first command that we can use to repeat the last command. Let me first execute a command, echo welcome to Nehra classes. So this command I just executed on the terminal, and in case if I want to repeat it, I can simply mention double bang and press enter. So this double bang command or this double bang symbol I can use to repeat the last command. With the help of this double bang, I can repeat the previous command that I have executed on my terminal. Let me show you again. Let me repeat the command and let me again repeat it by using the double bang sign. Double bang and press enter. So this will repeat the last command. We can repeat the other commands also. Let me create a file here. Let me create a file with the name as file.txt. So I just created a file, and if I will try to open this, I will not find anything there because this is an empty file. And in case I want to repeat the previous command that I used here to create the file, which is the touch command. So I can simply mention a bang sign, and after the bang sign I can mention few words or few alphabets that I used in that command, like TO. So it will repeat that particular command. If we want to repeat the last command, we can mention the double bang sign, or if we want to repeat the previous command, any of the previous commands, I can mention the bang sign and I can mention a few alphabets there that I used in that particular command. So by this method we can repeat that particular command as well. History command we can execute to see the history of commands that we have executed on our terminal so far. So here I have already executed 415 commands in this machine. And if I want to repeat a command with the number, like the clear command is there on 403. So to repeat this 403 command, I can mention the bang sign and I can mention the number of that particular command which I want to repeat. So I will simply mention here 403 and it will erase the complete terminal because clear command is there in the history on 403. So if I want to repeat the command with the help of number, I can mention the bang sign and I can mention the number of that particular command in history. It will work in the same way. In case if I want to search a command in the history, so for that I can simply press Ctrl and R on the keyboard at the same time, and it will show me the option reverse I search, and here I can search the command which I want to execute. So let me mention here touch, and it will give me the remaining options, and I can repeat that particular command after searching it in the history. So let me show you one more time how can we actually execute it, how can we search the command in the history. We can press Ctrl with R on our keyboard and it will enable the option of reverse I search, and here I can mention the command. Suppose I want to execute the lsblk command, so I will simply mention lsblk and it will show me if it is there. lsblk is not there because I have not executed this command. If the command is there in your history, then it will show you that particular command. Let me execute the lsblk command and let me again search it. So I will mention here L and it will allow me to execute that particular command like this. Or we can execute some other command after searching it in the history. So let me show you. Suppose I want to execute this echo welcome to Nehra classes. For that I will simply mention control. I will simply press control with R and here I will mention echo and it will allow me, it will show me the entire command, and after that I can press enter if I want to execute it. So it is very useful for us. With the help of this control and R key we can find the commands in the history and we can execute them. Now we will talk about the hist size variable that we can use. Hist size is a system defined variable in Linux which determines the number of commands that will be remembered in your current environment, and most distributions have a default value of 500 to 1000. So with the help of this variable we can check how many commands we can remember in our current environment. So I want to see the value of this variable. I can simply execute echo $hist size command and it shows the value as 1000. So my environment will remember the 1000 commands in history only. I can increase or decrease this number according to me, but the default value is 1000 in RHEL 7 and in RHEL 8. I can make it 2000, 3000 as per my requirement. So I can simply mention hist size is equal to 2000. So it will change it, and if I will execute echo $hist size, it will show me the result as 2000. Or if I want to make it permanent, I can make an entry in the basrc profile file. So I can change the default hist file size. Let me execute the history command and show you. Here we have already executed for 30 commands. So we can execute up to 2000 commands now. By default, we can execute 1000 commands. Actually, we can execute a number of commands, but the history or this environment only save only those particular commands which are there in the hist size. Like if 1000 is written over there, that means we can only keep up to 1000 commands in the history. Or if 2000 is there, then the system or the environment will keep only 2000 commands in the history. After that, it will start erasing the previous commands. Now, if we want to see where our command line history is getting saved, or what is the location of the file where all these entries are saved that are there in our history or command line history. So for that we can execute echo $hist file command. So this hist file is a variable, it is a system defined variable, and it contains the value of the location of the history file. So it will show us the result as bash history. If I will execute ls-al command in my root home directory, then I can show you the location of this file. This is the file. This file is responsible for keeping the history. Once I will log out of the terminal, the entire session history will get and saved to this bash history file. So it contains the history of the commands which we have executed so far up to the previous sessions, and the current session command history will be saved there once I will execute or once I will log out of the terminal. If you will open this file, cat bash underscore history, you will find that it is having the data, or it is having the details of the commands up to the previous session only. The current session commands are not there. But if I will log out and re-log in back, and again I will execute the same command, you will find that the current session history has now saved there. So this file is updated once we log out of the terminal. And what is the location of this file? How can we identify that? We can simply execute echo $hist file command. This will show us the location of the history file in our environment. One more variable we use for the history. We can execute echo $hist file size command. Hist file size variable shows us the number of commands kept in your history file. So it is by default 1000, and we can change it as per the requirement. If you want to prevent a command to go in the history, let us suppose if you don't want that this command should go in the history, you can simply give one space and execute the command. Let me show you. If you will execute a command, you will find that this command is there in the history. It will automatically go to your system history. But if you don't want to go to send it there, if you want to prevent it in going to the history, you can simply give one space and you can execute the command. So it will not go to the history. So guys, that's it from my side for this session of shell history. Now I would request you to go through the practice exercise which is given on page number 159 of the same PDF. And there are 9 questions. You need to go through all these questions and try to solve them at your own. And if you find them difficult, you can take the help from the solutions which are given on page number 160. Thank you so much for joining this session. If you have any questions, you can join me on Google Meet after 5 minutes. In the next session, we will talk about the file globing, and it is also very important topic in Linux. So that will take in the next session. Thank you so much for joining us on YouTube. If you have any questions, you can ask me on Google Meet after 5 minutes. Thank you so much. I'm going to stop this broadcast as of now. See you tomorrow at 9. Thank you. I welcome you all to our live Linux training for members. And this is session number 13. And in this session, we will talk about the file globing. The shell is also responsible for file globing. File globing means dynamic file name generation, and in this session I will explain the file globing in detail. So let me first go to this /tmp directory, and there I'm going to create some files which I will use in today's session to explain the file globing in detail. Let me create few files here with different names. Let me create the files with the names as file 1, file 2, file 3, file 4, file 55, file A, file AB, file AB, again file AB, but this time in capitals, and file ABC. So I just created few files in my machine, and now I will show you how can we actually use the file globing by using the different commands. So the first command that we are going to use, or the first option that we are going to use, is the asterisk or the star symbol. is interpreted by the shell as a sign to generate file names, matching the asterisk to any combination of characters. When no path is given, the shell will use the file name in the current directory. So I'm in the TMP directory where I created the files, and now I am going to show you how can I find the files by using the asterisk. If I will execute the ls command, and after that I will mention the name of the file like this, I can list the files. But here I'm going to use the asterisk symbol at the end of this file name. So what it will do, it will generate, or it will find the files, it will generate the file names actually which are matching to this pattern. Here the file word will start with capital F, and after this file word there may be any number, any character, or a combination of alphabets. So let me execute this command. So here it is printing us the file names. Actually it is printing those files which are matching this pattern which we have mentioned in the command. Here you can see that this file word is present in this file name. Again, file 4 is there, file 55 is there, file A is there, file AB is there, and file AB is there. Here it is matching all the possible patterns if they are there in the TMP directory. And here the file name is starting with capital F, then ILE, and after that anything may be there. There may be one number, there may be multiple numbers, there may be one character or multiple characters, no matter whether they are in the uppercase or in the lower case. So if we know the string which we want to search, we can search the files with this asterisk sign. It is very useful. And if I will execute the same command, but this time the F in the lower case in the file name, and mention the asterisk at the end, so this time it will print the different result. Here it will print all the files which are starting with file word, but this time the F is in the small letters. So here file 1 is there, file 2 is there, file 3 is there, file AB, file ABC, and file.txt. So these files are actually available in this TMP directory. So it is listing all these files which are matching to that particular pattern which we have mentioned in the previous command using the asterisk. So asterisk is used to search or to generate the file names, and asterisk is actually used, it matches one or multiple characters or numbers or alphabets. There may be one character or one alphabet, or there may be multiple characters or alphabets in place of asterisk. Similar to asterisk, the question mark is also interpreted by the shell as a sign to generate file names matching the question mark exactly with one character. So we can also use the question mark in place of asterisk, but the difference is that in place of asterisk there may be one or multiple characters or numbers, while in case of question mark there would be exactly one number or one alphabet. Let me list the files first. So these are the files which are actually available in the TMP directory. You can have a look at these files. Now I'm going to list few of them by using the question mark. So let me execute ls file, and there instead of asterisk this time I will mention question mark. So it will only print a few files here which are actually matching this pattern. This file is in capital letter, F is there in capitals, and in place of question mark there is exactly one number or one alphabet. So the question mark is also used to list the files or to find the files with a certain string in the name. If you will execute the command like this, file question mark, and at the end I will mention 4, so it will exactly match this pattern. So the file name will have F in capital, after that it will have IL word there, IL alphabets, and in place of question mark there may be a number or any alphabet, and at the end it should have 4 number. So only one file is actually matching this pattern which we have mentioned in this command. So it is listing this file, which is file 4. In the same way, we can use multiple question mark signs like this. So it will list all the files which are actually starting with capital F. Then there must be ILE present in the name, and in place of question marks there may be exactly 2 alphabets or 2 numbers. So only these 3 files are actually matching this pattern, and it is showing us the details of these 3 files. We can also use the square brackets. The square bracket is interpreted by the shell as a sign to generate file names matching any of the characters between and the first and subsequent letters or words which we mention within the brackets. The order in this list between the brackets is not important. Each pair of bracket is replaced by exactly 1 character. So how can we use the brackets there to generate the file names? We can simply mention anything within the square brackets. So let me run ls file, and within the bracket let me mention 5a. So it will list all the files which are actually starting with capital F, and there must be ILE present in the name after F, and then in the end either they should have the number 5 or they should have capital A in their names. So it is only listing this file, which is file A. So this file is actually matching this pattern, and that is why it is showing this on the output. If you will reverse the order here, instead of 5A, if you will mention A5, then there will be no effect on the result. It matches either of the conditions. In the same way, you can find the files like this. If you want to use multiple square brackets, you can also use them. In the first one I will mention A5, in the second one I will mention 5B. So what it will do, this command will actually search for the files which are actually having the names, starting the names with capital F, then there must be ILE present in the name, and the next alphabet or number may be either 5 or capital A, and the last one should be either 5 or small b. So it will print file 55 as the result, because only this file is actually matching the pattern. In the same way, we can list some more files. If I will mention here A5 and 5B, so it will list the other files if they are available, if they are matching the pattern. You can also use bang shine if you don't want to include that in the result. You can also exclude characters from a list between square brackets with the exclamation mark, and you are allowed to make combinations of these wildcards. How can you do that? Let me show you. You can execute ls and the file name, and within the brackets you can mention any number or alphabet like A5, and here I don't want to include capital Z or capital Z, so I will mention this exclamation mark and capital Z. So it will not include this in result. So it is actually trying to match this pattern, and it is also taking care that this Z must not be present at the end. So that is why it is showing this result, because only this file is matching the pattern. In the same way, you can use the combination of the previous symbols like ls file, and there you can mention, suppose I don't want to include 5 here in the name, so I will mention exclamation mark and 5, and after that I can mention asterisk. So it will only print those files which are actually having this file word in their name, and after this file word 5 number must not present, and there may be anything after that, either there may be one or more numbers or alphabets. So these files are actually matching the above pattern. So in this way we can use these options. We can also include the range. I will show you, but before that I would like to take some questions from you. If you have any questions, you can ask me. Any questions, guys? So in this way we can use. Any questions? Okay, no problem. Now, how can you use the range? Let me show you. You can define the range within the square brackets. Let me list the files. Here I want to list the files which are having this file word in them, in their name, and within the square bracket I can mention the range from A to Z. So it will try to match all the alphabets there that are there within this range between A to Z. So the files must have FILE in their name, and after that the next alphabet should be anyone from A to Z, either A, B, C or anything. And thereafter I can mention asterisk, so it will print all the files. So here these two files are actually matching this pattern. This file word is there, then they have A, the next alphabet is A, and then there is B because of this asterisk. And in the second one this file word is there, then A is there, and in place of asterisk this file is having BC in its name. So that is why these two files are actually available on the result. In the same way we can mention the numbers also, like ls file, and here I can mention the range from 0 to 9. So it will list all the files which are having this file word in their name, and the next character is a number, any number from 0 to 9. So here we are getting the result as file 1, file 2 and file 3. In the same way we can use the combination, like file, here we can mention A to Z, then in the next square bracket we can mention capital A to Z, and then at the last one we can mention number 0 to 9, and then we can mention asterisk. So it will not show anything because there is no such file present which is actually matching this pattern. But if the file would be available, if the file was there, then it would have displayed the file on the result. Now we will talk about the lang variable and the square brackets. Like if I want to list the files, here I will mention the square bracket in the beginning, and here I will mention the range from capital A to Z, then ILE, and then a question mark. So it should print the result as file 1, file 2, file 3, file 4 and file A. Why? Because in place of this A to Z there may be any capital alphabet. So F is there and ILE is there, but here you can see that we are also getting the result where the files are having small f in the beginning. Why? Because of the lang variable. Our lang variable is en_us, and in that it can take either of the lowercase alphabets or the uppercase alphabets. So here we can first check the lang variable. So we can execute echo $lang command, and it will show us en_in or UTF-8. So instead of this UTF-8, if we will change it, if we will change this variable like lang is equal to C, so in the next time it won't show us such files. So here we have changed the lang variable. Now the lang variable is equal to C, And if we will execute the same command, then this time we will get the different results. This time it will exactly match the condition which we have mentioned in the command. It will only show us those files which are actually starting with capital letters. So in this variable it is properly defined, while in this lang variable UTF-8 it can take either the lowercase alphabets or the uppercase alphabets. So that is the role of lang variable. You can prevent the file globbing. It is very easy. Now let me show you how can you prevent it. Let's create a directory mkdir test 55. So we just created a directory with the name as test 55. Now we will go to this directory, and there you can execute echo asterisk command. So it will show you the asterisk, because whatever we mention after the echo command, that gets printed on the screen as it is. But there is a condition: if the directory is empty, only then it will show us this result. But if you will create few files there and you will execute the same command, then this time it will not show the asterisk, it will show you the available files. So it is the difference. Instead of this asterisk, this time it is showing us the files that are there. Now how can you prevent this condition? To prevent this condition, you can simply use the backslash before the asterisk. This time it will only print the asterisk as a result. If you will not use this sign, if you will not use the backslash, in that case it will show you the files which are there in the directory. And if the directory is empty, in that case it will show you asterisk. If you will remove all these files from here and again execute echo asterisk command, this time it will show you the asterisk only. So for empty directories it will show you asterisk, for non-empty directories it will show you the file names. Now if you are only concerned with the asterisk, if you don't want to see the file names, you want to only see the asterisk there on the result, and you don't want to use the backslash also, then you can use the single quotes, and within the single quotes you can mention asterisk, then it will show you the same result. Or you can enclose the asterisk within the double quotes also, it will show you the same results. So in this way we can prevent the file globbing by using the quotes or by using the escaping characters or the backslash. Now I will request you to go through the practice exercise which is given on page number 166, and you can go through the solutions also if you find some challenges there on page number 167. Thank you so much for joining. I'll see you tomorrow again at 9 at the same time. And one more request, if you have not subscribed to our YouTube channel, then you can do it right now. I welcome you all to our live Linux training. This is session number 14, and in this session we will talk about the input-output redirection in Linux. One of the powers of the UNIX command line is the use of input-output redirection and pipes. And in this tutorial, I will explain the redirection of input, output and error streams. But before proceeding further, let me show you what is the standard input, what is the standard output, and what is the standard error. Suppose this is our bash terminal. This is bash, and this blue signal which is coming in the bash, it is representing the input that we give to our shell. So if I call this input signal as the standard input or stdin, then the output that we receive after giving the command on our terminal, it is called as the standard output, STDOUT. In some cases, if we fire an incorrect command, there we get the error on the terminal, and that error is the standard error, STDERR. So the signal that goes to shell when we fire the commands on the terminal, that signal is called as the standard input. That input signal is called the standard input, and after firing the command, after giving the input to shell, there are two possibilities. Either we will receive the output on the terminal in form of the standard output, else we will get an error in form of standard error. So the signal which we provide to shell in form of standard input, or the commands that we fire on the terminal, they go from signal 0. So the input signal which we give to shell is the signal 0 or the standard input. Let me show you. Suppose I'm going to execute the pwd command. So this pwd command is the standard input. It goes to shell from standard input, and after firing the command, we are getting the result. This is the result in form of the standard output, which is /root in this case. So this is the standard output, and the standard output signal is signal 1. If we fire an incorrect command, means if the standard input is incorrect, suppose we fire an incorrect command, so we get an error on the screen, and this error comes out from signal 2, and we call this signal 2 as standard error. So after firing an incorrect command, we get an error on the screen, and this error is called as the standard error, and this comes out from signal 2. So what is the standard input? Standard input is the signal which goes to shell, and it is signal 0. And the standard output is the result of the command that we fire, that we receive on the terminal, is the standard output. It comes out from signal 1, and if the command is incorrect, in that case we get an error. This is called as the standard error, and the signal is signal 2. So always keep in mind that the input signal which we give to shell in form of commands, that signal goes to shell from signal 0, and we call it the standard input. And the output that we receive after firing the commands is the standard output. It comes out from signal 1, or if we are getting an error on the screen, that is called as the standard error, and it comes out from signal 2. So the input that we give to the shell, that we give from the keyboard. So with the help of keyboard, we provide the input to shell, and the output that we receive on the terminal in form of standard output, that we get on the display. And in the same way, if there is an error, we receive the error on the terminal in form of signal 2, that we get on the display also. So with the help of the keyboard, we give the input, and on the display we receive the output or the error. Got it, guys? Now how can we redirect the output to a file? Suppose I don't want to receive the output or the error on the screen. I want to redirect these outputs to files for the further use. So how can we send the output or the error to a file? That we can easily do with this greater than sign. Now let me show you how can we redirect the output as well as the error to files. Suppose I fire a command on the terminal pwd. So this is the correct command, this is the correct signal that the bash has received from us, and we are getting the result in form of output on the terminal, that is /root. Suppose I don't want to receive the output on the terminal and I want to redirect the output to a file. Let me execute this command, echo welcome to Nehra classes. Here we are getting the output on the screen. Now if I want to redirect this output to a file, I can very easily do that. Here after this command I will simply mention the greater than sign, and after that I can give a name to the file where I want to redirect it, or I can mention the entire path of that particular file where I want to redirect it. So I am going to show you, I am going to send this output to file, that is output.txt. So what it will do, it will not show us the execution of this command on the terminal. It will send the output to this file. If we will open this file by using the cat command or any other command, you will find that the same output will be there. In this way, you can very easily send the output to the file. If you execute some other command like lsblk, you will get the output on the screen, but if you want to redirect it to a file, you can mention the file name after giving the greater than sign, and it will be redirected to that particular file. Now if you want to see the details, you can open this file and you will get the same output there from the file. So it's very easy to send the output to a file. But if you want to send the error, suppose you are firing an incorrect command, or if something wrong is happening there and you are not able to execute the command properly, in that case you will get an error on the screen and you want to redirect this error to file, and you use the same method. You mention the greater than sign and then you mention the name of the file like error.txt, so it will not send the output there in the file. If we will open this file, you will not find the output there because the error signal is coming out from the different signal. If you want to redirect the error to a file, you will have to mention 2 here before the greater than sign, because you will have to define it. You will have to tell the system that you want to redirect the error there, not the output, and error comes out from the signal number 2. So there you will have to specify 2 before the greater than sign, and then it will redirect the error to this file. If we will open this file, then this time it will be showing you the error message there. So if you don't mention anything before the greater than sign, it takes in form of output. It by default considers it as the output. Or you can mention 1 there, like if you want to send the output of this command, echo hi welcome to Nehra classes, and you want to redirect it to the file, there you can mention 1 greater than and the file name file.txt. In that case it will send this message in this file, or it will send the output in this file. If you will open this file, you will get the same message there that you mentioned there on the terminal. So either you can mention the greater than sign, or you can mention 1 there before the greater than sign if you want to redirect the output of a command to a file. But in case if you want to send or if you want to redirect the error, there you will have to clearly mention 2 before the greater than sign. Let me show you one more time. Suppose I'm executing an incorrect command, echo welcome to Nehra classes. So this is an incorrect command. It will show you an error if you will execute it. And if you want to send it there, if you want to redirect it to a file, there you will have to clearly mention 2 before the greater than sign. And then you can mention the file name like error.txt. So it will be redirected to the same file, that is error.txt. So for the output, either we can mention 1 greater than, or we can directly mention greater than without mentioning 1 there. But for the error, you will have to clearly mention 2 and greater than to redirect the error to a file. So always keep in mind, for output you will either use 1 greater than and the file name, or you can directly mention greater than and the file name. And for the error, you will mention 2 greater than and the file name, because error comes out from signal 2. If you will use the previous file to redirect the output, it will erase the previous contents. Suppose, let me mention here echo welcome to live training of Linux, and I want to redirect it to the file output.txt. If you will open this file, you will find the same message there. But if you will again use the same file to redirect another output, like this time I will mention welcome to Nehra classes. If you will use the same file again, then it will erase the previous contents. If you will open this file, you will find that the previous data is gone. You have erased the previous contents while copying the new data, while redirecting the new output in this file. Now, how can we stop it? How can we prevent deletion of the previous data in the file? So there are two methods. Either you can append the data by using double greater than sign before the file name like this. So this time it will copy this data there in the file, or it will redirect this output in the file, and it will not erase the previous data from the file. So here you will find both the outputs. So this is the first method where you can use double greater than signs to append the data or to append the outputs. And the second method is the no clobber option. You can enable the no clobber option, which will prevent erasing the previous output from the file. So how can you enable the no clobber option? Let me show you. There you will have to mention set -o no clobber. So you will have to enable this option. After that, if you will redirect another output in the same file, it will not erase the previous data from file. But it will not copy the data also. Let me show you. Here let me mention echo Linux is a powerful OS, and let me redirect it to the same file. So it will say cannot overwrite the existing file. We cannot erase the previous contents. Now the file is protected. If you will use the greater than sign to redirect the output, it will not erase the previous data. But at the same time, it will not redirect the current output. It will not save the new data there. So to append, you will only use double greater than symbols, and to keep the file safe, you can enable the no clobber option, which will allow you the accidental deletion of the previous data from the file. Now you can also overrule this no clobber option. Now let me show you how can you override it. So there you can use the pipe sign for that. Let me mention it is very cold today, and there you can use the redirectional operator, that is greater than sign, and the file name where you want to redirect it. So since the no clobber option is set, if you will execute this command, it will not allow you to delete the previous data or to erase the previous data from the file. But if you want to overrule it, you can simply put the pipe sign here after the greater than symbol, and then it will overrule the no clobber option. This time it will erase the previous data and redirect the new output in the file. So if you want to keep the previous data safe, it is always recommended that you use the double greater than sign to append the data in the file. And if you want to keep the previous data safe only, if you want to protect your file from the accidental deletion of the data while using the greater than symbol, for that you can set the no clobber option. And if you want to remove the no clobber option, then you can use set plus O no clobber. It will remove the no clobber option from the shell. To redirect both standard output as well as standard error to the same file, you can use 2 greater than and 1. It is also very powerful. If you want to send either the output or the error to a file, you can use this option. If you are not sure that your command is correct or not, in that case you can use this option. Now let me show you how can you use this option. Suppose you are not sure with the command, like echo it is very cold today, and you want to redirect it to a file. You can mention the file name after giving the greater than sign there, like file.txt, and you are not sure with the command whether it is correct or not. So there you can mention 2 greater than and 1. So it will send the output there in the file. Now you can see the output there. Or you can use some other command like df-h, and you want to send it or redirect it to this file, and you are not sure with the command, so you can use 2 greater than and 1 at the end, and it will redirect the output there in the file, and you can verify the same by running the cat command. So this output is present in the file. You can use the same for the incorrect command. Let me execute an incorrect command just to show you whether it is working or not. Let me first execute it without this option. So here it will show you an error. So we are able to get the error, and now I will show you how can you redirect it by using the option 2 greater than and 1. This time it will redirect the error in this file, and here you can verify the same by running the cat command. So by using this 2 greater than and 1 option, you can redirect both output as well as error to a file. There is a file in Linux which is there is a virtual file dev null. If you will list this file ls-l, you will find that this file is present in almost all Linux flavors, and you can redirect any data there. You can copy any data there in this file. It is just like a void or a black hole. Suppose we have a black hole in the universe which absorbs everything. Even the light is not capable of coming out of it. Same happens with this file. You cannot read this file in Linux, but you can copy any data which you want. This file doesn't show you any output if you will try to open this file by using the cat command or any other command, since you cannot read this file. But you can copy any data, anything you can copy there, and for that you can use these redirectional operators here. Suppose I don't want to see anything on the terminal, I can redirect that to this dev null. Suppose I'm going to execute a command like the same command I'm going to show you. If I will execute this command here, it will show us an error. Suppose I don't want to see this error here, so I can redirect it to this file, that is /dev/null, and after that I can mention 2 greater than and 1, so it will send this error to this file. So by running this command, I can redirect this error to this /dev/null. This file can absorb anything, any data you can send there very easily. Suppose I'm going to install a package by running the yum install command, yum install httpd. If the local yum repository is configured, in that case I will be able to install the package in the system, and if it is not, in that case I will get an error. So I'm getting the error here. You can see this error on the screen, and in case if I don't want to see this error on the terminal, then you can redirect it to this /dev/null, and there you can mention 2 greater than and 1. So it will not show you anything. If the package is installed, if the package is there, if the repository is configured, package will be installed, and the messages will be redirected to this location. And if it is not, suppose you are getting the error, in that case it will redirect the error there in this file. So if you don't want to see anything on the terminal, you can use this option here, that is /dev/null. This file is for this purpose. Now I will talk about the input redirection. Redirecting the standard input is done by using the less than sign. We use the less than sign, or we can mention 0 and less than, like this. So this we use for redirecting the standard input. So you can use the cat command like this, cat, and you can mention the file name test.txt. Let me first create a file here. Let me create this file, and after that I will show you. Here I'm going to use the cat command. Here let me mention 1, 2, 3, 4, and after that I will press the Ctrl D on the keyboard. So it will create a file here with the name as test.text.txt. Now if I will use the less than standard input sign for redirecting the input, I will mention here cat less than and then the file name. So it will work in the same way. It will show me the contents of the file. So to open the file, either I can use the cat command, cat, and the file name directly, and or I can mention the less than sign like this. Now if I will use the double less than signs, these are used for the here document. And what is here document? The here document, sometimes called here is document, is a way to append the input until a certain sequence, usually the end of file, is encountered. The end of file marker can be typed literally or can be called with control D. So how can we use that? Let me show you. Let me mention cat command, then the here document, and there I can mention anything. So let me mention end of file. So I will write here EOF. EOF means end of file, and then I can mention the file name like text.txt, and here I will mention 1, 2, 3, 4. As soon as I will keep pressing the enter key, it will allow me to write in the next line. But as soon as I will mention EOF and press enter, it will allow me to come out of this prompt and it will save the previous contents. If I will open this file, I will find these 5 lines there in the file. So here it is. So this here document is used to come out of the prompt. Let me show you one more time. Instead of EOF, this time we can mention some other string or some other words. So like here, let me mention and here I will mention the file name, and there I can write anything. Here let me mention some names: Amit, Arun, Mohit, Nehra, Anuj. If I will mention here E and D and press enter, it will allow me to come out, or if I will press the Ctrl D, it will allow me to come out. So this is used for this purpose. Let me write and press enter, so it will allow me to come out of it. Now we will talk about some confusing redirectional operators. The shell will scan the whole line before applying the redirection. Whatever we write on the shell, or whatever we write on the terminal, that is first scanned by the shell. So no matter what is the pattern of writing the command there, shell is going to scan the entire line first and then it executes it. So let me execute one command here. Let me first create a file, cat, and let me mention the file name, that is winter.txt. Let me mention here it is very cold today. After that I will save this file. So this file is having this data in it. Now what I am going to do, I am going to use the confusing redirectional operators. I am going to use the confusing redirectional operators just to show you how does the shell scan the line before executing it. So here I will mention cat winter.txt, so it will open this file. Then I will mention a greater than sign, and there I will write snow.txt, another file name, and after that again I will use the greater than sign, and this time with the greater than sign I will write 2 for the errors, and there I will mention the file name as error.txt. So what this command will do, this cat command will open this file, it will show us the file contents, and then this greater than sign will copy that data to this file. And since there are no errors, we will not get anything in this error file. Let me show you. If you will open this winter.txt, you will find it is very cold today. Same you will find for this snow.txt, because it will copy the same data there in this file. But if you will open this error.txt file, this time you will not find anything there, because the previous command was executed successfully and there were no errors present in the command. If some errors would be there, it would have copied the errors there in this file. Got it, guys? Now let me execute the same command but a different sequence. There I will first mention 2, then greater than, then the file name as error.txt, and after that I will write cat winter.txt and then the snow.txt. So it will do the same thing. Here you will not find any changes, everything will be the same, but the sequence is different. So no matter whether we are writing it at the end or at the starting, but in both the cases we are getting the same output. There are no changes, but it is a bit confusing for us, but not for the shell, because whatever we write on the shell, that is first scanned by the cell. So cell is able to scan this line and get and able to know how to execute it. That may be bit difficult for us, but not for the shell. Let me make it more confusing. Let me use the less than sign first, then mention the file name, that is winter.txt, then the greater than sign, and then mention the name as snow.txt, and then two greater than, and after that I'll write here error.txt, and then I will write here cat. So it is more confusing. Now let me open the first file, that is winter.txt. Same data is there, no changes. Now snow.txt, same data is there, no changes, and the error.txt, same data is there. So this will also work in the same way, but this time it is more confusing for us. We are not able to get it easy and get how it will execute it by the shell. But shell is capable of executing this command, because shell is first scanning this line, and after that it is breaking it in the parts, and then it is executing it. So it is very easy for shell, but not much easier for us as compared to shell. It is confusing for us, but this command will do the same thing. Here we have only changed the sequence, but the output is the same. Now I will talk about how can we clear a file contents, how can we actually nullify a file. So we have a file with the name as winter.txt, and I can list this file as well. Here you can see the size 23 bytes. If I don't want to delete this file, but I want to erase the data there from the file, I want to nullify this file. To nullify a file, we can very easily do that by mentioning a greater than sign before the file name, and after that we can mention the file name and press enter. So what this command will do, this command will erase the entire data from the file. Here you can see the space of this file, which is 0 bytes now, and if I will open this file by running the cat command, I will be able to see nothing there. It will not show me anything there because the contents are already erased from the file. So this is the quickest way of nullifying or erasing the data from a file. And if the no clover option is set, suppose we have already set the no clover option, in that case we cannot remove the data from the file. So let me first create a file and let me show you. Let me create a file with the name as cal.txt. So this cal command will be copied, the output of this cal command will be copied to this cal.txt file by running this command. And if I will open this file by using the cat command, I will be able to see the January month calendar there, and I can list this file as well. Here it is showing us the size as 168 bytes. Now if I will simply use the greater than sign to nullify this file, it will say that it cannot overwrite the existing file because we have set the no clover option. And to override it, we can simply mention greater than sign and the pipe sign and then the file name. So what this command will do, this command will overrule the no clover option that was set by us. Now if I will open this file, I will not find anything there since the contents are erased by this greater than and pipe command. So in this way we can overrule the no clover option. So let me again apply it. So guys, that's it from my side for today's session regarding input output redirection in Linux. Now I would request you guys to go through the practice exercise given on page number 179, and you are requested to attempt all the 6 questions there, and you can also go through the solutions provided on page number 180. Guys, I welcome you all to live Linux training for members, and this is session number 15, and in this session we will talk about the pipes and commands, or you can call them filters. Commands that are created to be used with a pipe are often called filters. These filters are very small programs that do one specific thing very efficiently. They can be used as building blocks. In this tutorial, I will introduce you to the most common filters that we use in Linux, and the combination of simple commands and filters in a long pipe allow you to design elegant solutions. So in this session, we will only talk about the filters and how can you use them. You all are aware of the cat command, the contents, and to create the files as well. Now let me first show you by creating a file. I'm going to create a file first with the name as count.txt, and here I'm going to mention 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. After that, I will save this data there in this file, and now let me open this file by running the cat command, and you can see the contents of this file there. Now I will show you how can we use the filters there. You all are aware of tag command. I have already discussed this command with you guys. This command is used to view the file contents in the reverse order. So if I will open this file by running the tag command, it will open it in the reverse order. All the lines will be printed in the reverse order. The last line will be printed on the first and the second last on the second, and so on. So here it is only displaying the contents of this file in the reverse order. It is not actually changing them. The file is intact, but here it is displaying the data in the reverse order. If I will open a file by running the tag command, and after that I will use the pipe sign and I will write there cat. Again I use a pipe sign and I write there cat. Again I use a pipe and mention cat. Again I will do the same thing and mention cat there, and so on. So what we will get on the output? We will get the contents as it is. But if I will open it by running the tag command and again I will use the same filters, then this time it will show us the data in the reverse order. Actually, whatever we write before the pipe sign, that acts as the input for the next command that we write after the pipe sign. Only getting the original contents of the file, and then we are again using the cat command which we use to open the file to view the contents. So at the last we are getting the contents in the same order, but in the second one, since this tag command is opening the contents in the reverse order and these cat commands are not doing anything, these are actually opening it in the same order. So here we are getting all the output in the reverse order. So how filters are actually working? Whatever we mention before the pipe symbol, that actually acts as an input, and after the pipe sign, whatever we write, the second command, that command takes this input. So before the pipe sign, whatever command we will write, that will actually work as an input for the second command. And again, if we will use another pipe sign, so the second one will work as an input for the third one, and so on. Now I will talk about the T command. Writing long pipes in Unix is fun, but sometimes you may want intermediate results, and this is where T command is used. The T filter puts standard input and standard output and also into a file. So T is almost the same as cat, except that it has two identical outputs. So if I will use the tag command and open the file, so here it will display the contents in the reverse order, but if I will again use a filter by mentioning a pipe sign there and then I will mention the t command, and there I will define a file that is temp.txt, and again I will mention the tag command. So what we will get on the output, we will get the same output as the original contents of this file, because the first command is actually reversing the order of the contents, and then this t command will copy that data in this file, and again we are using the tag command which will again reverse the order. So at the end we will get the original order, because 2 times the tag commands are there to reverse the order. If you will open this temp.txt file that you created by running this t command, so there in this file you will get the contents in the reverse order, because this t command which we use in between the 2 tag commands, here it is copying this data in this temp.txt file. Now I will talk about the most important filter that we use in Linux, which is the grep command. The grep filter is the most famous amongst Unix users. The most common use of grep is to filter the lines of text containing a certain string. So grep command we use whenever we need a particular string, when we want to search something from a file or from the output. So there we use the grep command, and it's very easy. There are 2 methods of using this. Either we can write this and directly mention the file name, or we can use it with the filter. So let me first create a file here by running the cat command, and there I'm going to mention the file name as sports.txt, and in this file I will first write some data there. I will write here Sachin Tendulkar, Virat, I will mention their cricket, tennis, Rahul, ICC. And after that I will save this file. So I just created a file here with the name as sports.txt. Now I'm going to use the grep filter to filter or to find a particular string. So how can we do that? Suppose I want to find Virat in this file. So I will write grep, and after that I will mention the string which I want to search in this file, and then I will mention the file name. So if this line or this particular string is there in this file, it will display that particular line, and if it is not available there, in that case it will not display anything. If I will simply mention Virat, but this time I will mention all the alphabets in the lower case, so this time it will not print anything, because it is a case sensitive command, and it will only match the pattern if that is there in the file. There is one more method with which we can use it. We can use the cat command, cat sports.txt, and after that I will put a pipe sign, and then we will mention grep, and after that we can write the string which we want to search. So here I will mention Virat after the grep and press enter. So again it will work in the same way. Either we can mention the grep directly, or we can use it with the pipe sign, but it is case sensitive, as I told you. If you want to use it in a case insensitive way, in that case you will have to write here grep-i. Grep-i is used for the case insensitivity. If you will run this command, then this time it will show you the result. But if you will use it without option -i, in that case it will not print anything, because if you are not using it with option -i. In that case, it is working in a case sensitive way. It will only look for that particular string that you have mentioned after the command. But if you will use option -i along with the grep command, in that case it will work in the case insensitive way. It will look for both the uppercase as well as for the lowercase. So option -i we use for the case insensitive option along with the grep command. Now one more important option that we use along with the grep command, grep -v. -v actually we use if we don't want to see that particular line on the output, so it will exclude that line. Let me write here virat, so it will only display us the remaining lines in this file. It will not print that line where this string is present in the file. So grep -v we use if we don't want to include that particular line where this word is present in the output. So option -v use to ignore that particular line where this string is present. And we can also use it with option -i, so there we can write grep -vi. In that case it will work like this. So here it is working in the case insensitive way, and it will ignore this string or this line from this file output. Now the next option that we can actually use with the grep command is option -a. Let me show you the file first. So there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lines present in this file, and cricket is there in the third line. Now if you want to print one line after that particular string, so for that you can use this command cat, the file name, the pipe sign, then you will mention grep, then option -a. Option -a is used to display the lines after that particular string. So here I will write A1. So I only want to list one more line after that particular line where this word is present in the file. And then I will mention the name of the string or the exact name of that string and press enter. So this time it will print two lines. It will print that particular line where this cricket word is present, and it will also print one more line that is written next to it. So option -a we use for the after line. If you want to see two lines after this, you can mention A2. If you want to see 3 lines, you can mention 3. Or if you want to print 100 lines after that particular string, you can mention 100 there. In the same way, if you want to list one line before that particular string, so instead of A, you can mention there B. B means before. B1 will print one line before that particular string. If you will write there B2, it will print 2 lines before. And if you want to see 10 lines before, you can mention simply B10 there. If they are there, it will display those lines, or it will display the maximum number of lines which are actually available in the file. If you want to see one line before and one line after that particular string in the file, so there you can use option -c. Option -c will display one line before, lines before and after. If you will write there C1, it will display one line before and one line after. So there this cricket word is in the file and it is written in the red color, so it is displaying one line before and one line after that particular word. If you will write there C2, so it will display 2 lines before and 2 lines after. Here 2 lines before and 2 lines after this particular word. Or if you will write there 20, it will display 20 lines before and 20 lines after. So you can use this option as per the requirement. So in this way you can use the grep filter in Linux. Now I will talk about the next filter, which is also very important. That is the cut filter. The cut filter can select columns from file depending on a delimiter or a count of bytes. Now let me show you by using the /etc/passwd file. Here I will write cut hyphen D. D is the delimiter option, then colon, and after that I will mention hyphen F. Here I can select the columns which I want to display. So I will write here 1, 3. That means from 1 to 3, and here etc pass WD and press enter. So what this command will do, this command will show us first and third columns of the etc pass WD file on the output. If you will open the etc pass WD file, it will display this type of data. There you will find multiple columns. The first one is for the username, the second one is for the password, third one is for the user ID, fourth one is the group ID, fifth one is the display name, sixth one is the user home directory, and the seventh one is for the default login shell. If I only want to print the first and the third column, so I can mention there F, 1, 3. Or if I want to display only the first and the seventh one, I can mention there F, 7. Let me show you. Suppose I want to print the first and the seventh column only, the username and the default login shell. So I will write there hyphen F, 7. So it will only display us the first column and the seventh column of the /etc pass WD file. And here we are able to display the username as well as the default login shell. Instead of using the commas there, we can write dash. Suppose I write there F1-4. So it will print from first to fourth column. So we can either use the comma or the hyphen or the dash symbol. This we use for the entire range. In case if I want to print from the column number second to column number 6, so there I can write from 2 to 6, 2-6. So this time it will print the columns from 2 to 6 in the output. So cut command is used in this way. When using a space as the delimiter for the cut command, you have to quote the space. Now let me show you how can we do that. I can write there cut hyphen D, and then I can give one space in between the quotes, and then I can mention F1 and the file name. So it will remove the space. It will only print the first one, the first column. There is one more example as well that we can use, that I want to show you. If you want to display the second to seventh character of /etc passwd file, let me first show you the file by running the cat command /etc/passwd. So this is the file, and I am only interested in displaying the second to seventh character from here to here. So how can I do that? To display the characters, we can use option -c along with the cut command. So there I can write cut -c, C for the character, and from 2 to 7 I want to print, so I will write here 2-7 /etc/passwd and press enter. So it will only display the characters from second to seventh of /etc passwd file. And if you are only interested in the last 5 lines of this file, you can again use a filter here, and you can write there tail -5. So tail -5 will only print the last 5 lines of this file. So in this way you can use the cut command to see that particular data, or to filter that particular information which you want to see or list. Now the next filter is the translate filter, the tr command that we can use. With the tr command, you can display the data as per the requirement on the output. Now let me show you. Here I will open the sport.txt file by running the cat command, and here what I want to do, I want to translate, I want to change all the small C characters to capital C. How can I do that? I will open this file by running the cat command. After that I will mention a pipe sign to use the filter. After that I will use the tr command to translate, and there in single quotes I will mention C because I want to replace this C with the capital C. So here in the second one I will write there capital C and press enter. So this time it will show us the desired results. It is changing all the small C's into capital C's. Or if you want to display everything in the capital letters, there you can mention the entire range. How can you do that? Here you can mention A to Z, and there you can write capital A to Z like this and press enter. So it will display everything in the capital letters, no matter whether they were in the small letters or in the capital letters in the original file. But you will find that our original file is intact. It is only displaying the data in such a way. It is not changing the contents of the file. There are a lot of options that you can use along with the tr command, and you can go through the help manual of the tr command. Not only changing the case by using the tr command, you can do whatever you want. Let me show you. Suppose you want to change all the E alphabets to Z. So there you can mention E and Z in the single quotes. So what it will do, it will change all the small E's to Z's in the output. So it has replaced E alphabet to Z or Z alphabet. So by using the tr command, you can encrypt the text. How can you do that? You can again use the same command, cat sports.txt, which is the file name, and there you can write tr, and there you can write A to Z, and there you can mention the desired string or the string with which you want to encrypt it, and there you can mention the encryption key like this, and it will encrypt the data. In the same way, if you want to decrypt it, you need this key that you have mentioned here. So tr command is very important. With tr-d, you can delete the characters also. How can you do that? Let me open the file in by using the cat command, and there you can write tr-d to delete. And suppose I want to delete all the E alphabets from this output, so I will write there E, so it will remove all the E's. So you will not find any E word there or E alphabet there in the output. You can go through the help manual of tr command for more options. Now we will proceed further. Now the next filter that you can use is the wc command. Wc is the word count. With the help of this wc command, you can count the words, number of lines and the characters in a file or in any output. Suppose I want to find how many lines are there in this sports.txt file. So there I can use the wc command, wc and the file name. So it will display the result like this. So here there are 6 lines, there are 7 words, and there are 49 characters in this file. If you are only concerned with number of lines, you can mention here wc-l, so it will only display the number of lines. If you want to see the number of words, you can mention wc-w, and if you are only concerned with the characters, you can write here wc-c. It will display the characters there. Or you can use this command with the filters. So there you need to open the file by using the cat command, and after the pipe sign you can write WC. So again it will display the result like this: 6 lines, 7 words and 49 characters in this file. And if you want to use it for any output, not for a file, suppose I want to see how many users are there which are currently logged in, and I want to count them. So there I can use who command, and with the pipe sign I can write there WC, so it will display the number of lines, and there are 2 users. Or I can write it in this way, so it will print the number of lines which represents the number of users currently logged in. So it is very handy, you can use it as per the requirement. Now the next filter is the sort command. The sort filter will default to an alphabetic sort. Actually, by running the sort command you can list the contents in an alphabetical order. Let me show you here. Let me open the sports.txt file. Here it is displaying this data, but if I want to list them in the alphabetical order, I can use the sort command, sort and the file name. So here it will follow the alphabetical order. It will change the order to an alphabetical order. It will display the contents like this. And suppose we have different columns in the file and we want to list them, or we want to sort them as per the columns. So that is also possible with this command. Let me create few columns in this file. So there are 2 columns in this file now. Let me verify. So there are 2 columns. Now I'm going to sort the first column by running the sort command. Sort -k1 I can use for the first column and the file name. So it is displaying the details. It is sorting them in the alphabetical order as per the first column. Means it is only sorting the first column in the alphabetical order. If I want to sort the second column in the alphabetical order, I can write there K2. So this time it will change the order because D comes before K here. So it is doing it on the basis of the second column. It is sorting the second column alphabetically. The next filter that we can use is the UNIX command. The UNIX command can be used to remove the duplicate entries from a file. Let me create a file here. Let me create a file here as music.txt, and in this file I will write few words. I will write there John, Dravid, Mohit, Nehra. Again I will write there Dravid. Again I will write there Nehra, and I will write Abba, Queen again, and then I will save this file. So here we have some duplicate entries. We have some repetitive words present in this file. Now if you want to display them only once, you can use the UNIX command, but you cannot directly use that command if you will write UNIX and the file name. So it will not do anything. It is displaying the same data there. But if you want to remove the duplicate entries from this file, you will have to use it along with the sort command. So there you will write sort, the file name, then the pipe sign, and then after the pipe sign you can write UNIX. So what this command will do, this command will first sort them alphabetically and then it will remove the duplicate entries. So this UNIX command will remove the duplicate entries. Now you can have a look at this. The order has been changed. This is the alphabetical order and the duplicate entries have been removed from this file output. But if you will use this command with the cat command, it will not work. So every time you will have to use it with the short command. Always keep in mind. There is one more option that you can use with the UNIX command. If you want to display how many times a word is there, so there you can write UNIX-C. This -C option you can use along with the UNIX command. It will display the count, how many times that particular word is present in the file. Now the next filter that you can use is com command. With the com command you can compare the files. Comparing streams can be done with com. By default, com will output 3 columns. Let me show you. Suppose we have 2 files. Let me create a copy of the file that we have created recently, cp music.txt, and here I will mention music new.txt, and in this music new.txt file we will make few changes. I will write here Vikas, and here I will write Pankaj, and I will save it. So there are 2 files. The first file is the music.txt, where we have these entries present, and the new one, music new.txt, where these entries are present. If we want to compare the contents of these 2 files, we can use the com command. It will simultaneously show us the results on the screen. So there we will write com, the first file name and the second file name, music.txt and music new.txt. So here 3 columns are visible. These are the different results of the first file, these are the different results of the second file, and the common words and the output like this. So here by default it is showing us 3 columns. Few words are there in both files and few words are not there in both files, means few words are different in both. So by running the com command we can display all on the screen as per the requirement. Now the next filter is the odd command. European human like to work with ASCII. ASCII means American Standard Code for Information Exchange. But computer store files in form of bytes. The example that I'm going to show you will create a file first, and then we will use the od command to show the contents of the file in hexadecimal bytes. How can we do that? Let me first create a file here. Let me write text.txt, and there I will write A B C D E F G H, and here I will write 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, and then I will save these data there in this file. So we have created a file here where we have written A B C D E F G H and 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Now I'm going to show you the hexadecimal equivalents of this data, and for that we can use od-t command. Then we can write there x1 and then the file name. So these are the hexadecimal equivalents of the data that we have written in the file. If you want to display the result in octal bytes, if you want to see the result in octal form, you can write there od-b and the file name, that is text.txt. So these are the hexadecimal equivalents of the data. And if you want to display them in ASCII or the American Standard Code for Information Exchange, you can write there od-c and the file name. So this time it will display the result in ASCII form. So od command is also useful. With this command you can show the output not only in hexadecimal but in octal and ASCII as well. The next command is the sed command or the stream editor. It is a very powerful editor that we use in Linux. Let me show you few examples. Here let me use a command echo level 7. So this command will print level 7 on the screen, but if I want to change it while executing the echo command, I can use the pipe sign, and after the pipe sign I can write sed, and with in single quotes I can write s, and there suppose I want to replace this 7 with 44, so I will write there /7/44 and I will close the single inverted commas. So this time we will get the result as level 44. You will have to close it like this. So here we will get the output as level 44. Let me show you one more time. Suppose I want to print Nehra 7. So instead of this level, I should get Nehra. So here I will write s/level and I will write there Nehra and I will close it in the single inverted commas. So it will print as Nehra 7 on the result. So with the sed command, we can change this output that we are displaying on the screen. We can use option G for the global replacement. Suppose I want to print level 5, level 7. So this command will print the result as level 5 and level 7. And instead of the level, if I want to print jump, so I can write there, I can mention a pipe sign and I can write a command sed, and in single inverted commas I will write s/level/jump and close the inverted commas. So it will only change the first one, not the second, third and fourth ones. But if I want to make the global replacements, there I will use G at the end. So this G will define that we are going to use it globally. So this time it will change the output for every level. Where this level word is there in the output, it will change it to jump in all the outputs. With option D, you can remove the lines from a string containing a character. Let me show you. Let me open the sports.txt file by using the cat command, and there I'm going to remove few words. So there I can write sed, and in single inverted commas I will write slash the word that I want to remove. Suppose I want to remove vi, and then I will write d and I will close the single inverted commas. So what this command will do, this command will remove this vi from the file. For more details, you can go through the help manual of the sed command, the stream editor. Now you can use them in the combination. Suppose you want to see how many users are there in the system, you can run who and the pipe symbol, and then you can write wc-l. It will print the number of users. To display a sorted list of logged in users in the system, you can use who, and then you can use the cut command, and then you can use the sort command. So it will sort them alphabetically like this: who, then you can use the cut command, cut -d, the delimiter option you will have to define there, then you will mention the single quotes there, then you will write -f1, then you will have to sort them alphabetically, so you will write there sort, and if you want to remove the duplicate entries you will write there unique, so it will display the users that are currently logged in the alphabetical order. There is only one user, that is why it is showing the result as root only. If you want to display a list of all bash user accounts on the computer, you can simply use grep, you will write there bash, and you can mention /etc/passwd, so it will show you the result of the users which are using the bash shell in the system. So these filters are very important for the Linux admins. Now that's it from my side for today's session. I will request you guys to go through the practice exercise given on page number 192, and if you find it difficult, you can go through the solutions provided on the next page. I welcome you all to live Linux training for members, and this is the session number 16, and in this session we will talk about the basic Unix tools. In this tutorial I will introduce you to the basic Unix tools, the commands which we generally use in Linux. This video chapter introduces commands to find or locate files and to compress files together with other common tools that were not discussed before. While the tools discussed here are technically not considered as filters, they can be used in pipes. So the first command that we are going to discuss here in this session is the find command. Find is a very useful command in Linux. The find command can be very useful at the start of a pipe to search for the files. Here are some examples. You might want to add to greater than /dev/null to the command line to avoid cluttering your screen with error messages. So you can use this option along with the find command if you don't want to see the cluttering on the screen. Now let me show you how can you use the find command in Linux to find the files or to search or locate the files. After the find command, you will have to mention the location where you want to use this utility. If you are not sure with the location, then you will have to mention / to find the files in the entire system. And if you are very sure, then you can mention the location like this. So I'm going to find all the files which are there in this /etc directory, and I can press enter after that. So it will list all the files which are there in this /etc directory in my machine. And if I want to create a list of these files, I can simply use the greater than sign and I can create a file there like etc files.txt. So this will copy the data in this file, and we can verify the details by running the cat command. Here you can see the list of the files which are available in the /etc directory. Actually, there are a lot of options that we can use along with the find command depending on the situation. And for more details, you can go through the video. I have already created a detailed tutorial on the find command. I will provide you the link of that in the description, and as well as I will add that particular tutorial to our training playlist. Now some of the commands, let me show you some of the options that we can use with the find command. Suppose I want to list all the files in the entire system. I can mention find and / and I can press enter. So it will show us all the files which are there in the system, and it will take some time because there may be n number of files in the system. And if you want to copy it in one file, you can create a file there like all files.txt. So it will copy the entire details in this file, and you can verify this by running the cat command. Here it will list all the details of the files which are available in my OS, in my machine. Let me discuss some of the options that we can use with the find command. Suppose I want to find the files which are having the extension as .conf in the entire system. So there I can use the find command, find, then I will mention slash there, then I will define the type, that is file, so I will mention here f. Then I want to list them with the extension, so I will use the option -name here, and after that within the double quotes I will write *.conf. So it will find all the files which are there with the extension as .conf in my machine. If we want to find directories also, then we will remove this option -type here. It will display all the details. In the same way, suppose we want to find files which are newer than a particular file. So recently I created 2 files in my machine, and how can we use that with the find command? How can we find those files? Find, after that we will mention the location. So I want to find them in my current working directory, so I will mention dot here, then I will use the option newer, and then I will write the file name. So the file name is allfiles.txt, or instead of this I can use the previous one, that is etc files.txt. So after the etc files.txt I created a file allfiles.txt, so it should display that file here. So here we go, it is displaying that file which I created after this /etc files.txt. So newer option can be used. There are a lot of options along with the find command that you can use. I will provide you the link of that tutorial. I have already created a detailed tutorial on it, so we can proceed with the next command. Actually, the problem is with the find command that it takes time. So there is another command that we can use, is the locate command. The locate tool is very different from the find command in that it uses an index to locate files. This is a lot faster than traversing all the directories, but it also means that it is always outdated. If the index does not exist yet, then you have to create it first with the update db command. So how can you do that? How can you find the files by running the locate command? After the locate command you can mention the file name. Suppose I want to find the Samba files, I will simply write here locate Samba. So it will show an error because the index is not updated. And how can we do that? Here we can execute the update db command, update db, and after that we can execute this command. So this time it will show us the files if they are available. There are no files with the name as Samba in my machine. If I will install some Samba files, and then I will again update the database and use the locate tool, then it will definitely show me the details of those files in my machine. So here I'm going to install some Samba packages, and after that I'll show you. So the packages are getting installed with the yum install command, and here I will again use the update db command, and again I will use locate Samba. So this time it will print the details of the Samba files. You can see them. So by this method we can find the files or locate the files in a faster way. Now the next command is the date command. You know about the date command. Date command is used to print the current date and time in the machine. If you want to see the time, then you will use the date command. If you want to see the date, then in that case also you will use the date command, because time command is there for a different task. We will use the time command to know the execution time of a command, but for date and time, for both these purposes, to find the time as well as the date, we use the date command only. We can also use the time date ctl to see the more details about the date and time. Here you can list the local time, universal time, RTC time, time zone, and it will also show you whether the clock is synchronized or not. And with this command you can set the date and time as well. Now we will talk about the time command. Time command we use to know the execution time of a command. Suppose I want to check how much time this cal command is taking in the execution. So before the cal command I will write time there. So here it will show us the execution time. In the same way we can use this time command to see the other details, like if we want to see the zipping and unzipping of a file and we want to know that time, we can use the time command there as well. Now the next command is the cal command. Cal command is used to see the current calendar of the current month, and with the cal command we can see the calendar of the entire year. So after the cal command we will have to mention the year whose calendar we want to display. So this time it will display us the calendar of the entire year. If you will open the calendar of 17 and 52, there you will find that 11 days are missing in September. And if you know the reason behind that, I will wait for your comments. You need to tell me why there are 11 days missing in the calendar of September 1752. Everywhere, whenever you will try to search this calendar of 1752 anywhere, whether on the internet or any other device, you will find 11 days missing. If you know the reason, then please let me know. The next command is the sleep command. Sleep command is sometimes used in scripts to wait a number of seconds. So after the sleep command, we can mention the time in seconds. Suppose we want to wait for the 10 seconds. So we will write here sleep 10 and press enter. So the cursor will wait for the inputs up to 10 seconds. It will not take the input from us up to 10 seconds. So sleep command is used there to wait. Like I can mention here 60 if we want to wait for 1 minute, and if we want to wait for 1 hour, we can mention 3600. So it takes the input in seconds. Now the next command is the gzip and gunzip command. We have created a file with the name as allfiles.txt. Suppose if I want to zip this file, for that I can use the gzip command, gzip and the file name. So this command will zip this file, and you will find that extension will also change. Now the extension has become .zz, and if you will have a look at the size, you will find that the size has reduced. It has reduced the size because the file is compressed now. If you will try to open this file by running the cat command or more command, it will not display you the details. You will not be able to go through the details by running the cat or the more command. So the files which are zipped or which are having the extension as zz and you want to see the contents, there you can use the zcat command, zcat and the file name. So this will display the details of a zipped file which is having the extension as gz. In the same way, you can use zmore or zless. So you will have to simply mention z before the command, like zless and the file name. So it will display the zipped file contents which is having the extension as .zz. If you want to unzip this file, you can run the gunzip command, gunzip and the zipped file name, and this will unzip the file. If you will have a look at this file again, you will find the extension has now changed to the original one, and now you can open it by running the cat command. So gzip we use to zip the files and gunzip we use to unzip the files. Now we use one more method to zip the files which is more effective and better as compared to the gzip command because it uses better compression technique, and the command is bzip2. After the bzip2, we mention the file name which we want to zip. So this will zip this file, and you will find that the extension will now become .bz2. And if we will open this file by running the cat command or the zcat command, you will not be able to go through the contents. It will not display the contents. In the same way, you cannot use the zcat command also. It will not display you anything. So the files which are zipped by running the bzip2 utility, and if you want to see the file contents, you will have to use the bzcat command for that. Bzcat and the file name. In the same way, you can use bzmore or bzless and the file name, but the extension should be bz2 only or the bz2 only. In the same way, you can use the bzless command also. If you want to unzip such files, you will have to execute bunzip2 utility. Bunzip2 command we will use to unzip such files which are zipped by using the bzip2 command. So this will unzip this file. Have a look at this. Now the extension has changed to the original one and the file has been unzipped. If you want to zip more files together, or if you want to use the other utility, tar command can also be used for that purpose. With the tar command, you can zip single file, you can zip multiple files together, you can unzip them. So tar command is very effective, and I have already created a tutorial on the tar command, and I will provide you the link of that tutorial in the description of this video, as well as I will add that video in the training playlist. You guys are requested to go through that tutorial also, because in that tutorial I have explained each and everything about the tar command and how can you use it. Now I will request you guys to go through the questions which are given on page number 202 of the same PDF on basic Unix tools.
Hello everyone, I Vikas Nehra welcome you all to our Nehra classes YouTube channel. In today's tutorial we will learn how to use find command in Linux. The Linux find command is one of the most important and frequently used command line utility in Unix like operating systems. Find command is used to search and locate the list of files and directories based on conditions you specify for files that match the argument. In today's tutorial, I will show you the different options that you can use to find the files with the help of the find command. So without wasting time, let's get started. Find command can be used in a variety of conditions, like you can find files by permissions, users, groups, file type, date, size, and other possible criteria. Through this tutorial, I will share our day-to-day Linux find command experience and its uses in the form of examples. The correct syntax of find command is like this. After the find command, we mention the location where we want to use this utility or where we want to find the files. If we are not sure with the location, then we can mention / here to find the files in the entire system. And after that, we can define different options that are available with the find command with -option. I will tell you those options later, and in the end we can mention the name of the file. So this is the sequence or the syntax of using the find command. Now let me show you. First, I'm going to find a file. Let me show you the file first. We have a file with the name as anaconda-ks.cfg in my home directory. So I want to find it. So I can mention find, and the location is the current working directory. So I will mention dot here, After that, I want to find it with the help of name. So I will define the option as -name, and after that I can mention the name of the file. For remaining alphabets, I can mention asterisk there and press enter. So it will show me the file. In the same way, we can use different options. Let's take another example. Suppose I want to find the files under /root or the home directory of root with the name as Nehra classes .txt. So I will write here find and then the location, that is /root. After that, I will mention the option, that is -name, and then the name of the file, that is Nehra classes .txt. So it will display the file if that is there in that particular location. Now let's proceed towards another example. If I want to find files using name and ignoring case, let us suppose if I want to find all the files whose name is Nehra classes.txt and contain both capital as well as small letters in the name. So let's first create a file with the name as Nehra classes.txt, but this time this N and C is in capital letters. So I want to find the file with case insensitive option. For that, I can use find then location, that is /root, and here I will use the option iname. Iname is for the case insensitive option for the name, and then I can mention the name as Nehra classes.txt. So it will display both the files there. So this option is used for the case insensitivity. If I want to find directories using the name, to find the directories with the name, we can use the type option there. For that, let's create a directory in /tmp with the name as Nehra classes, and this time I will show you how can you find it by using the find command. So here I will use find, then the location is /tmp, then I will define the type, that is -type, and here I will mention D is for the directories, and I want to find it with name, so I will mention the option as -name here, and after that I will mention the name of the directory which I am going to find. The name of the directory is Nehra classes, so it will display the directory there. Now in the next example, if you want to find all the PHP files whose name is Nehra classes.php in your current working directory, so let's create a file first with the name as Nehra classes.php. Nehra classes.php. Let us suppose I want to find it by running the find command, so I will mention here find dot for the current directory, then I will mention the type here, and this time I'm going to find the files only, so I will mention F here, then -name, and after that I will mention the complete name, that is Nehra classes.php. So this time it will display the same. Now let's proceed towards another example. Let us suppose if I want to find all the configuration files in /etc directory, so there I will mention find, then the location, let us suppose I want to find them in /etc, then I will mention here the type as file, then the name, that is -name, and in the double quote I will mention asterisk for the names, and after that I will mention the extension with dot. I want to list all the configuration files, so I will write here .conf and press enter. So it will display the files that are there in the etc directory with the extension as .conf. Now let's proceed towards another example. Suppose I want to find all the files whose permissions are 777. Let us suppose I want to find all the files in my home directory which are having the permissions as 777. I'm talking about the files, not about the directories. So let me first show you the permissions. These all files which are having the name as Nehra classes having the permissions as 777. Now if I want to find all these files, I will write find, and after the find command I will mention the location. So for location I will mention dot here for my present working directory. Then I will define the type as file because I don't want to include the directories. So I will specify here the type as file, and then I will use the option as -perm for the permissions, and the permissions should be 0777. The first bit here is for the special permission. We will talk about it later, and then I will mention the option as print -print. So it will display all the files that are there in my present working directory which are having the full permissions or the permissions as 777. Now in the next example, if I want to find all the files without permission as 777, so that's very easy. For that I will write find and then the location, then I will specify the type as file, and for not equal to I will mention the bang sign here, then the permission as 777. So it will exclude these files. So it will display all the files which are having the permissions not as 777. Let's proceed towards the another example. Suppose we want to find the files which are having SGID bit set on them. So I already have a file in my system or in my home directory with the name as Nehra classes 1.txt. This file is already having the SGID set on it. Now if I want to find it, I will use find, then I will define the location, that is the present working directory, and then I will mention the option as -perm for the permissions, and for SGID I will mention here 2 and then the remaining permissions as 644. So it will display the file there. Let's proceed towards the another example. Suppose we want to find all the files which are having sticky bit set on them and that are having the permissions as 551. I already have such type of file in my current working directory with the name as Nehra classes 10.txt. So this file is having the sticky bit set on it and it is having the permissions as 551. So how can I find it? I will write find. After the find command I will mention the location as the current working directory and then the permissions. So I will write here -perm. For sticky bit I will write here 1. The permissions will start with 1 and then the normal permissions 551. Press enter, so it will display the file. Now let's proceed towards the another example. Suppose I want to find all the files which are having the SUID bit set on them in the system. So there I will execute the find command, find, and then the location. Let us suppose I want to find them in the entire system. So I will mention here / and then -perm for the permissions, and then for the SUID bit I will write here /u is equal to s. So it will display all the files in the system which are having the SUID bit set on them. Now if I want to find the files which are having the SGID bit set on them, so there I will write the same command, but instead of u I will write here g for the SGID. So it will display all the files there. So on these files SGID bit is set. Now if I want to find the read-only files in the system, so for that I will write find slash, let us suppose I want to find them in the entire system, then I will mention the permissions there as perm, and then slash u is equal to r. Press enter. So it will display all the read-only files in the system. Now if I want to find all the executable files, to find all the executable files, I will write find, then the location, then the option as -perm, then slash a is equal to x. So it will display all the files. Now let's proceed towards the another example. Let us suppose I want to find all the files which are having the permissions as 777 on them. To find all 777 permission files and use chmod command to set the permissions to 644. So for that I can write find, then the location, then -type. Here I will write the type as file, then the option as -perm for the permissions, 0777 -print -exec execute. Then I want to execute chmod on them with 644, then the curly brackets like this, then the backward slash and the semicolon. Press enter. So it will change it. It will find and change the permissions. Now let us suppose I want to find the directories with 777 permission and I want to change the permission to 755. So for that I will use the find command, find slash, then I will write -type, type as directory, then -perm for the permissions as 777, -print, then execute exec execute chmod to change the permissions, and after chmod I will mention the permissions as 755, then the curly brackets, then backward slash and semicolon. Press enter. So it will change if they are there. Now let's proceed towards the another example. To find a single file called Nehra classes.txt and remove it. To do it in one command, I can write find, the location, then the type as file, and after that I will write the name as with option -name, and then I will mention the name in inverted commas as Nehra classes.txt. After that I will mention the option as exec execute rm-f, then the curly brackets, backward slash and semicolon. So it will erase this file. It will find this file first and then it will erase it. Now if I will try to list it, this file is not available. You won't be able to find it. Now let's proceed towards the another example. Suppose we want to find and remove multiple files. Let us suppose I want to find all the files in my present working directory with the extension as .txt and I want to remove them at the same time. So I will write the option as find. I will use the command as find, then the location as present working directory, then I will write here -type, type as file, then the option as -name, and in the double quotes I will write *.txt, then I will mention as option -exec rm-f curly brackets, then the backward slash and semicolon. Press enter. So it will erase all the files. Let me show you. So all the files which are having the extension as .txt in my present working directory are gone. Now let's proceed towards the another example. Suppose we want to find all the files which are empty. Let us suppose I want to find all the empty files in tmp directory. So I will mention the command as find /tmp, then -type as file, and then I can define the option as empty empty for the empty files. So it will display all the empty files which are there in the tmp directory. Now let's proceed towards another example. Suppose I want to find all the empty directories. To find all the empty directories, I will write find and then the location. Suppose I want to find them on tmp directory, then I will write here type as D, and then I will write the option as empty. So it will display the empty files that are there in the tmp directory. Now let's proceed towards the another example. Suppose I want to find all the hidden files. To find all the hidden files, I will write the command as find, then location /tmp. Suppose I want to find them on tmp, then the option as -type, that is file, then option -name, and after the name in the double quotes I will write *** or ***. Press enter. So it will display the empty files there. Now let's proceed towards the another example. Suppose we want to find the files with name and with the owner. So for that I will write find, then the location. For the owner or the user, I will mention the option as -user. Suppose I want to find the files which are owned by root, so I will write their root, and then we can define the name with option -name and the name of the file. Press enter. So it will display the file with the name which is having the owner as root. Now let's proceed towards the another example. Suppose we want to find the files that belong to a user in the /home directory. For that I will write find, then location as /home, then -user, and let us suppose I want to find the files which are owned by the user as Vikas Nehra. Press enter. So it will display all the files which belong to Vikas Nehra user in /home. Now let's proceed towards another example. Suppose we want to find all the files based on group. To find files or all the files that belong to the group, we can write find. Suppose we want to find in /home, then we will use the option as -group and then the group name. So it will display all the files which belong to the group as Vikas Nehra. Now let's proceed towards the another example. Suppose we want to find a particular file of user. To find a particular file or all the files of one user, we can write find and then the location, that is /home, then I will write their user, then the username, and suppose I want to use the case insensitive option, so I will mention their -name, and then in the double quotes I will write *.txt. So if these files are there, it will display them. There are no txt files, so let us suppose I want to include all the files, so I will mention * there, so it will display all in the result. Now let's proceed towards the another example. Suppose we want to find the files which were modified 50 days back or within 50 days. To find all the files which are modified in last 50 days, we can write find. Suppose we want to find them in the entire system, so I will mention here slash, then I will use the option as m time. M time stands for modification time, and then I will write there 50, which will take the option in days by default. Press enter. So if the files are there, it will display them. Now let us suppose I want to find all the files that are accessed 50 days back. To find such files, I will mention on terminal find slash, and then I will use the option as a time. A time option is used for the access time, and let us suppose I want to know the files which were accessed in last 50 days. I will write here 50, press enter. If they are there, it will display them. Or if I want to see the files that were accessed in last 10 days, I will mention there 10. Now let's proceed towards the another example. Suppose I want to find the files which were modified more than 50 days back but less than 100 days. For that I will write find slash, then option hyphen m time, and then I will mention plus 50. Then again I will use m time, hyphen m time, and minus 100. So it will display all the files which were modified within 50 to 100 days. Means more than 50 days but less than 100 days. Now let's proceed towards the another example. Suppose I want to find all the files which are changed in last 1 hour. So I will write find slash, then I will mention the option as cmin. Cmin option we use to find all the files which were changed in last few minutes. And suppose I want to see the files which were changed in last 1 hour or in last 60 minutes, I will mention here hyphen 60. Press enter. So it will show all the files if they are there. Now let's proceed towards the another example to find all the files which were modified in last 1 hour. To see the last modified files in few minutes, I will use option hyphen mmin. So I will write find slash, then hyphen mmin modified minutes, and then I will write the minutes with hyphen. For last 1 hour I will write here hyphen 60, so it will display all the files. Or if I want to see the files which were modified in last 10 minutes, I will mention there hyphen 10. Now let's proceed towards the another example. Suppose I want to find all the files which are accessed in last 1 hour. To find the accessed files, we can use find, then the location, then we will write the option as hyphen a. For minutes, I will mention min. So we will use the option as hyphen a min, and then the minutes with hyphen. So it will display all the files that are accessed in last 1 hour. Now let's proceed towards the another example. Suppose we want to find all the 50 MB files in the system, or all the 100 MB files. Means if we want to find the files exactly with that particular size, so we will write find, then location, then we will use the option as hyphen size, and then we can define the size. For 50 MB we can write 50 M like this. For 100 MBs we can write 100 M. So it will display the files if they are there. Now let's proceed towards the another example. Suppose we want to find the files between 50 MB to 100 MB. For that we can use find, then location, then option hyphen size, and then we will write plus 50 m. Then again we will use the option as hyphen size, and there we will mention hyphen 100 m. So it will display all the files which are larger than 50 MB but less than 100 MBs. So these are the files. Now let's proceed towards the another example. Suppose I want to find and delete all the 100 MB files using the find command. So I will write find, then location, then option as hyphen size, and then we can mention plus 100 m, then hyphen exec rm hyphen f, curly brackets like this, backward slash and colon. So it will find and delete all the files and directories. But if I want to find and delete only the files, so I will use one more option here, that is hyphen type as file. Let's proceed towards the another example. One more important option that we can use with the find command is the newer option. Suppose we want to list or find all the files which are newer than one particular file. Let me first create few files here. So I created a file with the name as old. Let me create some more files, new 1, new 2, new 3. So I have created 4 files, one with the name as old and others with names new 1, new 2, new 3. Now how can I find them? So I will mention the find command, then I will mention the location, that is /tmp, and if I want to include only the files in result, not the directories, so I will use the option as hyphen type as file, then I will use the option as hyphen newer and then the reference file name. So I want to list all the files which are newer than this old file. Press enter, so it will display all the files which were created after this old file or which were modified after this old file. So these files are actually newer than this old file. So we can list them by using the option as hyphen newer with the find command. So guys, these were the few examples of find command. If you want to go in detail, you can go through the manual of find command by running man find, and there you can use a lot of options as per the requirement. That's all about the find command tutorial. Hope you will find this tutorial useful for you. If you like it, then do share it with your friends and colleagues. And if you are new on our channel, then please subscribe us and turn on the bell notification. I'll see you in the next one. Till then, bye bye. Jai Hind. Vande Mataram. Hello friends. Welcome to our YouTube channel. Today, I shall guide you with the file compression, decompression, zipping and unzipping in Red Hat Enterprise Linux 8. I'm your friend Vikas Nehra and you are watching Nehra Classes YouTube channel. नमस्कार मित्रों, मैं विकास नेहरा और आप देख रहे हैं YouTube चैनल हमारा नेहरा क्लासेस। आज मैं आपको Red Hat Enterprise Linux 8 में फाइल्स को कंप्रेस करना, डीकंप्रेस करना, कई सारी फाइल्स को एक साथ जिप करना और फिर उनको अनजिप करना सिखाऊंगा। तो आइए बिना समय गवाए वीडियो को शुरू करते हैं। Currently I am inside my home directory and as you can see that there are several files. Some files are there with .txt extension. So first I will tell you how can we compress these files by using gzip command. So after the gzip command I need to put the file name which I want to zip. So as you can see that I am using gzip utility and after that I am putting the file name test.txt, and if you check the details you can find that the file has been compressed and the extension of this file is now changed to gz. You can compress several files in one command. What you need to do, you need to just put the file names separated by the space. you can see that I have compressed 2 files in one command. You can also zip all the files of same extension. What you need to do, you need to put an asterisk after that dot and then the extension. So you can compress all the files of the same extension in one command. Gzip files are the files which are zipped by using gzip utility, have the extension as gz. If we want to view these files, we need to put z before the command. Suppose I'm going to open test.txt.gz. So if I want to view the contents, I shall use ggcat command and I can open the file. I can open the zip file. In the similar fashion, I can use zmod or zless. After that, if we want to unzip or uncompress these files, we shall use the utility called gunzip and then the file name. If I want to uncompress several files in one command, then we need to put all the file names there. तो दोस्तों आप देख सकते हैं कि मैंने gzip कमांड का यूज करके फाइल को पहले कंप्रेस किया, gzip और फाइल का नाम दिया तो फाइल कंप्रेस होगी और कंप्रेस फाइल का एक्सटेंशन चेंज हो गया gz में. उसके बाद अगर मुझे दो कमांड्स, एक ही कमांड में दो या दो से अधिक फाइल्स को कंप्रेस करना है तो मैं कमांड के बाद हर एक फाइल का नाम स्पेस देकर लिखता चला जाऊंगा तो सारी फाइल्स कंप्रेस हो जाएंगी. अगर मुझे सेम एक्सटेंशन की फाइल्स को एक साथ कंप्रेस करना है तो मैं एस्ट्रिक के बाद उनका एक्सटेंशन लिख दूंगा तो सारी की सारी फाइल्स एक साथ कंप्रेस हो जाएंगी. अगर मुझे कंप्रेस फाइल को देखना है कि कंप्रेस फाइल के अंदर है क्या, तो मैं कैट कमांड से पहले z लगा दूंगा या मोर या लेस जो हमारी कमांड्स होती हैं फाइल को ओपन करने की, उनसे पहले एक z पुट कर दूंगा और मैं उन फाइल को का नाम रखूंगा उनके बाद में, तो मैं फाइल्स के अंदर क्या है ये देख पाऊंगा. लेकिन इससे सिर्फ वही वाली फाइल्स आपकी ओपन हो पाएंगी जिनको आपने gzip कमांड से जिप किया था या कंप्रेस किया था. नाउ लेट्स proceed further. So we use another utility or tool called bzip2. bzip2 provides better compression. It is more efficient as compared to gzip. So by using this utility, what we need to do, we need to just write bzip and after that we put the file name which I want to compress. So you can see that I have just compressed test.txt file. Now the extension has changed to bz2. So if I want to view this file, I shall write bzcat and the file name. तो आप देख सकते हैं हमारे पास एक और यूटिलिटी है जो कि बेटर कंप्रेशन प्रोवाइड करती है, उसका नाम है bzip2. bzip2 के बाद मैं फाइल का नाम दूंगा जिसको मुझे कंप्रेस करनी है और एंटर प्रेस करूंगा तो फाइल हमारी कंप्रेस हो जाएगी. लेकिन अब जो उसका एक्सटेंशन है वो bz2 के नाम से आपको दिखेगा. अगर मुझे उस कंप्रेस्ड फाइल को व्यू करना है, उसके कंटेंट्स को देखना है, तो मैं कैट कमांड से पहले या लेस कमांड से पहले bz लगा के उस फाइल को देख सकता हूँ. तो देखिए मैंने bzcat कमांड का यूज करके इस कंप्रेस्ड फाइल के कंटेंट्स को चेक कर लिया है. इफ यू वांट टू कंप्रेस सेवरल फाइल्स by this utility bzip2, you can put all the names separated by the space as we have done in the last command. तो आप एक से ज़्यादा फाइल्स को भी एक साथ कंप्रेस कर सकते हैं जैसे कि हमने पहले किया था. If I want to unzip these files which are zipped by using bzip2 utility, I shall run bunzip and the file name. So it's bunzip2, not bunzip. So you can see that the files which were zipped by using bzip2 utility now unzipped. तो आप देख सकते हैं कि इन फाइल्स को मैं bunzip2 कमांड की हेल्प से अनजिप कर सकता हूं. तो bunzip2 कमांड से मेरी वही फाइल्स अनजिप हो पाएंगी जिनको मैंने bzip2 यूटिलिटी से जिप किया था. तो इस तरीके से आप gzip और gunzip का यूज करके फाइल्स को कंप्रेस अनकंप्रेस कर सकते हैं. बेटर तरीके से आपको करना है तो आप gzip2 या bunzip2 यूटिलिटी का यूज कर सकते हैं. So you can use gzip and bzip to zip the files and gunzip and bunzip to unzip those zipped files or compressed files. Now we shall zip several files into one, and after that we shall unzip those files by using the tar tool. Tar means tape archive. We are going to use tar utility for zipping and unzipping. So tar means tape archive. I am currently inside my home directory and there are several zipped and unzipped files. Let's zip test2 file and test4 file into one. So I shall use tar, C for create zip, F for name. Now I need to put the name. So write a name here, test.tar, and after that put the file names. So test2.txt and test4.txt. I'm going to zip test2.txt and test4.txt into test.tar. So you can see, if we do the long listing here, a file name test.tar is created which contains test2.txt and test4.txt. तो दोस्तों मैं यहाँ पर टेप आर्काइव यानी कि टार कमांड का यूज कर रहा हूँ. टार कमांड का यूज करके मैंने test2.txt और test4.txt फाइल को एक फाइल में जिप कर दिया है जिसका नाम है test.tar. तो आपको फाइल क्रिएट करने के लिए कमांड यूज करनी है tar cf, c फॉर क्रिएशन ऑफ फाइल एंड f फॉर नेम, और एक नाम देना है जिस नाम से आपको फाइल बनानी है. उसका एक्सटेंशन tar हो या zip हो सकता है, और उसके बाद उन फाइल्स के नाम देने हैं जिनको आपको उस फाइल में जिप करना है. नाउ वी शैल create a file with the extension .zip, not .tar, with these files. So you need to put the file name as test.zip or something.zip, and after that you need to put the file names which you are going to zip into that. If you do the long listing, you can see that another file with name test.zip is created. Earlier it was test.tar, now it's test.zip. तो आप देख सकते हैं कि मैंने test.zip के नाम से एक फाइल बना ली है जिसके अंदर test2 और test4.txt की फाइल्स जिप होकर आ गई हैं. तो आप या तो zip या tar किसी भी एक्सटेंशन की फाइल यहाँ से क्रिएट कर सकते हैं. So if you want to zip and compress the file in one command, means you want to zip several files into one, and at the same time you also want to compress that file, then you can use tar czf and then a file name test.tar.gz and the file's name which you want to zip and compress, test2.txt and test4.txt. So you can see that a file is created with gzip extension. तो आप देख सकते हैं कि मैंने एक फाइल क्रिएट कर दी है जिसने test.txt और test4.txt फाइल को जिप करने के साथ साथ कॉम्प्रेस भी कर दिया है। तो यहाँ पर जो एक फाइल जनरेट होगी वो gz एक्सटेंशन से जनरेट होगी है। If you want to create files with gz2 extension, means you want to zip several files into one, and after that you want to compress them at the same time with gzip2 utility, which we were talking earlier. Then you can use tar cjf, then the name of the file with gz2 extension and the files which you want to zip. So you can see the details here. A file with the name test.tar.gz2 is created here. तो आप चाहें तो gz2 एक्सटेंशन की फाइल्स जो कि हम पहले बना रहे थे gzip2 यूटिलिटी का यूज करके, उनको भी आप tar की हेल्प से क्रिएट कर सकते हैं। तो आपको करना क्या है, आपको tar कमांड के साथ cjf j लगा देना है और एक नाम देना है जिसका एक्सटेंशन gz2 से हो, और फाइल्स के नाम देने हैं जिनको आपको एक साथ जिप करना है। If you want to view the contents of the zip file, then you can use tar tbf and the zip file name. अगर आपको zip फाइल के अंदर के कंटेंट्स को देखना है तो आप tar tbf कमांड का यूज करके zip फाइल के अंदर क्या क्या है ये देख सकते हैं। तो f नाम के लिए है और v वर्बोस के लिए और t है कंटेंट्स को शो करने के लिए। If I want to view only one file, I want to check whether this file is there in the zip file or not. So what I need to do, I need to use the command tar tbf and the zip file name, and after that I need to put that file name which I want to search in that zip file. So you can see that the file is there. अगर आपको किसी एक पर्टिकुलर फाइल को सर्च करना है, आपको ये पता करना है कि ये वाली फाइल जिप फाइल के अंदर है कि नहीं, तो आप tar tbf कमांड का उसके लिए भी यूज कर सकते हैं। आपको करना क्या होगा, आपको उस कमांड के बाद उस फाइल का नाम देना होगा जो आप ढूंढना चाह रहे हैं उस जिप फाइल के अंदर, जैसा कि मैंने यहाँ पे test2.txt को ढूंढा है। Now let's unzip the files which we have zipped by using the tar utility. So we shall use the command tar xvf and the file name. So you can see that the test.tar is now unzipped. अगर आप tar कमांड से zip फाइल को अनजिप करना चाहते हैं तो आपको tar कमांड के बाद xvf लिखना होगा और फाइल का नाम देना होगा जो आपकी zip फाइल है, और एंटर प्रेस करने पर आप देख पाएंगे कि जो फाइल्स उसके अंदर थी वो अनजिप हो चुकी हैं। If you want to preserve the file permissions, let's create a new file. Let's blk test10.txt and see the permissions of this file. You can see that it is read write, read read. These permissions are there. So if you want to zip this file by using tar utility with the preserved permissions, you will use tar cvpf. You will use option P here, and then the file name test10.tar, and after that the file name which you want to zip, test10.txt. .tar.bz2. So if we check the details here, a file with name test10.tar.bz2 is created here. This is the file test.10.tar .bz2. Earlier the file permissions were for this file. You can see the permissions of test10.txt. It is read, write, read and read. So what I have done, I have just zipped this file with preserved permissions. So if we unzip this file, let's remove this file first, rm and the file name. Let's unzip tar xvf and test10.tar.bz2. Now check the permissions again. You will find that there is no change in the permissions. तो अगर आपको फाइल को इस तरीके से जिप करना है कि उसकी परमिशंस चेंज ना हो, परमिशंस प्रिजर्व रहें, तो आप p का यूज करेंगे tar के बाद. तो देखिए मैंने एक फाइल क्रिएट करी थी जिसकी परमिशंस थी ऑनर के लिए रीड राइट, ग्रुप के लिए रीड और अदर्स के लिए रीड. इस फाइल को मैंने जिप किया था प्रिजर्व परमिशंस के साथ टार टूल का यूज करके. तो टार CJPF P मैंने इसमें लगाया था प्रिजर्व परमिशंस के लिए, और मैंने उसको नाम दिया था test10.tar.bz2 का, और ये फाइल का नाम था जिसको मुझे जिप करना था. तो उसके बाद मैंने ओरिजिनल फाइल को डिलीट कर दिया था, और फिर मैंने उसको दोबारा से जब अनटार किया या अनजिप किया तो आप देख सकते हैं कि जो नई फाइल जनरेट हुई थी उसकी परमिशन सेम थी जो कि ओरिजिनल फाइल की थी. तो इसका मतलब ये है कि इस कमांड से हम परमिशंस को प्रिजर्व करके जिप कर सकते हैं. So guys, thank you so much for watching the video.
Guys, I welcome you all to our live Linux training for members, and this is session number 17, and in this session we will talk about the regular expressions that we use in Linux. Regular expressions are very powerful tools in Linux. They can be used with a wide variety of programs like bash, vi, rename, grep, sed and many more. And in this tutorial I will introduce you to the basic regular expressions that we use in Linux. If I talk about the regular expression versions, there are three main categories of the regular expressions. The first one is known as basic regular expressions. The second one is called as the extended regular expressions or EXE. And the third one is the Perl regular expressions, which is also known as PRCE. Depending on the tool being used, one or more of these syntax can be used. For example, the grep tool has the option -e to force a string to be read as the extended regular expression, while option -g forces the basic regular expression and the option -p forces the Perl regular expression. So with the grep command we can use all of them. Note that the grep also has option -f to force the string to be read literally. The sed tool also has options to choose a regular expression syntax, and for more details you can go through the help manual of these commands. Now I will talk about the grep command first. Grep is a popular Linux tool to search for lines that matches a certain pattern. Now I will show you some examples of simplest regular expressions. So what I am going to do, I am going to create a file first. I am going to create a file with the name as names.txt, and here I will write Tanya, Laura, Valentina, and after that I will save this file.
let me verify the contents of this file. Here you can see that Tanya is there, Laura is there, and Valentina is there. So I have written 3 names in this file. When grabbing a single character, only the lines containing that character are returned on the output. So if I will grab here alphabet U in this names.txt file, so it should print the result as Laura, because it is matching this particular alphabet in this file, and only this Laura line is having the alphabet U in it. If I will grab alphabet E, then it will print the result as Valentina, and if I will grab alphabet I, then it will print the result as Tanya and Valentina, because both these names or both these lines are having the I alphabet present. The pattern matching in this example should be very straightforward. If the given character occurs in a line, the grep will return that line on the output. Now, what happens if we concatenate the characters? Two concatenated characters will have to be concatenated in the same way to have a match. And the example which I am going to show you will demonstrate that IA will match Tanya but not Valentina, and in IN will match the Valentina but not Tanya. So actually it matches the same pattern. So let me first grab the word A or the alphabet A in this file. So here it will print all the 3 lines, because each and every line is having the A alphabet present in them. But if I will concatenate the characters or the alphabets here, like I will mention IA and I will mention the name of the file, then this time it will only print the result as Tanya, because it will check for this pattern I and after that the alphabet A, and this pattern is matched only in this Tanya line of the named.txt file. If I will reverse the order, like instead of IA I will write AI, so it will not print any result. In the same way, if I will mention here IN, so it will look for this IN in the file and we will get the result as Valentina. Now we will talk about one or the other. The PRC and ERE, extended regular expression, both use the pipe symbol to signify OR. The example which I am going to show you here, I will grab for the lines containing the letter I or the letter A. So I am going to create a file first. Here let me create a file with the name as list, and in this file I will write Tanya and Laura. After that I will save it and I will verify the contents. So both the names are present in this file. Now what I am going to do, I am going to use grep option -E, grep -E, and there within the single quotes I will write I pipe A and the name of the file. So what will happen here, it will check for both the alphabets. So it will print Tanya as well as Laura on the output. Note that we use the option -E switch of grep to force the interpretation of our string as extended regular expression or ERE. We need to escape the pipe symbol in BRE or basic regular expression to get the same logical OR operation. So how can we do that? For that we will use grep option -G or capital G, and there we will write I pipe A within the single quotes and the name of the file.
So here it will not print the result, it will not print anything. So here we will have to use the escaping characters. So here we will have to mention I backslash, and this time it will show us both the names or both the lines where these alphabets are present. Now we will talk about one or more. So for that we will use the asterisk symbol. The asterisk signifies 0, one or more occurrences of the previous, and the plus signifies one or more of the previous. So for that I'm going to create a file first. I will create a file with the name as list2. So this list2 file I am going to use for this option, and here let me write ll. In the next line I will write lol, then lul, then LOOL, and after that I will save these contents there in this file. Let me verify the contents in this file. So these contents are present. Now I'm going to use grep -E, and there I will mention within the single quotes O asterisk and the name of the file. So what this command will do, this command will print the result as it is. Instead of the asterisk sign, if I will use a plus sign here, then it will give us a different output. This time it will not show this LL. It will only print the results which are having the O alphabet in them. It will only print those lines which are having alphabet O. So in this way we can use it. Now let's proceed towards the next one. So for the next example I'm going to create a file first. Here I will teach you how to match the end of string. So for that we will use this file. Let me create a file with the name as names, and here I will write Tanya, Laura, Valentina, and Fleur and Floor, and I will save the contents. Let me verify the details. So contents are present in this file. Now the example which I am going to show you, here I will teach you how to use the dollar characters to match the end of a string. To match the end of a string, we will use the dollar sign with the grep command. So there we will use grep, and suppose we are going to find the files which are ending on alphabet A, and after that we will mention the dollar sign and the name of the file. So it will print the result as Tanya, Laura and Valentina, because all the three lines are ending on alphabet A. And suppose we want to print the lines which are ending on alphabet R, there we will mention R and the dollar sign and press enter. This time it will show us the different results. It will only print those lines which are actually ending on the alphabet R. So in this way we can use the grep command to match the end of a string. Now I will show you how can you match the start of a string. The caret character or this up arrow symbol will be used to match a string at the start of a line. So I will use the same file here. Here let me use the grep command, then the caret symbol or the up arrow symbol, and then I will write val and the name of the file. So this time it will print the result as Valentina, because only this Valentina line is starting with this VAL string. Or suppose we want to display the lines which are starting with the alphabet capital F. So there we will write capital F after the up arrow sign and the name of the file. So this time it will show us those lines. Both the dollar sign and the little hat are called the anchors in the regular expressions. Now we will proceed further. Now we will talk about the separating words. Regular expressions use a \b sequence to reference a word separator. Let's take an example. So I'm going to create a file first. I'm going to create a file with the name as text, and in this file I will write few lines. The first line I will mention here, the governor is governing. In the next one I will write here, the winter is over. And in the third one I will write, can you get over there? And I will save this file. Now let me verify the contents. So that's correct. I will simply use the grep command, or simply grepping for over will give too many results. So if I will only use grep command and suppose I want to search for this over string in this file, so it will print too many results because it will try to find these strings everywhere in the file, and there may be n number of occasions where this string is present in different lines. So it will print all those results. Surrounding the search word with white space is not a good solution because other characters can be word separators. Now the method that I will show you here, I will show you how to use \b to find only the searched word. For that we will use the grep command, and with that grep command we will use the single quotes, and there we will use the \b, and we will mention the word or the string which we are looking for, and again \b and the name of the file. So this time it will only show us the desired results. So this is a better way of grepping the files by using the word separators. Note that grep also has a -w option to grep for the words. For the words we can use this option also. Here we will use grep, and there we will mention -w, then we can define the word and the name of the file. So this will also print the same results. It will only find this word in the lines of that particular file where we are trying to search it. So grep is a very powerful command and is also used in the regular expressions because there are a lot of features available. Sometimes it is easier to combine a simple regress or the regular expression with grep options than it is to write a more complex regular expressions. And some of the options are there along with the grep command which we can use. We can use grep -i, we can use -v, we can also use option -w, we can also use A5 or A6 -A5. Suppose we want to print 5 lines after that particular string. B5 means -B5 or -C5. So these are the options which are available with the grep command, and for more details you can go through the help manual of the grep command. You can also prevent the shell expansion of a regular expression. The $sign is a special character actually, both for the regular expressions and also for the shell. Remember, shell variables and embedded shells. Therefore, it is advised to always code the regular expressions. This prevents shell expansion. Like if we are using the grep command and there we are using the single quotes and there we are mentioning R and the $sign and the names, the name of the file actually, like this, and press enter. So it will only print the lines which are actually ending on the alphabet R. Same can be done along with the rename or the Perl commands, but we are not going to discuss those commands here because we are that are used in the Debian based Linux flavors. Here we are only concerned with the Red Hat, so you can do them at your own. Now let's proceed further. We will talk about the stream editor now and how can we use it for the regular expressions. The stream editor, or the short SED, uses regular expressions for stream editing. And the example which I am going to show you, there I will show you how to use it. Suppose I want to print Monday, so I will simply write echo Monday, because whatever we write after the echo command, that gets printed on the screen. If we want to edit it by using the stream editor, that we can very easily do by using a filter sign, and then we can write sed, and after that within the single quotes we can mention as / and instead of sun we can write mon there. So sorry, we need to mention Monday, we need to mention Sunday instead of Monday, so we will write here mon, and then we can write here sun for the Sunday. So it will change the output, it will show us the result as Sunday, because here what we have defined that it should change the mon to sun, and I have already shown you this in the previous session where I explained the stream editor and it's working. In the same way, you can use it with different ways. There you can use the slashes. The slashes can be replaced by a couple of other characters which can be handy in some cases to improve the readability. Like I will write here echo Sunday, so this will only print the output as Sunday, but after the pipe sign, if I will write there sed for the stream editor, and there within the single quotes if I will write s to remove the white space, then colon, and then I want to change this Sunday for Monday, so I will separate it with the colons, and I will write Sunday Monday, and I will press enter here. This time it will change it to Monday. Or in the same way we can write it like this also. We can use the underscore signs. So this time also it will give us the same result. Or we can use the pipe sign as well instead of the underscore signs. So I will write here pipe sign. Again I will mention the pipe sign here like this, and again I will mention the pipe sign. So this time also it will print the same result. Sed is an interactive editor. While sed is meant to be used in a stream, it can also be used interactively on a file. So how can we use the sed in an interactive way? Suppose we want to create a file here and I want to write Sunday in that particular file. So I will write here echo Sunday greater than sign, and suppose I want to give the name as today to this file. So it will write Sunday there in this file, and we can verify the details by running the cat command also. If I want to use the stream editor in an interactive way, I will write sed hyphen I for the interactivity, and there I will mention within the single quotes s slash sun and slash month. So what it will do, it will change this Sunday to Monday in the file, and again verify the details by running the cat command. This time it will show us Monday instead of Sunday. So here what we have done, we have used the stream editor in an interactive way or interactively. We can also use it for simple back referencing. The ampersand character can be used to reference a searched string, and the example that I will show you, there I will use the ampersand sign to double the occurrence of the found string. And how can I use that? Let me show you. Let me write echo Sunday, then the pipe sign, and then I will use the stream editor. I will write there s slash sun slash mon, but instead of mon, here I will write double ampersand like this, and I will close the single quotes. So this time it will give us the output as sun Sunday. So it is doubling the occurrences. Or in the same way, if we want to double the occurrence for the day, we will write here day and double ampersand, so it will print the result as Sunday day. We can also use it for the back referencing. Parentheses are used to group sections of the regular expressions so they can later be referenced. Now let me show you how can we use it. Here let me write echo Sunday, and there I will use the pipe sign, the stream editor, and in the single quotes I will simply mention s underscore the backslash, and in the brackets I will write Sunday or only sun, then the backslash again, then underscore sign, again backslash, and there I will mention 1 and y and underscore. So it will show us the result as sunny day. So this is called the back referencing. A dot for any character can also be used. Let me show you how can we do that. Suppose I write echo 2014-04-01. So it will print this if I will simply execute this command. But if I will use a pipe sign here, then I will write sed, and in the single quotes if I will mention there s / then 4 dots 1 2 3 4, then dash, then 2 dots, then dash, again 2 dots, and slash, then I will write y dot slash mm, then again dd, and the / and close the single quotes and press enter. So it will print the result as YYMMDD. It can also be used for multiple back referencing, and this feature is called the grouping. So we are not going to go in detail. You can go through the manual for more details. The \s can refer to white space such as a space or a tab. So we can also do that. Suppose I want to use that, I will write here echo, and for that we will mention the option -e along with the echo command, and in the single quotes we can write, suppose I want to write here today /this /t_var and close the single quotes. So it will show us the result as today is warm.
it will give the space within the words which we have mentioned here. So this \t can be used to give the space in between the words. Optional occurrences. A question mark signifies that the previous one is the optional. Suppose we have a file here, list2, and in this file we have some data present like LL, LOL, LOOL and LOOL. If I will use the grep command here and I will mention option -e, and there I will mention O question mark within the single quotes like this and the file name. So it will only print LOOL and LOOL because here we have clearly mentioned this thing. The question mark signifies that the previous one is the optional, not the mandatory. So it will print it like this. Now let's proceed further. It can also match the output exactly n times. You can demand an exact number of times of the previous has to occur. Let me show you. Let me show you the file. So this file I'm going to use for this example. Here we can define how many times we want to see it on the output. So there we can mention grep -e, and here we can define it. So I will write here in the single quotes O, and within the curly brackets I can simply mention the occurrences number. Suppose I want to print only 3 occurrences, so I will write here 3. I will close the quotes and the file name I will write there and press enter. So it will only print the result where this O is 3 times present. So this one is we are using here for the alphabet to find that particular alphabet, and here we have defined the occurrences in the curly brackets. We can also mention between n and m times, and here we demand exactly from minimum n and maximum n time occurrences. Suppose we want to do it for minimum 2 and 3 maximum occurrences. Let me show you the same file. This file I'm going to use again, and here for that we will define grep option -e, and there we can use this. Suppose we want to find the same alphabet O, and there we can define the occurrences. So I want to print it on minimum 2 and maximum 3. So both should be included on the output and the file name. So it will only print those lines where minimum 2 and maximum 3 occurrences are present. So those lines will be printed on the output. Now we can also use it in the bash history. The bash shell can also interpret some regular expressions. Let me create a directory here, mkdir hist, and let me go in this directory. Now I'm inside this hist directory which I created in the previous command. Now I'm going to create some files. Touch file 1, file 2 and file 3, and let me long list file 1 here. So this file is present which I created in the previous step. Let me first show you some more commands in my history. Suppose I want to print the last 12 lines, and I want to print this line which is there on 197. To execute that command, I will simply use the bang sign and I will mention the number 197. So it will print the output of the same command which we are getting on the output. And instead of this, if I want to change it, so I can write the same command, that is bang 197
and there I will mention s/1, but instead of 1, if I want to print the file 2, I will write here /2 and press enter. So this time it will print the result of the same command, but instead of file 1 it will print the result as file 2, because we have clearly mentioned here 2 instead of 1. So it has to be used the file 2 name here. That is why it is showing us the same output. So in this way we can use the regular expressions in bash history also. So guys, that's it from my side for today's session of regular expressions in Linux, and I will request you guys to practice all these commands at your own and follow the session carefully and execute the commands at your own. Means you need to practice these commands. I'm not giving you any practice exercise today. Just repeat the session at your own, and after that it will be very helpful for you to understand the regular expressions in Linux. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for joining this session on YouTube.
I welcome you all to our live Linux training for members, and this is our session number 18 of live Linux training, and in this session we will talk about the VI editor. VI editor is the very powerful editor that we use in Linux to edit the files. The VI editor is installed on almost all Unix machines or on all flavors of Linux. Linux will very often install Vim, which is very similar. Every system administrator should know Vim because it is an easy tool to solve problems. The VI editor is not intuitive, but once you get to know it, VI becomes a very powerful application. Most Linux distributions will include the Vim tutor command, which is a 45-minute lesson in Vim. So Vim is the modified version of VI editor. And by default, this editor is present in almost all Linux machines. And if it is not installed, if the modified version of the VI editor is not installed in your machine, you can install it by running the yum install command, yum install Vim. So you can install it from the local Vim repository or from the online repositories by running this command. So this package must be installed in your machine if you want to use the modified version or the improved version of VI editor. The VI is the traditional editor and Vim is the modified version of this VI editor or the improved or enhanced version of VI editor. And if the modified version of the VI editor is installed in your machine, you can execute the Vim tutor command there. Vim tutor command will guide you with which you can easily know how to use this tool in Linux. If you will run the Vim tutor command, then it will allow you to go through the interactive lessons of the Vim tutor. Here, there are different lessons provided to you for practice purpose, and here you can know more about how to use the VI editor in Linux. So let's quickly scroll down and let's go to the first lesson where it is showing us how to move the cursor. Here we can use these keys J, K, L and H. So on our keyboard, if we want to go at the right side, if we want to bring the cursor to the right of the screen, we can press the L alphabet or the L key on the keyboard. Here I'm pressing the L key and it is allowing me to move the cursor in the right hand side direction. If I want to move it at the left hand side, I can press the H key. Here I'm pressing the H key on the keyboard. If I want to move the cursor upwards, there I can press the K key. So with the K key, I can move the cursor upwards. If I want to move the arrow or move the cursor downwards, I can press the J key on the keyboard. Now I'm pressing the J key. So with the H key, we can move the cursor towards left hand side. With the L key, we can move it towards right hand side. With K key, we can move it upwards, and with J key, we can move it downwards. So this is the first lesson of the Vim tutor command. Now we can move towards the next session, which is lesson 1.2, and here it will teach us how to exit the Vim or the VI editor. Here, to exit the VI editor, we can press the colon sign as mentioned in this lesson. We can press Q and the bang sign and press enter. So with this, we can exit the VI editor. So Vim tutor actually a tool or a command with which we can learn the VI editor at our own. Now let's move towards the next lesson, where it will teach us how to delete the character. Here we can use the X key on the keyboard to delete a character. Suppose I want to remove or delete this error word. So I will go on this particular word and I will press the X key on the keyboard. So here it will allow me to delete the alphabets. And with this, I can delete the entire line. I can delete the paragraphs also, like this. So with the X key on the keyboard, I can directly delete the alphabets and the words. So this is the third lesson. Now we can move towards the next lesson. Here, it will allow us how to change the mode. If I want to go in the insert mode, I can directly press the I key on the keyboard. This is what mentioned in this lesson here. So here you can see that I'm right now in the insert mode of the VI editor, and here I can make the necessary changes in the file. Actually, two modes are present in VI editor, insert mode and command mode, which I will teach you after some time. Now we can proceed towards the next lesson, that is lesson 1.5, and here it is showing us, it is allowing us, or it is teaching us how to edit the text. How can we append the text here like this? How can we add the data there in the file? Now we can move towards the next lesson. Here it is showing us how to edit a file. So there are separate lessons there in this. These tools are very helpful for us to understand or to learn the VI editor. So in total, this module or this entire utility, Vim tutor, it is of about 45 minutes. Within 45 minutes, it will allow us to learn VI editor in detail. Now I will request to you go through each and every lesson of Vim tutor command and practice each and every lesson at your own. With this, you will be able to know the VI editor in detail. After 45 minutes, you will know each and everything about the VI editor and how to use it. So I will request you to go through these lessons at your own, one by one, complete these lessons and practice whatever is mentioned there in each and every lesson. Now I will quit this utility and I will give you, or I will teach you the VI editor in detail. Apart from this, you can take a note of these commands which I'm going to teach you right now to use the VI editor. There are two modes in VI editor. The first one is the command mode. And the second one is the insert mode. By default, when we open a file, it opens the VI editor in command mode. And if we want to make some changes there, in the text, we can either directly do that from the command mode, or we can use the insert mode depending on the situation. So there are two modes, command mode and insert mode. Now I will teach you how to switch into insert mode directly from the command mode. Now let me create a file first. I'm going to create a file here with the name as cal, and after that I will open this file in VI editor. Now the file is opened here in the VI editor, and here you can see that the file name is cal, which is written over there. There are 8 lines and there are 168 characters in this file. Right now I am in the command mode of VI editor. If I want to go in the insert mode from the command mode, or if I want to switch in the insert mode, there are different keys which I can press here to directly switch into the insert mode from the command mode. Let me first tell you about the A key on the keyboard. If I will press the A key here on the keyboard, it will allow me start typing after the current character. Suppose I am there on this F character and I want to start typing after this character. By directly going in the insert mode, I will press A here. So this time it will allow me to switch in the insert mode. Here you can see that right now I am in the insert mode of VI editor. It is clearly mentioned here, and in this mode I am there after this F character. Now whatever I will write, I will start writing it after this F in this file. You can see that. Now if I want to go back to my command mode of VI editor, to switch back to the command mode, I can press the escape key. So now I am in the command mode. Insert mode is gone. There is no more insert mode present right now, and if nothing is visible, that means I am in the command mode. If you want to start typing at the end of the current line, then you can press capital A. That means you need to press Shift plus A at the same time. This will allow you to write at the end of the current line by going in the insert mode directly. And now I can start typing after the end of the current line. Let's again go back to the command mode. If you want to start typing before the current character, suppose I want to start typing before this 2, so I can directly press I on the keyboard and I can start writing. By pressing the I key on the keyboard, it allows you to write before the current character. If you want to start typing at the start of the current line, there you can press the capital I. Means you need to press Shift plus I at the same time. It will allow you to write at the start of the current line by jumping or by switching directly into the insert mode from the command mode. If you want to go back to the command mode, you can directly press the escape key on the keyboard again. If you want to start typing on a new line after the current line, for that you can press O in the command mode, and after that it will allow you to write in the next line. Again, go back to the command mode by pressing the escape key. And if you want to start typing on a new line before the current line, so for that you can press the capital O. Means you need to press Shift plus O at the same time. So it will allow you to write or start typing on a new line before the current line. So in this way, you can directly switch from the command mode to insert mode and vice versa. Now I will teach you how to replace and delete a character. Now let me quit this file. To quit this file, we will go in the command mode, then we will press colon, Q and bang, and after that we can press enter. Now I will teach you how to replace and delete a character. So let's open the same file again. And here, suppose I want to delete 10. So first I will move the cursor there on where the 10 is written in the file, and there is no need to directly go in the insert mode. We can do it from the command mode itself. Here we can press the X key on the keyboard 2 times. So it will remove 1 as well as 2. So we can delete the number 10 from the file. The X key on the keyboard from the command mode deletes the character below the cursor. Whatever is there below the cursor, that will be deleted. If you want to delete the character before the cursor, not below the cursor. So if you want to delete the character before the cursor, you can move the cursor to the appropriate location in the file and you can press Shift plus X at the same time. So it will delete the data backwards like this. If you want to replace the character below the cursor, you can press R. Suppose I want to replace this 2, I can press R, and after that I can press the new key or with which I want to replace it. Suppose I want to replace it with 8, I will press 8 here. So it will replace 12 to 18. If you want to paste after the cursor, you can press P on the keyboard like this. Whatever is copied there in the keyboard, that will be pasted here. If you want to switch the characters, you can use XP. Suppose I want to change this 28 into 82. So what I will do, I will press XP here. So it will switch 2 characters. If you want to undo the last action, you can press U on the keyboard. Let me show you. To undo the last action, I will press U here and it will undo the changes. Now you can see that I'm already at the oldest changes since I have already undone the changes which I made in this file. To repeat the last action, we can press the dot there. Let me show you one more time. Let me undo the changes first and let me make some changes here. So I will write here Vikas. Now suppose I want to undo the changes. So for undoing the changes, I will go in the command mode and press U. So it will undo the changes. And in case I want to repeat the last action, I will press the dot sign in the command mode. So with dot, it will redo the changes. With U, it will undo the changes. Now I will teach you how to cut, copy and paste there in the file. If you want to cut the current line, you can press the DD on that line where the cursor is present. You will first bring the cursor there and after that you can press DD on the keyboard. Suppose I want to delete or cut this line. To cut this line, I will move the cursor there and press DD. So it will cut this line. If you want to copy the current line, you can move the cursor there. Suppose I want to copy this line, this one. So there I will first move the cursor and then I will press YY. So YY will copy this line. And if I want to paste it, I will bring the cursor where I want to paste it and then I can press P on the keyboard. So it will paste this line. Or if I want to paste it before the current line, I will press Shift P. So it will paste the line before the current line. So in this way, we can cut, copy and paste a line. Let me show you one more time. Let me first quit this file and Let me open it again in the VI editor, and let me show you how can we first cut a line. Suppose I want to cut this first line, this line, February 2021. To cut this line, we will first move our cursor in the first line or the same line which we want to cut, and there we can press DD. And if I want to paste it at the end, I will move the cursor there and I can press P. If I want to copy a line, I will move the cursor on that line. I will bring the cursor there and I will press Y. So it will copy the line in the clipboard. So this line is copied now, and if I want to paste it, I will move the cursor where I want to paste it and I will press P. So it will be pasted. And in case if I want to paste it before the current line, first I will move the cursor there and I will press Shift plus P at the same time. So that will paste the line before the current line. Now I will teach you how to cut, copy and paste the words and the alphabets. But before that, let me teach you how to cut, copy and paste multiple lines. Suppose I want to cut 3 lines. Suppose I want to cut the first 3 lines in this file, these 3 lines. So I will first move the cursor on the first line and then I will press 3DD. So it will cut the first 3 lines. And in case if I want to cut 5 lines, I will press 5YY. If I want to delete first, if I want to cut first 10 lines, I will press 10DD. Let me undo the action. And suppose I want to copy and paste 4 lines. So let me suppose I want to copy these 4 lines. So I will move the cursor there in the first line and I will press 4YY. And suppose I want to paste them here. So I will move the cursor there where I want to paste them and I will press P. So it will paste those 4 lines which we copied in the last step. Now I will teach you how to cut, copy and paste the words. Suppose I want to copy the 4 words. I will press 4W there. 4W will actually jump, allow me to jump there on that particular word. If you want to jump to the start of current line, you will press 0. 0 will allow you to jump to the start of current line. If you want to jump to the start of current line, you can press the caret sign also. If you want to jump at the end of the current line, you can press $. Dollar will allow you to jump at the end without going in the insert mode. So with this, you will be there in the command mode itself. If you want to delete until start of a line, you can press D0. And to delete until the end of line, you will press D $. If you want to join 2 lines or more, you can press J. J will allow you to join 2 lines. And if you want to create a duplicate line, you can copy and paste it. So you can press YY and P. Suppose I want to create a copy of this line. I will first move the cursor there and I will press YY_P. Let me undo the changes. If I want to switch 2 lines, to switch 2 lines, we can cut and paste the lines. Suppose I want to switch these 2 lines. So I will first move the cursor there on the first line and I will press DDP. So DDP will allow me to switch 2 lines. Now I will teach you how to cut, copy and paste the words and how can we move forward and backward. To move forward one word, we can press W. So let me first undo the changes, and Let me go in the first line. Suppose I want to forward one word, so I will press W here. W will allow me to move forward one word. Let me show you in the other line. Suppose I'm here and I want to go on 15, I will press W, then I will press W to go on 16, then on 17. So W will allow me to move one word forward. To go one word back, we can press B. B allows me to go one word back. If I want to forward three words, suppose I am on 1 and I want to move on 4. So there I will press 3W. 3W will allow me to jump three words at the same time. Suppose I want to jump 5 words, so I will press here 5W. If I want to delete one word, I will press DW. DW will allow me to delete one word. If I want to copy one word, I can press YW. And if I want to paste it, I can bring the cursor where I want to paste it. I can press P. Now let me undo the changes. If I want to yank or copy 5 words, so what I can do? I can press 5YB and I can paste them wherever I want. Let me undo the changes. And if I want to delete 7 words, I can press 7DW. 7DW like this. So it will allow me to delete 7 words. Now I will teach you how to save and save as the file, or how to quit it without saving. Let me undo the changes. So let me go in the command mode and press U key on the keyboard. To save the file without quitting it, we will go in the command mode, we will press colon, W and enter. So it will save the changes. If I want to save as the file, suppose I want to save it with another name. For that I will press the escape key to go in the command mode first, then we will press colon, then W, and after that we will give one space and we will give the other file name with which I want to save it. So I will write here new cal and press enter. So it will save as this file with another name. It will create a copy of it. If I want to quit it, I can press escape colon Q and I can press enter. Let me open this file again. If I want to save the changes and quit the file, I will go in the command mode by pressing the escape key, then colon, WQ and enter. So it will allow me to save the changes and quit the file. In the same way, we can use Shift ZZ also. First go in the command mode and press Shift ZZ. So it will work in the same way. If you want to quit a file discarding the changes, suppose you don't want to save the changes and you want to quit the file, you can go in the command mode by pressing the escape key, then colon, Q and bang. You can quit a file without saving the changes or discarding the changes. If you want to save and write to a non-writable file, for that you can go in the command mode by pressing the escape key, then colon, then W and then bang. So it will allow you to write to a non-writable file. Now I will teach you how to search something in any file. So open a file in VI editor and after that press the / and write the string for which you are looking. Suppose I want to find fab, so I will write there FEB. So it will highlight that string in the file. And with this, you can search something in a file. It allows you forward search for a string in a file. If you want to find something backwards, for that you can press question mark in command mode and you can mention the string. So it will search backwards. If you want to go to the next occurrence, so let me first create some duplicate entries in this file. Let me go in the insert mode. To write something, you need to go in the insert mode by pressing the I key or A key on the keyboard. And let me write here February. Let me again write here February. And I will save the changes. Let me show you how can we do a forward search there. To do a forward search, we will press the forward slash and we will mention the string. So it will highlight the words there in the file. And if you want to go on the next occurrence, you can press N to go on the next occurrence. If you want to do a backward search, you can press question mark and you can write the string. If you want to see the line numbers, you can press colon in command mode, then you can write SENU and press enter. So it will write the numbers there in VI editor. With this, you can count the number of lines in this file. It will assign one number to each line. Text buffers are also available in VI editor. There are 36 buffers in VI to store the text. You can use them with double inverted quotes character. For that, you can press the double quotes. Let me first quit this file. Let me open it again. You can press double quotes and you can write add. So with this, you can delete the current line and put the text in a buffer. If you want to copy 7 lines into buffer G, for that you can press the quote sign G7YY. So it will copy them to G buffer. If you want to paste from a buffer, you can move the cursor where you want to paste it. You can press the double quotes A and P. So it will paste the data there which is there in the buffer. So in this way, you can use the text buffer in Linux. You can also edit multiple files. Now let me quit this file. Let me show you how can you edit multiple files in VI editor. For that, you can write vim, the first file name and the second file name. So these two files are now open in VI editor. If you start editing 2 files, you can put the names after VI or vim, or you can open n files in VI editor. Just separate the names by space after writing the VI. And how can you list the files? To list the files, you can press colon and you can write ARGS and press enter. So it will mention the name of the files here. So currently 2 files are open in VI editor and the first one is active. Currently we are on the first file where we can make the changes. If you want to start editing the next file, you can press colon and N and you can press enter there. So you can directly move to the next file and you can edit this file. To toggle with the last edited file, you can press colon and press E and you can press enter. So it will allow you to toggle. And if you want to rewind file pointer to the first file, you can press colon and you can write there REW and you can press enter. So it will allow you to rewind file pointer to the first file. So in this way, you can edit multiple files with VI editor at the same time. For key mappings, you can use different options. There are different setting options available in Linux, in VI editor actually, in Linux. And suppose you want to display the line numbers, you can press colon and you can write there set number and press enter. or you can simply press column and then you can write SENU. So it will also do the same thing. If you want to turn on the syntax, you can press colon and you can write there SYNTAX space on. So it will turn on the syntax. If you want to list all the options, you can press colon, you can write set all and press enter. So it will list all the options. So there are different options available which you can opt in VI editor. Now let me quit this file. So in this way, you can use VI editor to edit the files in Linux. Hope you will find this video useful. Now I'm going to give you the task or the homework. You need to execute vim tutor command in your machine and you need to follow all these lessons which are given in this vim tutor command. And you need to practice these lessons at your own. It will hardly take 1 hour. And after 1 hour, doing the practice there, you can use the VI editor. You will be able to use the VI editor after following these sessions. Guys, I welcome you all to our live Linux training for members, and this is session number 19, and in this session we will talk about the local user management. In this session, I will teach you how to identify user account on a Unix computer using commands like whoami, id, and many more. And in the second part, I will teach you how to use the su command, and then I will teach you the sudo command and some more commands that we use in Linux for the local user management. The first command which I'm going to tell you is whoami. Whoami command tells you your username. Let me show you. Let me create a duplicate tab here and let me switch in the account of Vikas Nehra user. Let me switch. To switch in the account of any other user, we can use su command. Su, and then we can write hyphen and the name of the user. So I will mention here su hyphen Vikas Nehra, and now I have logged in as Vikas Nehra user. Actually, I have switched in the account of Vikas Nehra, and if I will execute whoami command here, it will show me my username, which is Vikas Nehra. So whoami command is used to know from which user account you are currently logged in the machine. The next command is who command. The who command will give you information about who is logged on the system. So it will show you the details of the users who are currently logged in. So you can see that from 3 terminals using the root credentials, I've logged in the machine. One on the local terminal, and these 2 are the IP addresses of my Windows host machine. So there are 3 users currently logged in this machine. 3 times I have used the root user account to log in the machine. In the same way, if you will execute whoami, then it will show you only the result of who. With whoami, the who command will display only the line pointing to your current session. It will only show you the details of the current session. While if you will execute the who command, it will give you the details of all the users. The first column here shows us the username. The second one shows us the terminal name or terminal number, the date and time, and the last shows the IP address or the location from where we are currently logged in. If you want to see more details, you can use W command. Press W and press enter. So it will give you more detailed information as compared to who command. The W command shows you who is logged on and what they are doing. It also shows the username, the uptime, the number of users, the average load on the machine, means the average load on the CPU. And at the same time, it shows us the details of the usernames, the terminals, and from where they are currently logged in, their login time, what they are doing. So all this information we can extract by running the W command on the machine. The next command is ID command. The ID command will give you your user ID, primary group ID, and a list of groups that you belong to. After the ID command, either you can mention the username, or if you don't mention anything, it will by default shows you your own details. So here it is showing me the details of the root user. Since I'm currently using the root account, here it is the user ID of root, it is the group ID, it is the primary group ID or primary group. Then this information is the SE Linux context. We will talk about it later when I will teach you the SE Linux. And if I will execute this command from a normal user account, then it will give me the details of that particular normal user account from I'm currently logged in. Here it is showing me the details of the Vikas Nehra user. Or in case if I want to see the details of any other user, I can simply mention the username after the ID command. And it will show me the user ID, the username, the group ID, the group name, and the primary group of that particular user. This time it will not print the details of the SE Linux. Now I will teach you how you can switch in the account of the other user. We use su command to switch in the account of any other user. The su command allows you or allows a user to run a shell as another user. So with the su command, we can switch in the account of any other user. Like if I want to switch in the account of Vikas Nehra, I will write Vikas Nehra after su command. So we need to mention the target where we want to switch, and we can press enter. So this command will allow me to switch in the account of Vikas Nehra, but it will not let me use the environment details of that particular user account. Here you can see that I'm currently inside the root home directory, but I'm using the credentials or I'm using the user account of Vikas Nehra user. So by running the su command, I can switch in the account of any other user. Let me go back, let me exit. So I will come back to my previous account. If I will try to switch from a normal user account to the super user account or the root account, I will mention su and root and press enter. In that case, I will have to provide the root password. Otherwise, it will not let me use the root account. But here also, I'm using my own environment details. It is not allowing me to use the environment of the root user. So temporarily, we switch in the account of any other user by running the su command. Suppose I want to use the environment details like variables, aliases, and the home directory of that particular user account where I'm going to switch. So I will mention a slash or a dash sign, and after that I will mention the username. So I will simply write su hyphen and the username. This command will allow me to switch in the account of the user Vikas Nehra, and at the same time it will allow me to use his environment and his home directory. Here I'm completely there in his home directory and using his environment. like I can use his aliases, variables, and the other things. So there is the difference between su and su hyphen. With the su command, we only switch in the account of the user, while by running the su hyphen command, we not only switch in the account of the other user, but also at the same time we use his environment. Now let me come back in the account of root, and here also let me come back in the root user account. If you want to switch in the account of root user, suppose I'm in a normal user account right now, and I want to switch in the account of root user, I can simply write su hyphen root. It will allow me to switch in the account of the root user if I know the root password only. It will only allow me if I know the root password. Otherwise, it will not let me switch in the account of the root. Or if I don't mention anything after su command, like if I write su hyphen only, in that case also, it will allow me to switch in the account of root user. By default, it assumes that the target user account is root for the admin. So if you mention root there, that's okay. If you don't mention root there, in that case also it will allow you to switch in the account of the root user if you know the root password. At the same time, you can switch in the account of any other normal user by running the su hyphen command and the username. And if you are doing it from the root account, it will not ask you for the password. Let me show you. Suppose I want to switch in the account of Vikas Nehra user. So I will simply mention su hyphen and the username, which is Vikas Nehra. As soon as I will press enter, it will allow me to switch in the account of Vikas Nehra user. It will not ask me for the password because I am using or I am running this command from the root user account. Now I will teach you the concept of sudo. There is a file in Linux in etc directory with the name as sudoers. This file is very important. With the help of this file, we can execute the commands from a normal user account, which only root or the admin user can execute. For that, we need to keep an entry or we need to make an entry in the sudoers file. So either we can open this file in VI editor by running vim/etc/sudoers command, or we can write vi sudo and press enter. It will allow us to open the sudoers file in VI editor. And here we can make an entry for the users or the commands. Suppose I want to provide Vikas Nehra user access everywhere in the system by running the sudo command. So I will write here Vikas Nehra. Let me first go in the insert mode of this file. And after that, I will write here Vikas Nehra all is equal to all, like this. Again, I will write here all, and I will save this file. So here I have clearly mentioned that the Vikas Nehra user can execute all the commands, no matter whether they are the super user commands or the normal user commands. But for the super user commands, he can use the sudo command before the main command. Like if I want to execute a command, suppose I want to add a user. So I will write here user add. And after that, I can mention the username. Since I am executing this command from the root, it will allow me to execute this command, and a user will be added in the machine with the name as Nehra. But if I will do it from a normal user account, it will not let me execute this command. Let me switch in the account of the normal user, Vikas Nehra, and let me execute the user add command. User add Nehra classes. As soon as I will press enter, it will throw an error. It will say permission denied because I'm trying to add a user from a normal user account. Here I'm not supposed to execute this command from a normal user account. So here in this scenario, I can use the sudo command. With the sudo command, I can add a user if my entry is present in the sudoers file. So I already made an entry for Vikas Nehra user in the sudoers file, and here I can execute the sudo command to add a user. So I will write sudo user add Nehra classes. I will press enter here. Then it will ask me for my password. So I will mention my password here and press enter, and after that it will add the user there. Now let me verify whether the user is added or not. So I will open /etc/passwd file, and it will show us the details of the users which we have added recently. So Nehra user is there, which I added from the root user account, and Nehra classes user is also there, which I just added from the normal user account. So these two users are present. So this file is responsible for the local users. So here we can see the entries for these users which we have added recently. In the same way, we can execute the other commands which requires root privileges or the root access. But here, since we have mentioned that the Vikas Nehra user can execute any command, as we have clearly mentioned all there in this file for Vikas Nehra user. In case if we want to give the limited access, suppose I don't want that this Vikas Nehra user can execute all the commands. So here instead of this all, I can simply mention the command or the binary location of the file which I can execute. Let me show you. Suppose I write here, let me check the binary entry for the user add command, ls-l/usr bin usr sbin user add. So this file is there in /usr/sbin directory. So I will write here /usr/sbin user add. So the Vikas Nehra user can only execute the user add command. Let me save this file and let me again add a user from the normal user account of Vikas Nehra user. I will first switch in the account of Vikas Nehra, and after that I will execute sudo user add Amit and press enter. So it will allow me to add the user. Now I can verify the details by running the cat etc passwd command, and here the user Amit entry is present in this file. So this user is successfully added in the system. If I will execute some other command, suppose I want to change the password for this Amit user, I will write here passwd Amit. So it will not allow me to change the password. Here it will throw an error. And if I will do it from the sudo, if I will do it by running the sudo command, then also it will not allow me to set the password for Amit, because in sudo's file we have clearly mentioned the command which the Vikas Nehra user can execute, and we have only mentioned the user add command there, not this /bin/passwd. So here we have only provided the limited access on sudo's file to Vikas Nehra user. If we will write there all, in that case, Vikas Nehra can switch in the account of the root user by just typing his own password. Let me show you how can we do that. Again, run the vi sudo command. Here we will go to the same entry of Vikas Nehra user, and instead of /usr/sbin user add, we will write here all. And this time it will allow us to use the sudo command for all the commands which the admin or root can execute. How can I become the root user by running the sudo command? I can simply write here sudo su- and press enter. So you can see that I'm able to switch in the account of the root user here. Here I don't need to mention the root password. It will only prompt me for my own password. And if you don't want to get a password prompt, you can mention no passwd in sudo's file. After that, it will not ask you for your password also. So for that, you will have to go to the same line where you have made an entry for the normal user, and here we can write no pass wd colon all and save this file. Let me come back in the account of Vikas Nehra, and here if I will execute the sudo command, it will not ask me for the password. Suppose I want to execute fdisk command, so I will write here sudo fdisk and press enter. fdisk/dev. I will have to mention the complete disk name. Let me check the disk name first. lsblk. So SD is the name. Fdisk command can only be executed from the admin or the root user account. Let me write here fdisk/dev/sda. So you can see that it is not asking me for my password also. So in this way, we can use the sudo utility or the sudo command. Sudo command is very helpful, especially in those cases where either we want to give the limited access for the normal users, or we don't want to provide the root password to the other users in system. But you will have to make sure while providing the sudo's access to the other users, you should only allow the selected users or only those users who should be able to execute this command, who should have the proper knowledge of Linux. Now you can go through the practice exercise given on page number 271 of the same PDF, and you can practice the questions. If you face some challenges, you can go through the solutions also, which are provided on page number 272. Now we will proceed further. Now I will give you the more details about the user management, where I will show you how to use the user add, user mod, user del commands in Linux. As I told you that the local user management file is /etc/passwd. If you will open this file, you will find the details of the user accounts which are currently available in the machine. Here, this file starts with the root line, and here it is showing us the details of the root user. Actually, the user ID and the group ID for the root user is R0, and which is mentioned here clearly. This file contains different columns. Each and every column has its own meaning. The first column in this file shows the username. So this Amit is a user, and this is his username. So the first column here is showing the username. The second column shows the password details, whether the user entry is there in the file or not. The third column shows the user ID. The fourth column shows the group ID. The fifth column shows the display name. Have a look at this line of Vikas Nehra user. Here, the first column shows the username. The second column shows whether the password is there or not, whether the entry is there in the password file or not. The third one shows the user ID. The fourth one shows the group ID. The fifth one shows the display name. The sixth one actually, it shows the location of the home directory, which is in /home/Vikas Nehra. And the last one shows the default login shell. So these entries in this file are made when we add a user. When we add a user in machine, automatically there is an entry added in this file. So this is called the local user management file. This file is very important because with the help of this file, we can change a lot of things. We can change the username, we can change the group or user ID, we can change the default login shell, or even we can disable or enable the account also. Let me show you. Let me open this file again. Here we are having these 4 user accounts which we have recently added in our machine. The previous accounts which are here are the service accounts. which are present here for the services, and these are added at the time of installation. Now, if I will add a new user here, you will find one more entry in this file. Suppose I want to add a user add Sachin. To add a user, I will execute user add command, and it will make an entry for the Sachin user in this file. If I will open this file again, I will find one more entry for the Sachin user. But how these entries are there, how system knows which are the default entries for the home directory as well as for the default login shell, and for what IDs we should assign to a new user. Actually, system keeps 1000 IDs preserved. It starts applying, or it starts assigning the IDs after 1000. From 0 to 999, system keeps these entries for itself in RHEL 7 and 8, while in RHEL 6, this limit was from 0 to 499. So it starts assigning the IDs after 1000. There is a file in /etc directory /etc/defaults, and the name of the file is user add. This file contains the default options. These are the default options which we can set. These options tells the machine what should be the location of the home directory, whether the account should be active or not, when to expire the account, what should be the default login shell, what should be the location of the SQL directory, and whether to create the mail spool or not. And we can know these details by running the user add -d command as well. So this command will also show us the same details. With the help of these options, we can set the default options which we want to keep for the newly created users in our machine. Now, if you want to delete a user, you can run the userdel command. Userdel -r and the username. Suppose I want to delete the Amit user account, I will write here userdel -r Amit, then it will erase the entry from the /etc/passwd file. Here you will find no Amit is present now. Why we are using this option -r? Because if we will not use this option -r, it will not erase or it will not delete the home directory of this Amit user. In case if we want to delete the home directory at the same time of removing the user, we will use this option -r. Or if we don't want to delete the home directory, just want to remove the user, we will only run the userdel command. There we will not specify option -r. Let me show you. Suppose I want to delete Nehra classes user. So I will run userdel Nehra classes, but it will not delete the user home directory from /home. Let me show you. You can see that I executed ls-l/home command, and it is listing the details of the /home directory, and here the Nehra classes directory is present, which was assigned to the Nehra classes user, and instead of username, it is printing the user IDs here. And these entries are here. This directory is there because we have not mentioned userdel option -r while deleting the user. Suppose I want to delete Nehra user, so I will run userdel -r Nehra, and this time it will remove the home directory at the same time. If I will again list the details of the /home directory, I will not find Nehra directory in this directory, which was assigned to the Nehra user. So option -r we can use along with the userdel command in case we want to remove the directory of that particular user which we are going to remove. If we want to make some changes in the user details, we can run the user mod command, user modify. So with user mode, we can make the changes. Suppose I want to change the display name. Let me show you. Let me show you the /etc/passwd file. Suppose I want to change the display name for this Sachin user. There is no display name set here. And in case if I want to set the display name, I will run user mod -c, and in the single quotes, I can mention the display name. Suppose I want to write here Sachin Tendulkar. I will close the single quotes, and after that I will mention the username. Press enter. So what this command will do, this command will modify the user details, and here it will set the display name. Now, if you will have a look at this line of Sachin user, you will find Sachin Tendulkar present in the display name column. In case if you want to create the home directories manually, suppose you already added a user and either by mistake you have removed the home directory or the home directories were not created. So if you want to create the home directories manually, you can very easily do that. You can run the mkdir command and you can mention /home and you can mention the directory name. Suppose I will mention here Nehra, and after that you can change the ownership, but that account must be present in the system. Let me add the user. So we already added the directory and now we will change the ownership. So we will execute chown command, chown Nehra :Nehra and the directory path /home/Nehra. After that, we will set the permissions. So we will execute chmod and the directory permissions are 700 /home/Nehra. We will have to keep in mind that the permission should be 700 only. And after that, I can list the details of the user home directory. That is /home/Nehra. So in this way, we can manually add the directories and make the necessary changes by running the chown and chmod commands. Now I will talk about the shell directory. There is a directory present in /etc with the name as shell. So this directory contains different files. Generally, this directory contains the profile files. If you will execute ls-al command, since these files are hidden files, so by running the ls-al command only, you will be able to list these files. All these files are hidden files. Whenever we create a new user in our machine, whatever is there in this shell directory, that will be automatically copied to the user home directory of the newly created user. So by default, all these files are copied to the user home directory when we create a new user. Since the /etc/shell we have already mentioned in the default options. Here you will execute user add -d command, and here you will find the location of this shell directory, which is in /etc/shell. So if you want that these files must be present in the directory or in the home directory of the newly created user, we can keep those files in the shell directory. Let me show you how can we do that. Let me create a file in this location. So I will go to /etc/shell directory first, and here I will create a file. Suppose I want to copy the calendar of current month in one file. Now if I will execute the ls-al command here, it will display all the files which are available in this directory. Now if I will create a new user in my machine, then all these files will be copied to the home directory of that user, including this cal file. Let me add a user. User add Tanishq. And if I will show you the contents of the home directory of this Tanishq user, you will find that all the files are there. So these files are automatically copied. We have not manually copied them there. And you can find this file which is having the calendar. So this file we created there in the etc scale directory. So the purpose of having the scale directory is that if we want to copy the files automatically to the home directory of the newly created user account, we can keep those files there in the /etc/scale directory. And in case if we want to delete everything, including the user and his home directory, we can now execute the user -r command. It will automatically remove everything. Now let's proceed further. Talking about the different shells, we can assign different shells to different users, but these shells must be present in our machine. So if you will execute the chsh-l command, it will show you the available shells. And if you want to install the additional shells, you can execute yum install command, yum install -y, and the shell name. So it will install the shell, the new shell in your machine, if the repositories are configured on your machine. And in case if you want to assign the different shell to the different users, you can make an entry in the /etc/castwd file, or you can run the user mode command. Let me show you. You can do it by both ways. You can open the /etc/castwd file in VI editor, and there you can go to the line of that particular user where you want to change the shell. You can go in the insert mode and you can mention the shell details. Suppose I want to assign /bin/ksh to the Sachin user, and after making the changes I can save this file. If I will switch in the account of the Sachin user, it will allow me to use the ksh shell. Have a look at this. I'm using the ksh shell. And if you want to do it by the user mode command, we can execute user mode -s be used for the shell. Suppose I want to change it back to the bash shell, so I will write here /bin/bash and the username. Press enter, so it will change the shell. And if I will open the /etc/castwd file, it will show me the changes which I have made by running the user mode command. And this time, if I will switch in the account of the Sachin user, I will be using the bash shell. Have a look at this. So in this way, we can change the default login shell of the user. So guys, that's it from my side for this local user management. In next session, I will teach you the password management and the groups management. And one more request to you all, if you have not subscribed to our YouTube channel yet, you can do it right now, and you can like and share the videos with others also. Thank you so much for joining us on YouTube. I welcome you all to live Linux training for members. This is session number 20, and in this session we will talk about the password management in Linux. In this session, we will discuss password settings and disabling, suspending, or locking the accounts in Linux. In the last session, we learned the commands which we use in user management, like who, w, user add, and sudo, vi sudo. Let me discuss few of the commands of user management here before proceeding further with the password management in Linux. So as I shown you yesterday, by running the user add command, we can add a new user in our machine. And when we add a user, suppose I want to add a user with the name as Vikas. So when we add a user, an entry is added in /etc/passwd file. Here we can verify this. Not only in this file, when we add a user is added not only in /etc/passwd file, but there are some more files where the entry is created for the newly added user. So we will discuss all of them in detail. If we only use the user add command and after that we mention the username, then it takes the default options while adding the new user in our machine. Or if we want to specify some options there, we can also do that. Let me show you how can we add a user with the modified options. Like if we want to change the display name, or we want to specify the location of the home directory, that is also possible. So for that, we use option -m with the modified details while adding a user. User add -m, and then we mention the details. For home directory, we can use option -d, and after that we can specify the location of the home directory. Suppose I want to add a user with the name as Gaurav, so I can specify the home directory location as /home/Gaurav. Then the display name we can specify by mentioning option -c, and here within the double quotes we can specify the display name, and after that we can mention the username, of course, and press enter. So this time it will not take the default options. It will use these options which we have specified at the time of adding the user. And we can verify the details by running the cat /etc/passwd command. And there you will see that the username is Gaurav. The display name is Gaurav Sarma, which we have mentioned in the command. And same for the home directory. And at the same time, we can also define the default login shell. So the modified options can also be defined at the time of adding a user in the machine. So this option -m we can use for that. And as I told you, if we want to execute the super user commands from the normal user, we can use the sudo. Sudo means super user do. Means this command allows us to execute those commands which requires root privileges or the root access. With the help of sudo, we can execute all those commands which normal user cannot execute. So sudo means super user do, and we have already discussed the sudo command and its configuration in the last session. Now coming back to the point, coming back to the password management, when we create a user, then an entry is added in the /etc/passwd file for the user authentication. Users are authenticated from this /etc/passwd file. If the entry is there, that means the user is valid. The system first checks this file. After that, it checks for the password. But this file is not responsible for keeping the user password, although we can enable and disable the user account. For the password, we use a different file, and that file we call as the shadow file, and the location of that file is /etc with the name as shadow. So this shadow file is responsible for the passwords and password related settings. If you will open this file, you will be able to see the details of the user accounts. Here we have different columns. Each column is used for the different purpose that I will discuss with you after some time. So this file is actually responsible for keeping the user password. It contains the encrypted password for the users. You can see that for Vikas Nehra user, the password is there. This is the encrypted password. The second column shows the encrypted password in this file, while for the other users, there is no data present for the password. No password is set. So if the password is set, then it should have the encrypted password in the second column for the user line. And if it is not enabled, then you will find double bang sign here. So these users are not having the password, means password is not set there for these user accounts. So how can we set a password? To set a password, we can execute the passwd command. After the passwd command, we can write the name of the user whose password we are going to set. Then it will ask us for the password which we want to set, and again we will have to provide the same password. So we need to mention the password 2 times. Now if you will open this file /etc/shadow, in that case you will find the password for this Vikas user now. Now you can see the password, you can see the encrypted password in the second column of this file. So I'm going to proceed further. When we create a user in our machine, when we add a user, then an entry is made in the /etc/passwd file, as well as there is an entry added in the /etc/shadow file for the password, and at the same time an entry is added in the /etc group file. So these files are very important. /etc/passwd file contains the details of the users, while /etc/shadow file contains the encrypted passwords and the password related settings, while the /etc/groups file contains the details of the groups in the system. When we add a user in our machine, at the same time a group is also added in this /etc/passwd file, and we will learn the group management in the upcoming session. So now we are not going to deal with this /etc/group file as of now. We will talk about it in the upcoming sessions. Today we will only talk about the password management. Now coming back to the shadow file, there are some columns. Each column is used for the different purpose in this file. Now please have a look at this Vikas Nehra user details in this file. The first column shows the name of the user. Actually, there are 9 separate columns in this file present. The first column shows the name of the user. The second column shows the encrypted password for the user. And for the same passwords, there will be different characters present in this column. You cannot decrypt the password even if you know all these password strings, because the passwords are encrypted with an encryption technique. And encryption can be done by using the OpenSSL or with the help of the crypt function. This second column is responsible for the encrypted password, and with this column we can enable or disable the user account, means we can lock the password also. Now the next column in this file, the first column is for the username, the second column is for the encrypted password, and the third column here shows the the third column shows the day when the password was last changed, and here it counts the days from 1st January 1970. So the third column here shows the number of days when the password was last changed. The fourth column shows the number of days the password must be left unchanged. Now have a look at this Vikas user. Here it would be easier for you to understand. Let me grab this user details. So let me open /etc/shadow file, and here let me grab Vikas. So this Vikas user, it is the username of this Vikas user, and the second column here shows the encrypted password. The third column here shows the number of days when the last password was changed, and here it counts the days from 1st January 1970. So you can count the number of days. The next column, or the fourth column, shows the number of days the password must be left unchanged. Then the fifth column here shows the password expiry date. So this is the password expiry date, and this period is very long. That means this password will never expire. This is the last limit of Linux. Then the next column, the sixth column here, shows the warning number of days before the password expiry. How many number of days before you want to get a warning? Then the next column shows the number of days after password expiry before disabling the account. And the next one shows the day the account was disabled. So these two entries are not valid in our case, because here the account is not disabled and we don't want to get the warning as well. So each column here has its own meaning. Now I will tell you how the encryption is done for the passwords. Encryption is done either by the open SSL or by using the crypt function. Now let me show you how can you create a user with the password. Let me first check if the OpenSSL package is installed in my machine or not. If it is not, this command will install the OpenSSL package. It is already installed. Okay. You need to specify user add. You need to specify option -m here, then -p for the password, and there you will have to mention $, and there you will write OpenSSL pass wd, and let me mention and the name of the user. So this command will automatically set the password as hunter2 for this Muhammad user. Now let me switch in the account of this user. First let me switch in the account of Vikas Nehra, and now I will switch in the account of Muhammad. And here I will specify the hunter2 password. Hunter2 is the password. So if you want to use the OpenSSL for the password encryption and you want to define the password while adding the user, you can use this command, user add. Then you will have to use option -m, and then for the password you can write here -p, and then you will have to write within the quotes, and before the quotes you will have to mention the $, and then you will write there OpenSSL, then you will mention passwd command, and after that you will mention the password which you want to set for this user, and you can write the name of the user. Now let me add another user with the same password as hunter2. Let me come back in the account of root user and let me execute the same command for a new user. Here instead of Muhammad I will write Harish and press enter. So the user is added and the password is also set for this user. Now let me open the /etc/shadow file, and here have a look at this. For the Muhammad user the password is different, and for the Harish user the password is different, while actually it is the encrypted password which is different, but we have mentioned the same password for both the users in the command. The password in text is hunter2 for both these accounts, but the encrypted password for both these users is different. Have a look at this. This is the encrypted password for Muhammad and this is the encrypted password for Harish. So in this way, we can use the Open SSL utility for the encrypted password. Crypt function is also used for the encryption in Linux. Actually, crypt function is a program which is written in C language. And with this program, the password encryption is done. Now let's proceed further. Now I will show you what are the default options that we can use for the password related settings. Let me grab pass here in /etc/login.deps file. This /etc/login.deps file is responsible for the default settings of the password. Here we can specify the maximum number of days of the password, the minimum number of days the password must be left unchanged, the minimum password length, and the password warning days before disabling the account. So these settings we can change with the help of this file. We can open this file in the VI editor, and there we can change these options. So the default settings are maintained in this file. Or if you want to see all the details of this file, you can open this file by running the cat command, and here you will get more options. There you can see that it contains all the details related to password settings. Okay, now let's proceed further. If you want to see the details, suppose you don't know how to read the password related settings in /etc/shadow file, and suppose you want to see these details for a particular user account. Suppose I want to see the details for this Vikas Nehra user, and I'm not able to read this file, this line here in this file. So for that, I can use the chase command, chase-l, and the name of the user whose details I want to check. So it will show me the details related to the password, when the last password was changed, never, when the password expire, never, whether the password is active or not, whether the account will expire or not, minimum number of days between password change, 0, the maximum number of days between password change, and the maximum number of days before you get a warning. So you can see these details by running this chase-l command. Or you can also make the changes in these settings by chase command. How can you do that? You can do that by running the chase command, and you can mention the username after that. Let me show you. Suppose I want to change these details for this Vikas user, and here everything is mentioned there, encrypted password as well as the number of days when the last password was changed. So all these details are present in this file, and now I'm going to change these details by running the chase command. Chase command, and after that we need to mention the username, and here we can specify each and every setting. Minimum password age, suppose I want to keep it 2, so I can write here 2 and press enter. The maximum password age means when the password will expire, so we can specify that here. Suppose I want to mention here 01000. You can change the last password change date. If you will not change it, then it will take it by default as 9 Feb 2021. So let it be the same password expiration warning. So here you can specify the number of days when you want to receive the warning. Suppose I want to change it to 5. Whether you want to make it inactive, so you can write 1, otherwise press enter. And you can specify the account expiry date as well. And if you don't want to enable it, you can press enter. Now you can list these details by running the chase-l command for Vikas user. And these details have been modified. Have a look at this. Or you can also verify the same by running the cat etc shadow command. Then you can find these settings in this file. Now you can see that all these details have been modified as we mentioned them there. If the password is not set for a user, then you can jump from the root user in that particular user account. Or if you want to use the account directly, then password must be set for the user. Let me show you. Suppose we created a user and we have not defined the password. Like I want to write here Mohit. So user is added, but the password is not set. And we can verify this by running the cat etc shadow command. And for this Mohit user, you will find double bang. Means this user password is not set. And you can also verify the same by running the chase-l command for the Mohit user. Never. So if I want to switch or if I want to use the Mohit's account, I will simply jump there by running the su command su-and Mohit and press enter. So from the root account, we can directly log in that particular user account where the password is not set. But if you want to use the account without jumping there from the root, you need a password. Now I will show you how to disable the password. To disable the password, we can open the /etc/shadow file in VI editor, and then we will go to the line of that particular user whose password we want to lock or whose account we want to disable. To disable the password, just go in the second column of that particular line and then go in the insert mode and write the bang sign there. Either you can use this single bang or you can mention the double bang. After that, you can save this file and press enter. Now this account is logged and we can verify the same by running this /etc/shadow command, and there must be a bang sign present. You can have a look at this. For this Vikas user, a bang sign is present in the encrypted password section of this file. Now if I will switch in the account of any other normal user, and from there if I will try to jump in that particular user account, it will not let me do that. It will say authentication failure because we have disabled the password. But if we will try to jump there from the root account, it will allow us because the root user can override this password disabling option. And if you want to enable the password, you can again open the same file in VI editor and you can remove this bang sign. And you can save this file like this. This time it will allow you to use the account. Let me switch in the account of Vikas Nehra first, and then I will try to jump there in the account of Vikas user. And now we are able to log in as Vikas because the password is enabled. And we can also do that with the user mode -l command. Let me show you how can we do that. Suppose I want to disable the password for Vikas Nehra user. So I will write here user mode -L and the username, like I want to do it for Vikas Nehra, so I will write here Vikas Nehra. But you will have to do it from the root account. Now I'm logged in as the normal user, so I will go back to the root user, and from there I will execute this command, and it will allow me to disable the password for Vikas Nehra. And I can verify the details by running the cat etc shadow command. And here for the Vikas Nehra user, now you will find a bang sign present in the encrypted password section. If I will try to jump they are from a normal user, it will not let me log in there in Vikas Nehra's account. It will not let me use his account because the password is disabled, and it will throw an error as authentication failure. And if you want to unlock it with the command, you will have to execute the user mode command again. User mode -capital U and the username. And you will have to do it from the root account. So always keep in mind, you can only do it from the root or from the admin account. Now, we can verify the details by running the cat etc shadow command. And here, now the bank sign is gone from the encrypted password section. And in the same way, we can do it from the /etc passwd file also. If we want to lock an account, we can also do that in a smalls like this. So it will lock the user account. Now let me show you how can we do it from the /etc/passwd file. We can open the /etc passwd file in VI editor, and there we can go in the insert mode in the same line of that particular user whose account we want to lock. Instead of /bin/bash, you can write here no login. You can change the shell to no login, and you can save this file. Now if you will try to log in there in his user account, so let me switch in the account of Vikas user, and let me provide the password also. So it will say failed to execute /bin/no login, no such file or directory present, because we have clearly mentioned no login there. That is why it is not allowing us to use his account. In the same way, if we want to enable it, we can again open the file in VI editor, and there instead of no login, we can change it back to bash or ksh. Let me write here bash again. This time it will allow us to log in as Vikas. Now how can you disable the account by running the command? For that you can use the passwd command. passwd-l to lock the account, and passwd-u to unlock the account. Let me show you the details of the users. Suppose I want to lock this Harish user. So for this user, I can execute passwd-l Harish. So the password is locked for this user. And if you will open the /etc/passwd file, here you will not find any change. But if you will open this /etc/shadow file for this Harish user, you will find a double bang sign there. So with this command, with passwd-l command, we have locked the password. And in the same way, we can unlock the password also. So for that, we can execute passwd-u and the name of the user. So it will unlock the password, and we can verify the details by running the cat /etc/shadow command, and you can see that now this Harish user password is enabled again. So either we can lock the account by running the user mode command, or we can do it by running the passwd command, or we can use the VI editor, and there we can make the changes either in the passwd file or in the shadow file. So there are multiple ways of locking an account on Linux. Now let me show you. If we want to edit the /etc/passwd file in VI editor, instead of writing the complete command every time we need to mention vim /etc/passwd, we can simply execute vipw. This command will open the /etc/passwd file in VI editor, and here we can make the changes very easily. So it is a shortcut to edit the local user management file or the /etc/passwd file. Let me mention one more time. How can we lock an account by running the user mode command? We can write there user mode, and to lock an account we can write here -L and the username. And in the same way, if we want to unlock, we can write user mod -U and the username. Or if we want to do it with the help of passwd command, we can write passwd -L to lock, and after that we can write the username. And if we want to unlock, we can write passwd -U and the username. And we can also do it by running the vi pw command, which will open the /etc passwd file in vi editor, or we can do it very easily by running the /vim/etc shadow command, and there we can write a bang sign in the encrypted password section of the user. So guys, that's it from my side for the password management in Linux. Now I will request you guys to go through the practice exercise given on page number 288, and you need to solve all these questions at your own. And if you face some challenges, you can go through the solutions provided on page number 289 of the same file. If you have any questions, you can ask me on Google Meet right now, and tomorrow we will discuss the group management in Linux. I will see you tomorrow again at 9 p.m. And one more request, if you have not subscribed to our YouTube channel yet, then you can do it right now. So I welcome you all to live Linux training for members, and this is session number 21. And in this session, we will talk about the groups management in Linux. In previous sessions, we have already discussed the user management and the password management in detail. And in this session, we will talk about the groups and groups management. One more important topic related to these sessions is user profiles. On user profiles, I have already uploaded a detailed tutorial on YouTube. I will provide you the link of that tutorial in the description of this video as well as in the I button. So I will request you, after watching this session of group management, please go through the user profile tutorial and try to execute the commands which I shown you there. It would be very helpful for you. We are not going to conduct any live session for the user profiles as it is already uploaded there. I will provide you the link. Please make sure that you watch that tutorial. Okay, now coming back to the groups management. Users can be listed in groups. Groups allow you to set permissions on the group level instead of having to set permissions for every individual user. Every Unix or Linux distribution will have a graphical tool to manage groups. Novice users are advised to use the graphical tool. More experienced users can use the command line tools to manage the group. But be careful, some distributions do not allow the mixed use of GUI and CLI tool to manage the groups. So in this session, I will teach you the commands that we use in the group management in Linux. The first command that I'm going to show you is the group add command. With the help of this command, we can add a group in our machine. Suppose I want to add a group here with the name as tennis. So I will simply execute group add tennis command, and this command will add this tennis group in my machine. And in case if I want to confirm it, I will open the /etc group file. /etc/group, it is a file in our machine which contains the details of the groups that are present in our machine. So here you can see that the tennis group is present there. Actually, when we add a user in our machine, at the same time, a group is also added in this file. Suppose I add a user add test. So this command will add a user, and we can verify the details of the same by running the cat/etc/passwd command. And here you will find that this test user is present, which we just added. And we have not added the group, but if you will open the /etc/group file, you will find the test group there. By default, a group is added with the same name in this group file for the users. And this is the primary group of that test user. So by default, when a user is added in the system, a group is also added. And we can also add multiple secondary groups if required. So this file, group file, is very important because with the help of this file, we can check the details of the groups. It not only shows the name of the groups, but this file also shows us the group ID and the number of users or the name of the users which are there in different groups. So we can manage the groups and the users. Suppose I want to add multiple users in one group, we can also do that with the help of this file in our machine. If you will execute the groups command, this command will show you your groups or the groups for the username from which you are logged in the system. I'm there in the root group, and if I want to check the details of the groups of any other user, I can execute the ID command. After the ID command, if I don't mention anything, it will show me the details of my groups. So here it is showing me my user ID, my group ID, as well as the group name and the SE/Linux context. And in case if I want to see the details of the other users, I can mention the username after the ID command. So this will show me the user ID, the username, the group ID, the group name. So with the help of this ID command, we can see the details of the IDs and the groups. And we can also do that by running the groups command, and after the groups command, we can specify the username of that particular user whose groups we want to see. So here you can see that Vikas Nehra is a member of his own primary group. Now let me show you, in case if you want to add a user in the secondary group, how can you do that? You can open the /etc/group file in VI editor, and there you will have to go to that line of group where you want to add the user. Suppose I want to add Vikas Nehra in this test group. So here I will mention the username. If you want to add multiple users in this group, you can specify their names here separated by the commas in between them. So I'm only going to add one user in this test group now. If you will execute the ID command for Vikas Nehra, this time it will show you the test group also. You can also verify the same by running the groups command. After the groups command, you can mention the username, which is Vikas Nehra, and here it will show you the details of the groups. Vikas Nehra group is there, and as well as the test group is there. So Vikas Nehra is a member of his own group and the test group. Groups we create for managing the permissions effectively and easily. So in this way, we can edit the /etc/group file to add the users in the group. We can also do that by running the user mode command. Let me show you. Suppose we want to add this Harish user to the test group. How can we do that? For that, we can execute the user mode command. User mode -a, there we will mention option -g to add the user in the secondary group, and then we can mention the group name where we want to add the user, and after that we can specify the username whom we want to add in the group. So this command will add the Harish user to the test group. And you can also verify the details of the same by running the groups command for Harish user. And here it will show you both the groups. Harish is a member of his own group as well as he is a member of the test group, which is secondary group for him. And you can also see the details of the groups file. You can execute cat/etc/group command, and there in the test group line, it will show you Vikas Nehra as well as Harish, because both these users are the member of this test group now. In case if you want to make some changes in the group, suppose you want to modify the group, you can execute the group mode command. So I'm going to create a group first. Let me add a group. Group add Linux. I have added a group, and now I'm going to add some users in this group. So I will open the /etc/group file in VI editor, and there in this Linux group line, I will add Vikas Nehra, I will add Harish, I will add test. So these three users I have added there in the group, and now I'm going to save this file. And I can verify the details. Suppose I want to see the groups for Vikas Nehra user, I can run id Vikas Nehra command, and here it is showing the details of all the groups, and the Linux group is present there. Same we can do for Harish or the test user, and Harish is also a member of Linux group. Suppose I want to modify the group. Suppose I want to rename this group. For that, I can execute the group mode command. Group mode -n for the name. Then we can define the new name and the old name. Suppose I want to change this Linux name to Unix. So I will write group mode -n Unix, and then I can mention Linux there. If you will open the group file again by running the cat command, cat/etc/group, you will find that the Linux group is now renamed to Unix. So by running the group mode command, we can modify the group details. And in case if we want to delete a group, we can execute the group del command. Group del and the name of the group which we want to remove. So this command will remove the group, and we can verify the same by running the cat/etc/group command. Here you will not find Unix now because we have already removed this group from our machine. Now I will show you how can you delegate the control of group membership. Like if I give you an example, suppose we create a group on WhatsApp, and there we can promote some user as admin, and who can after that manage the group, who can add and remove the other users. In the same way, we can delegate the control of the group membership to the another user, which may be a normal user in our machine, and who can add and remove the members on behalf of the admin. For that, let me create a user first. User add Serena, and let me add a group also. Group add sports. So I just added a user and a group in my machine. Now I can delegate the control. So let me first show you that this Serena is a normal user. So if I will switch in the account of the Serena user, you will find the $sign there, which means it is a normal user. Now let me come back to the root user, and here let me delegate the control of the group membership. So for that, I can execute the gpasswd command. gpasswd -A to make the user admin, the name of the user whom I want to promote as admin, and the name of the group on which group I want to make this user admin. Press enter. So now I have promoted the Serena user as admin of this group. Now I can switch in the account of Serena, and after that I can add the other users there from this normal user account. Now let me show you. Suppose we have a test user. Let me show you the ID. So this test user is the member of his own group. And now I want to add this user there in this group, which is the sports group. How can I do that? For that, I can execute the gpasswd command again. There I will use option -a. This time we will mention the small -a option there. And after that, we can mention the username whom we want to add and the name of the group. So we can add the user from the normal user account whom we have promoted as admin of the group. So this is very effective when we want to control a group from a normal user account. Now, if you will run the ID command for this test user, you will find that he is a member of sports group. So by running the gpasswd command, we can promote the user as admin, and we can also add the other users from the normal user account. You can have a look at this. I'm in the normal user account of Serena. Group admins do not have to be a member of the group. It is not necessary that he should be the member of the group. They can remove themselves from the group, but this does not influence the ability to add or remove the members. Now let me show you how can you remove the user from the group. To remove the users from the group, you can run the gpasswd command. After gpasswd, you need to mention option -d, the name of the user and the name of the group. So this command will remove the user from the group. Or if you want to remove all the group administrators from the group, you can execute the gpasswd command like this: gpasswd option -a, and there you need to mention double quotes like this and the name of the group. So this command will remove all the group admins from the group, but you will have to do it from the root user account, not from the normal user account. So go back to the root user and execute this command. So it will remove all the admins. Now let me proceed further. Before proceeding further, let me show you one variable. We use a variable in Linux, and the name of the variable is shell level, SHLVL. This variable tells us the level of the shell, whether we are in the shell or we are using the subshell or we are using the subshell. So the value of this variable tells us whether we are running the shell or we are running the subshell. Let me show you. Suppose I execute the echo $SHLVL command. Suppose I want to print the value of this variable. So if I am there in the main shell, it will print the result as 1. And if I start a new shell and again I execute this command, so currently we are in the subshell. So for the subshell, it will print the result as 2. Suppose we start another shell there. So we are currently in the subshell, and there we execute the echo $SHLVL command. Then this time it will print the result as 3, and so on. So this variable value tells us the level of shell. Now we will use this to show you the new group command. So I'm in the subshell now because I have executed the exit command, and this time it will print 2. And if I will again exit from here and again execute the echo $SHLVL command, this time it will print the result as 1 because currently we are on the main shell. Now let me show you how can we do that. I'm going to create a directory first, mkdir primary group. So I will write pri group here. So this command will add a directory with the name as pri group. Now I will go to this directory and there I will create a file standard.txt, and I can verify the details of this directory by running the ls-l command, and it will show me the file which I just created with the name as standard.txt. Here you can see that the owner is the root user and the group is also root. If I execute the echo $shlvl command here, it will print the result as 1 because we are on the main shell right now. And suppose we already have a group in our machine with the name as tennis. Let me grab this. Let me execute the cat/etc/group command, and here I'm going to grab tennis. So tennis group is present in our machine. Now I'm going to use the new group command for this tennis group. If I will execute new grp command, new group, and after that I will write there tennis. So what this command will do, this command will start a new shell here. And in this new shell, the new files which we create, the group will be the tennis for the newly created files. Now first let me verify the level of this shell. This time it will print the result as 2 because this new group command has created a new shell in our machine, or we are currently in the sub shell. And the subshell is created by running this new group command. Now what will happen? Let me long list the contents. Here this is the old file, and here there are no changes. The owner is the root and the group is root. If I will create a new file here, let me create a new file here with the name as new grp.txt. If I will long list the contents, there you will find the group of this file is now changed to tennis, the same group which we mentioned after the new group command. So by running the new group command, we can by default set the new group for the files which we will create in our machine. Now let's go back to the original shell or the main shell. If you want to edit the /etc/group file, you execute the vim/etc/group command, but you can also do it with a shortcut command, that is vigr. If you will execute the vigr command, you can directly open the /etc/group file in vi editor, and in this file you can make the necessary changes while managing the groups. So guys, that's it from my side for today's session.
Hello everyone, I Vikas Nehra welcome you all to our Nehra classes YouTube channel. In today's tutorial we will learn about the profile files and their use in Linux. In today's tutorial we will learn about the system profile files as well as the user profile files that we use in different flavors of Linux like Ubuntu, Mint and Red Hat. So without wasting time, let's get started. For this tutorial, we are using two different machines. The first machine is running on CentOS 8.2, which is based on Red Hat, and another machine is running on Ubuntu 20.04, which is based on Debian. So with the help of these two machines, we will try to cover up all the files, all the profile files that we use in different flavors of Linux. We can classify the profile files in two major categories. The first category of profile files is the system profile file. System profile file we generally use to set the variables aliases globally. And another category of these profile files is the user profile files. We use different user profile files as per the requirement in our machine. So first of all, we will talk about the system profile files. System profile files are used to permanently set the aliases, functions and variables globally in the system for all the users, while the user profile files are used to permanently set the aliases, functions and variables separately for each user. Actually both bash and ksh verify the existence of one file that is there in /etc directory with the name as profile, and then sources it. So this is the file which is sourced by both bash as well as ksh if it exists in the machine. When reading this script, you will notice that it builds the path environment variables. It might also change the ps1 variable and set the host name and execute even more scripts that are there in etc directory, like /etc/input rc. Let me show you. If you will execute the command grep path in the /etc profile file, you will get the result for the path, because this is responsible for setting the path environment variables. Only root user can use this script to permanently set the aliases, functions and variables for every user on the system globally. So this file can only be edited from the root user account or having the sudo privilege. Actually, /etc/profile file is responsible for executing the other scripts in the system, like /etc/input rc. This file is executed from this /etc/profile file not only in Red Hat but also on Debian based machines. So these files are present on both. If you will have a look at these files on Debian, you will get them there as well, because on both the flavors it works in the same way. So these are there in both the flavors. Now we will talk about the user profile files. For each and every user account in machine, we have some hidden profile files present in the home directory of each and every user, like bash history, bash logout, bash profile, bash rc, and there may be some more files depending on the flavor. These files are by default present in the home directory. Actually, whenever a new user account is created, these files are copied from the SQL directory. So if you'll have a look at the SQL directory, you will find these files there. Whatever files we will have in this directory, they will be automatically copied to the user home directory whenever we create a new user. So these files are actually responsible for maintaining the profile, like they are used to set the aliases, functions, variables. These are there for maintaining the history and many more. So we will talk about each one in detail. To know the concept behind the user profile files, let's create a new user in our machine. So I've just created a user with the name as Nehra, and now I'm going to switch in the account of this Nehra user. If I will execute ls-al command there, it will show me the contents of his home directory. There I can see the different profile files, but here the bash history file is not yet present. I can see bash rc there, bash profile is there, bash logout is there, but bash history is not yet present. Actually, bash history contains the command history of that particular user, but it only contains the command history up to the last session. The command history of the current session will get copied when we will log out. So let me log out and let me switch in his account one more time, and if I will execute ls-al again, this time I will be able to see the bash history file there in his home directory. And if I will open this file, it will show me the commands that I have executed in the previous session. So this command is there, and the command line history of this current session will get copied when I will log out from the terminal. So this bash history file is there to store the command line history of that particular user account. And if you will long list the contents of the home directory of any user on Debian, this file is present there. So it works on both. This file is actually present on Red Hat as well as on Debian, and it works in the same way on both. So this bash history file is not copied from the SQL directory at the time of creating the new user account in the machine. This is created whenever the user logins first time and logouts from his terminal. Now we will talk about the bash profile file. This file checks for the existence of this .bash rc, and then it sources it. It also adds home/bin to the path variable. You can set user specific aliases and variables using this file. So if we will open the bash_profile file, you will find that it is sourcing the bash rc, and this file is executed when you first time login into the shell. Let me show you. Let me edit this file bash_profile, and let me mention here echo hello, I just logged in, and I will save this file. So if this file is executed, I will be able to see the same message on the screen. So let me log out and re-log in again. So let me again jump in this account of Nehra user, and I will be able to see the same message. Yes, because at the first login, this file is executed. So this bash profile file is executed whenever we first time log in the shell, and it sources this .bash rc profile file. With the help of this .bash_profile file, we can permanently set the variables, the aliases, and the functions for the user in the machine. And if you will have a look on the Debian machine, this file is not present there. Instead of this file, there is some different file with the name as .profile. Now let's talk about one more file that you may find there, and the name of the file is .bash_login. On few flavors you can find this file if bash_profile file is not there. So when bash_profile file does not exist, then the bash will check for this bash_login file and sources it. By default, it is not present on Debian and Red Hat. It is neither present on Debian nor on Red Hat. So this is the Red Hat machine, and let me show you. This file is not present here, and this file is also not present on Debian as well. But on few other flavors we can find this file. Now we will talk about the .profile file that is there on Debian but not on Red Hat. So this is the Debian machine, and here we can find this file with the name as .profile, and this file is actually responsible for the aliases, variables, and functions. When neither the bash_profile nor bash_login is present, then the bash will search for this .profile file and executes it. This is the file. So if you will open this file, you will find that it is containing the variables, the path variables, the aliases, and it also sources the bash rc. On Debian, this script can execute the bash rc and will add home/bin to the path variable as mentioned here in this file. On RHEL or on CentOS, this file is by default not present. Now we will talk about the bash rc or .bash rc. This script is often sourced by other scripts. .basrc checks for the /etc bash rc file and sources it. So this file is present in machines where we will have .basrc because basrc sources this file. It also leaves room for the custom aliases and functions. If you will open the bash rc, you will find that it is sourcing etc bash rc, and user specific environment variables also we can set there, the path variable, and we can customize many functions as well as per the requirement. This is by default present on Red Hat and as well as on Debian. So this is the Red Hat machine and this file is present here. This bash rc we can see, and on Debian this file is present on both the machines. So in majority of Linux flavors we can find this .basrc file, and it is executed every time when a new shell is started. Let me show you. If we will edit this file bash rc, and let me mention here echo, this is the new shell, and let me save this file and let me create a new shell. So I will get the same message because this is the new shell, and on each and every new shell this .basrc file is executed. That is why we are able to see this message here. And if I will log out of the account of this Nehra user and relog in again, then the basrc will be executed and as well as the bash_profile will be executed. So we will get two messages there on the screen. The first one is for the basrc and the second one is for the profile file. The same messages which I have mentioned in both the files just for the demonstration purpose to show you. Now we will talk about the last file, that is bash_logout. When exiting the bash, it can execute the bash_logout. Whenever we log out from the shell, this bash_logout file is executed, which tells the system that the user has logged out from his terminal. And now you can execute the bash_history file to copy the command history of the current session. And in the previous versions of Red Hat, like on Red Hat 5 or on CentOS 5, this also executes the /usr/bin/clear command to clear the screen, and same on Debian as well. If you will open this file bash_logout, there you will not find anything on RHEL 8 or on RHEL 7. While if you will open it on Debian, you will find that it is executing /usr/bin/clear console to clear the screen. So this file actually helps the system to identify that the user has left the shell. He is now not using it. So guys, that's it for today's session. Hope you will find this video useful. If you like it, then do share it with your friends and colleagues. And if you are new on our channel, then please subscribe us and turn on the bell notification. I'll see you in the next one. Till then, bye bye. Jai Hind. Vande Mataram.
I, Vikas Nehra, welcome you all to live Linux training for members, and this is session number 22. And in this session, we will talk about the file security and the standard file permissions that we use in Linux. In this tutorial, I will teach you the commands which we use in the standard file permissions management. This chapter contains details about basic file security through file ownership and file permissions. Now, what is the meaning of honor? Now, let me have a look at the files which are there in my home directory. If I execute the ls-l command, means if I long listed the contents, I can show you the files which are present in my present working directory, that is my home directory. And there we have different columns here. I will teach you the meaning of each and every column in detail. Now, if you will have a look at this third column and the fourth column. The third column here represents the owner or the user of the file. Actually, who created this file? Who is the owner? So this third column, the name which is mentioned in the third column, it represents the owner. And the username or the group name which is written there in the fourth column, it represents the group owner of that file. And these are the permissions which are mentioned at the first column. I will teach you the meaning of each and every column, each and every permission in detail. Actually, if we execute ls-li command, this time it will also print the inode values. It will list the contents of my present working directory, including the inode number for the files. The first column here, it represents the inode number of that particular file, which is mentioned after its name. So this line, which is representing this music file, and this is the inode number. Each and every file is identified with the help of the inode numbers in Linux. And there is a limit for each and every file system in Linux about the inode numbers. If you execute the dh-hi command, it prints the limits or the inode values which are actually used and which are free. So if you can have a look at this root file system, there are 8.5 million inodes available. Out of them, 124K are being in use and 8.4 million are free. So these inode numbers are used. Actually, when we create a new file, an inode number is assigned to the file. And when we delete a file, the used inode number becomes free. If you have a look at the output of ls-lih command, it shows us different columns. As I told you some time back, here the first one is representing the inode numbers, second one representing the file type and permissions, the third one represents the number of links to that particular file, the fourth one is representing the owner or the user, the fifth one is representing the group owner of the file, the next one is representing the size, the next one is representing the date and timestamp, and the last one is representing the name of the file. Now let me show you here. Now I will teach you what is the meaning of each column here. If you execute the ls-lih command, here the different columns are printed on the output. Here the first column is showing us the different inode numbers. Each file which is present here is assigned with an inode number. So the first column in this output is representing the file inode numbers. As I told you earlier, files are identified with the help of the inode numbers. The second one, the second column which is mentioned here, which is highlighted in the green color, this column is representing the file type and permissions for the owner, group, and others. The third column here, which is in the purple color, it is representing the number of links to that particular file. Suppose I want to check how many number of links are available to this first file network manager. So only one link is available here. While in case of the last file, there are two links available, and you can see that it is a link file or it is a shortcut or a soft link. So here two links are available. The next column represents the owner of the file. Who is the owner of the file? The username is clearly mentioned in this column against each file. The next column here is representing the group owner of that file. So it is highlighted in the blue color. Here each and every user or the group name is representing the group owner of each file. The next column here, which is highlighted in the green color, it is representing the file size of each file. The next one is representing the date and time stamp of each file. And the last column here is representing the name of the file. Each file is having its unique name there. Now coming back to the permissions, inode numbers we will discuss in the next session when I will teach you the links. Today we will focus on the permissions. Coming back to the permissions, which is here the column number 2nd, or if you only execute the ls-l command, it is represented there in the first column. There, this first column is showing the permissions. This permissions section is actually made of total 10 characters. The first character here represents the file type. If a hyphen or a dash is there, that represents a normal file. So this is a normal file because this character here before the permissions is representing a normal file. If D is written over there, which represents the directory. If L is written there, that represents the symbolic link. We will discuss about the file types after some time. Now coming back to the next section of these characters, the next 3 characters here, or this segment of 3 characters, it represents the permissions for the owner or the user of the file. Here you can see that read, write and execute, all permissions are available for the owner. The next 3 characters here represents the permissions for the group owner. And here you can see that only read and execute permission is there. And the last 3 characters in this segment represents the permission for the other users in the system. So the permissions are broken into 3 parts. The first three characters here represents the permission for the owners or the owner of the file. The next 3 represents the permissions for the group, and the last 3 permission represents the permissions for the other users. And the very first character here, it represents the type of file. Now coming back to the types of file in Linux, if we will have a look at the first character in the permission section, there you may find dash, or you may find D or L or P or B or C written over there. So what is the meaning of these characters? If hyphen is written there, that means it is a normal file. If D is written over there, it means this file is a directory. If L is written over there, which means it is a symbolic link. If P is mentioned there, that means it is a named pipe. If B is written over there, it means it is a block device. Block device means a storage device. If C is written over there, that means it is a character device. And if S is written over there, which means it is a socket file. Now, let's proceed further. Now I will talk about the permissions. What is the meaning of read, write, and execute permissions? If R is written anywhere in the permissions, it represents the read permission. And that means you can read the file contents by running the cat command. And if read permission is there for the directories, that means you can execute the ls command and you can list the contents of that particular directory. If W is written in the permission section anywhere, that represents the write permissions, and it means you can modify the contents of the file by running the vi command or any other file editor. And if W is written for the directories, that means you can create files inside that directory. Now coming to the next permission, which is the execute permission, it is represented by X, and with the execute permission, you can execute or run the file, especially the script files. And if the execute permission is set on the directories, that means you can enter there in that particular directory where the execute permission is present. If the directory is missing the execute permission, it will not allow you to go inside that particular directory. What is the weightage of these permissions, and how can we modify the permissions by running the different commands? Either we can use the octal method or we can use alphabetic method. Now, if I talk about the permission bit weightage, the weightage of the read permission is 4, the write permission weightage is 2, and the execute permission weightage is 1. And according to this, the maximum permissions or the full permissions can be read, write, execute. That means the maximum permissions for any, either he is a user or group or any other user, the maximum permissions can be 7, which is the sum of 4 plus 2 plus 1. And if I talk about the minimum permissions, that means no permission is there, and in that case the minimum permissions can be 0, and the 0 permissions are represented by 3 dashes. Actually, the place is defined for each and every permission. Always the read permission bit will be written in the first. On the second, we will always write the write permission, and execute permission is there at the third. If read, write, and execute is present, that means we have the full permissions there. That means the octal number 7. Or if no permissions are there, that means 3 dashes are present, and it means 0 permissions in octal. And why we are using the octal number system? Because octal number system can have the digits starting from 0 to 7, and it has a base of 8. So these permissions can be represented by using the octal number system, which starts from bit 0 to 7. And we need 3 binary bits to represent octal numbers. If I convert the octal number into binary, then it requires 3 binary bits to represent an octal number. These 3 bits can be used to represent the permissions here. Here, first bit represents the read permission. Always keep in mind that the first bit will always represent the read permission, while the second bit will represent the write permission, and the third bit will represent the execute permission. Now, let me give you the idea about the permissions. If 0 is written in octal, which means 000 in binary, because the binary equivalent of the octal is 000. And for 0, we don't have any bit there in the permission section, so it will be represented by 3 dashes. If dash is written over there, that means no permission. The octal number 1 is represented by 001 in binary, and if 1 is there in binary, that means we can have only execute permission. Octal number 2 is represented by 010, and it represents the write permission, as I told you earlier. The octal number 3 is represented by 011, and it represents the write execute permissions. But octal number 4 represented by binary 100, and it represents the read permission only. While the octal number 5 is represented in binary by 101, and it means the read and execute permission is set. The octal number 6 is represented by 110 in binary, and it represents read write permissions there in the file. And the octal number 7 represented by 111 in binary, and it represents read write and execute. That means full permissions. Now let me show you. Let me create a file here. So I just created a file, cal.txt, and this file is having the calendar of the February 2021. If I will have a look at these permissions of this file, you will find that it is a normal file because dash is written over there. and for the owner or the user, read-write permissions are there, while for the group owner, only read permission is there, and for the other users, only read permission is there. So from where these permissions are coming, how system is applying the default permissions on the newly created files, and that happens with the help of the value of umask. If you execute the umask command, it will show you the default umask value, and it is very useful in setting the permissions on the newly created files. The files which you will create after setting the umask value, what will be the default permission on those files? It will depend on the value of the umask. Here, there are 4 digits present. The very first digit here, it represents the advanced permissions, and we will talk about the advanced permissions in the upcoming session. The next 3 bits are there for the owner, group, and the others. Here the second bit is representing the permissions for the user. The third one representing the permissions for the group owner, and the last one is representing the permissions for the other users in the system on the newly created files. How does it work? Let me show you. umask helps us in calculating the effective values, effective permissions on the files. Suppose we have the umask value as 0022, which is right now there in my machine. As I told you, the first permission bit here is used for the advanced permission, so we can ignore this value as of now. So we will only talk about the last 3 bits. Here, the maximum permissions on a file in Linux can be 777, while we never give the execute permission on the files for security reasons. So what can be the maximum permission? So here we will not give the execute permission. So the maximum permission that we can give on files is 666. So in case of files, the maximum permission value can be 666. Now what would be the effective permission on the files? That we can calculate with the help of these 2 values. The effective permission is the result of the maximum permission minus umask value. Now, if I want to calculate the effective permission on the newly created files, here I can mention 666 for the maximum permissions, and I can subtract the value of umask, and it will show me the effective permission values that will apply on the newly created files. And it will show us the result as 644. 644 means read write for the owner, read for the group, and only read for permission for the others. If I will break this permission, 6 represents read write. So it will show us the result like this for the owner. For the group, it will show us the result like r dash dash and r dash dash for the others. And if it is a normal file, there must be a dash present in the starting. So these permissions will set on the newly created files in our machine. Let me show you. Let me create one more file here. This time I'm going to create a file with the name as calendar. And let me show you the permissions. You can have a look at this. 6 for the owner, 4 for the group, and 4 for the other users. In the same way, umask value also modifies or also important for calculating the effective permissions for the directories. How? Let me show you. In case of directories, the maximum permissions can be 777. Because if there will be no execute permission on the directories, we can't go there inside the directories. So in case of directories, we can have the maximum permissions there. That is 777. Now, if we want to calculate the effective permission for the directories, the effective permission for the directories can be calculated by using the same formula, maximum permissions minus umask value. And here the maximum permission is 777 and the umask value is 022. So by default, the newly created directories will have the permissions as 755. 7 means the full permission for the owner, that is read, write and execute. And for the group, only read and execute, and for the others, only read and execute. And for the directories, D will be written there before the permissions. So these will be the effective permissions for directories for this umask value, that is 022. Let me create a directory and show you the permissions. mkdir test dir. And let me show you the permissions here. ls-ld we use to see the permissions, and here you can see the permissions. Full permission for the owner, read and execute permission for the group owner, and read and execute permission for the other users. Now what will happen if we modify the umask value? Suppose I want to change the umask value. I want to change it to 0044. So the new umask value is now 0044. Now what will happen? We can use the same formula to calculate the effective permission values. Here we can write 044 like this. So the effective permissions on the newly created files will now become 622, and for the directories it will become 733. So this is the effect of umask. Now we can proceed further. Now I will show you how can we change the permissions and how can we change the owner and the group owner. Suppose we have a file here with the name as new.txt, and the owner is root and the group is also root. If I want to change the owner of this file, I can execute chown command. Chown, after that I will write the name of the user whom I'm going to give the ownership or transfer the ownership, and after that I can mention the complete path of that particular file or the complete name. So this will change the owner. Now if I will run the ls-l command again, this time it will show me the owner. New owner is Vikas Nehra. Earlier it was root. Now the owner has been changed to Vikas Nehra. In the same way, we can change the group owner also. To change the group owner, we can execute chgrp command, change group. After that, we can write the name of the group. Suppose I want to transfer the ownership to the tennis group and the name of the file. So this will change the group ownership of the file, and we can verify the same by running the ls-l command. And here you can see that the owner of this file is Vikas Nehra and the group owner is now the tennis group. So in this way, we can change the owner and the group. And in case if we want to change both at the same time, we can use the chown command again, and we can mention the username. Suppose I want to give it to Serena and Serena user. The owner is Serena as well as the group is Serena. After that, we can mention the file name. So this will change the ownership and the group ownership of this file to Serena. And we can verify the same by running the ls-l command. So by this chown command, we can change both at the same time. Now, how can we change or modify the permissions? There are two methods used for modifying the permissions. Either we can use the octal method or we can use the alphabetical method. Now first let me show you the normal method or the alphabetical method. Let me go to the /tmp directory and there let me create a file. So I just created a file with the name as cal.txt, and on this file I am going to change the permissions. Suppose I want to change the permissions to no permissions. So there I can mention chmod command. Chmod, and for the user we will have to define the permissions. For the group we will have to define the permission. For the other users we will have to define the permissions. Suppose I want to remove all the permissions for the user. So I can write there u minus r w and the name of the file. So it will remove the permissions for the user of this file. So the user is not having any permissions now. Same we can do for the group. If we want to remove the permissions for the group, we can write here g minus rwx. So it will remove the permissions for the group, and same we can do for the others. Let me go to my home directory. Suppose I want to change the permissions for this cal.txt file. Here it is having read write for the owner, read permission for the group, and only read permission for the other users. And if I want to modify the permissions, suppose I want to give the full permissions to the owner. So I can execute chmod command, and there I can write u for the user, and there I can add the execute permission on this file. And we can verify the same by running the ls-l command, and here we have provided full permissions to the owner. And same we can do for the group. For the group we can write g, and already read permission was there, so here we can only specify write and execute. Again we will verify the same by running the ls-l command, and here you can see that full permission for the group as well now. And same we can do for the other users. For the other users we can write o here, and we can write write plus execute. So this will change the permissions. It will now give the full permissions for all, the owner as well as the group as well as the other users. And in the same way, if we want to remove the permissions, we can use the minus sign there. If we want to do it in one go, we can also do that by separating the segments by commas. Suppose we want to modify the permissions on this calendar file. On this calendar file, I want to give the full permissions to everyone. So there I can execute the chmod command. Chmod. After that, we can specify the permissions for the user. So we can write here u is equal to read, write, and execute. Then g is equal to read, write, and execute, and others is equal to read, write, and execute, and the name of the file. So this will change the permissions to full permissions for everyone. Or in the same way, we can define the new permissions that we want to set. If we are not very familiar, or if we are not comfortable by adding or removing the permissions, then it is the better method to apply the permissions. You can specify the effective permissions that you want to set. And how can you do that? You can simply use the chmod command, and after the chmod command you can specify the permissions for the user. Suppose I want to give read write permission for the user, and if I want to give the read permission for the group, and only read permission for the other users. So I can simply specify that for each and every one separated by the commas, and after that I can mention the file name, and it will set the effective permissions which we have mentioned in the previous command. So in this way we can change the permissions. So this was the alphabetical method that we use to set the permissions. So it is the better method rather than using the plus and the minus sign, because there we need to calculate the permissions. We need to see the existing permissions, and after that we need to check what permissions we need to apply. So according to that we need to modify the permissions. But here we don't need to look at the existing permissions. We can only provide those permissions which we want to set there after the chmod command for each and every one. And suppose if we want to provide the permissions for the user only. So here we can write the permission for the user and the name of the file. So in this way we can set the permissions for the owner only. So it will only modify the permissions for the owner. Now I will show you how can you modify the permissions by octal method. As I told you, we can mention the effective permissions after the chmod command that we need to set. Suppose I want to change the permissions for this calendar file. Here I want to give the full permissions for every user in machine. So there I can write the chmod command. After that I will mention 7 for the owner, 7 for the group owner, and 7 for the other users, and the name of the file. And this method is very easy, and here we can verify the same by running the ls-l command. And here you can see that now it has the full permissions for each and every one, no matter whether he is in the group or not. So it is showing full permissions for all users. And suppose if we want to give only read, write, and execute permission for the owner, while for the others there should be only read and execute permission. So how can we do that? We can again use the chmod command, and after that we can write 7. That means the full permission for the owner, only read and execute for the group owner, and only read and execute for the other users, and the name of the file. And this time it will show you these permissions which we have mentioned in the previous command. So in this way we can modify the permissions. Either we can use the octal method or we can use the alphabetical method. That totally depends on our choice. And as I told you that how does the umask value affect the files and directories, it also depends on the effective permissions on the newly created files. The umask value is very important, so always keep the default umask value. We should not ideally change this value. We can again set it back to 0022. Let me verify the same. Now, how can we modify the permissions at the time of creating the directories? As I told you that the newly created files and directories will have the effective permissions as per the umask value. Suppose I create a directory with the name as test, and if I want to see the permissions, I can execute ls-ld test, and here it is showing the full permission for the owner, only read and execute for the group, and only read and execute for the other users. So these permissions are 7, 5, 5 permissions. Suppose I want to create a directory with the full permission for the owner and no permission for the other users. So there I can use the mkdir command, and here I can specify the permissions at the time of creating the directory by using option -m. And after the option -m, I can define the permissions which I want to set, and I can mention the directory name. Suppose I want to create a directory with the name as new dir2, so I can write the name as new dir2. And now if I will have a look at the permissions of this directory, you can see that 7 permission, that means the full permission for the owner, while for the group and the other users there are no permissions, or the 0 permissions. The same permissions which we have mentioned in the command. So by running this command, we can set the permissions at the time of creating the directory irrespective of the umask value. No matter what is the value of umask, it will apply those permissions on the newly created directory which have you mentioned in the command. Now let me show you one more method. When we copy the files from one directory to other, suppose we have this cal file, cal.txt. Here you can see that full permissions are there for every user in the system. That means 777, and the owner is root and the group is also root here. Suppose I change the owner to Serena and group to Serena on this file, and let me verify these details. Now the permissions are full permissions for everyone, and the owner is Serena and the group owner is also Serena. if I will copy this file from here to the other location from the root user account, so what will happen? Suppose I want to copy this in TMP directory with the name as calendar. And if I have a look at the permissions there on the file which I just copied there in the TMP directory with the name as calendar, you will find that the permissions have been modified and the ownership and the group ownership is also modified. Means since we copy this file from the root user, so the new permissions have been set as per the root user. The owner as well as the group both are modified and the permissions are also modified. Suppose I want to preserve the existing permissions. Suppose I don't want that these details should get modified while copying the file. So for that we can execute cp-p command to preserve the permissions. cp-p and after that we can write the name of the file, the source file and the destination location. Suppose I want to copy it with the name as cal.txt. Now please have a look at the file which we have just copied there with the name as cal.txt in the TMP directory, and you will find that it is having the same permissions that were there on the original file, that is cal.txt. So in this way, we can copy the files without modifying the permissions. So by using option -p, we can preserve the permissions there. So guys, that's it from my side for today's session of file security. If you have any questions, you can discuss with me on Google Meet right now. And I would request you, if you have not subscribed to our YouTube channel yet, then you can do it right now. And you can also like this video and share this video with your colleagues so that they can take the benefit from our training. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for joining us on YouTube. So I'm going to wind up today's session. I'll see you day after tomorrow again with the new session where I will teach you the special permissions and ACL. Good night. Take care.
Hello guys, I'm Nehra. Welcome you all to our live Linux training for members, and this is session number 23, and then in this session we will talk about the advanced file permissions that we use in Linux. In today's session we are going to discuss the sticky bit, the setuid and the setgid commands that we use for the advanced file permissions. So first of all, we are going to talk about the sticky bit. Actually, sticky bit we can set on the directories. You can set sticky bit on a directory to prevent users from removing files that they do not own as a user owner. The sticky bit is displayed at the same location as the X permission for the other users. The sticky bit is represented by T, either small t or capital T, in place of the execute permission. If it is there with the execute permission, you will find it in the small letters, and if it is there without execute permission, then it would be there in the capital letters. Let me show you how can you apply this permission. So let me first create a directory here. I'm going to create a directory on root with the name as new dir. Or let me create it with the name as new directory. So I just created a directory with the name as new directory because new dir was already present there. Now let me show you the permissions there on this newly created directory, and you can see that full permissions are there for the owner, only read and execute permission for the group owner, and only read and execute permissions for the other users. Now what is the benefit of having this sticky bit set on this directory? Suppose there are multiple users who can actually access this directory to save their data. In that case, if the permission is there on the files, the users can delete the files of the other users. So if I don't want that type of situation arise in this directory, I can use this sticky bit. After applying this sticky bit on this directory, the users can only remove their own files. They cannot delete the files which they do not belong. Let me show you how can we apply the sticky bit. So to apply this sticky bit, we will use the chmod command, and here also either we can use the octal method or the alphabetical method, as I shown you in the standard file permissions. I'm going to show you it with the help of the alphabetical method first, and here we will mention chmod plus t. Plus t we use for the sticky bit, and after that we can mention the name of the directory where we want to apply the sticky bit. So the name of the directory where we are going to apply this is the new directory that is there on the root. Now if you will again have a look at the permissions, you will find that an small t is present in the execute section of the other users. So this is there because we have set the sticky bit on this directory. And in case if I will remove the execute permission from this directory for the other users, so let me mention o-x and the name. In that case, it will be visible there in capitals. You will find a capital T there like this. So if it is there along with the execute permission, it would be present in the lower cases, and if no execute permission is there for the other users, then it would be visible in capital T. Let me again add the execute permission for the other users, and again let me verify the same. So here this time it will be visible in small letters. Now this sticky bit is set. Let's verify whether it is working or not. So I'm going to this location of the directory, and there I will switch in the account of Vikas Nehra user, and here I'm going to create a file cal.txt. It is not allowing me to create the directory because no write permission is there. So first of all, what I will have to do, I will have to provide permission there for the other users. So it would be better that if I apply the permission for all the users. So I'm going to change the permissions. Let me mention chmod 777, and after that I can mention the name of the directory. But what this will do, this can remove the sticky bit. And let me verify the same. So you can see that we have modified the permissions and the sticky bit is gone. If I want to apply the sticky bit, either we can follow the same process, we can mention chmod plus t, or we can use the octal method. There before the permissions we can mention 1. So what this command will do, this command will set the sticky bit while running the chmod command, and it will also provide the full permission for all the users on this directory. Let me verify again. And here this time you will find that now we have the full permission for the all users, and the sticky bit is also set. Now let me switch in the account of Vikas Nehra this time, and let me create a file here. So I'm going to create a file with the name as cal.txt. Now we can create the file because we have the write permission there, and the owner of this file is Vikas Nehra, as well as the group of this file is also Vikas Nehra. Now I will switch in the account of Serena, and here we are in the same directory, and let me long list the contents. So this file is visible there. Now what I'm going to do, I'm just going to remove this file. So here let me execute rm command, and after the rm command I will mention the name of the file. Now it is giving us warning. Let me mention y here and press enter. So it will simply say that operation is not permitted, since this sticky bit is set there, and this Serena user neither belong to this group, and he is also the different user who actually created this file. This file is owned by Vikas Nehra, and only Vikas Nehra can remove this file, not Serena or any other user. So this is the benefit of having the sticky bit set on any directory. By this we can prevent the users who can delete the file of the other users. So simply we can protect the files no matter what the permissions are there on the directory. And you can see that we have already provided full permissions to each and everyone in our machine. There we have the full permission for the owner, as well as the full permission for the group, and as well as the full permission for the other users, and we are not able to delete the files which we do not belong or we cannot delete the file of the other users. So this is happening because of this sticky bit. Now what will happen if I will remove this sticky bit? So to remove this sticky bit, either we can use the chmod command, and here we can mention -c and the name of the directory like this. So this will remove the sticky bit, and we can verify the same by running the ls-ld command. Now the sticky bit is gone, and if this time we will delete the file, it will allow us to delete the file of the other users if the permissions are there for that particular user. Now let me switch in the account of Serena again, and let me execute the rm command, and you can see that the file is gone, and we can verify the same by running the ls-l command. I am there in the same location and there are no files. We have already deleted the file which we have created from the Vikas Nehra's account. And why it is possible? Because we have already removed the sticky bit from this directory. So this is the benefit of using this sticky bit in our machine. And now let me show you. We have the sticky bit set by default on one directory in our machine, and the directory name is /tmp. If you will run the ls-ld command for /tmp, you will find the sticky bit set there. A sticky bit is by default present on the /tmp directory. In this directory, each and everyone can create the files, each and everyone can modify their files and can remove their own files, but the user cannot remove the files of the other users in this particular location. And this is a type of the temporary directory where each and everyone can use it for the different purpose. So that is why we already have this sticky bit set on this directory. Now let's proceed towards the next advanced permission command, and that is for the setgid bit. The setgid can be used on directories to make sure that all the files inside the directories or that particular directory are owned by the group owner of that directory. The setgid bit is displayed at the same location as the X permission for the group owner. The setgid bit is represented by an small s or the capital S, depending whether it is there with the execute permission or without execute permission. If it is there with execute permission, you will find it in the small letters, and if it is there without execute permission, you will find it there in the capital letters. Now let me show you how can we apply the setgid bit. So setgid bit we can use to make sure that all the files which we create inside that particular directory are owned by the group owner of the directory. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to add a directory first. So let's go to the /tmp directory, and there we are going to create a directory mkdir data. Now let me show you the permissions on this directory. There we have the full permissions for the owner, only read and execute permission for the group owner, and only read and execute permissions for the other users. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to change the group of this directory. So I can execute the chgrp command there, and let me write the tennis group there and the directory name. So here I have changed the group of this directory to tennis group. Now let me verify the same by running the ls-ld command, and here you can see that group owner is tennis now. Now let me create a file here. So let me go to this data directory and let me switch in the account of a normal user here. Suppose I'm going to use the Vikas Nehra's account, and here in this account let me create a file first. So there I will create a file with the name as file.txt, and here you can see that it is not allowing us. So what we will have to do, we will have to first provide the right permission there. So let's come back in the account of the root user and again provide the access. So I will write here chmod 777 and the complete path of the directory. Now let me switch in the account of Vikas Nehra again, and let me create a file here, touch file.txt. Let me long list the contents, and here you can see that I have created a file with the name as file.txt. The owner of this file is Vikas Nehra, as well as the group of this file is also Vikas Nehra. Now let me set the setgid bit here, and here again we can use both the methods. Either we can use the alphabetical method or we can use the octal method to set the gid bit there. Let me set the gid bit by running the alphabetical method first. Let me write here chmod, then for the set gid bit I will mention here g, and after that I will mention g plus s and the complete path for the directory, that is /tmp/data, and we will have to do it from the root account. So we will have to keep in mind that we will use the root account only. So let me go back to the root user and let me execute this command again and press enter. Now we have set the gid bit on this directory, and let me verify the same by running the ls-ld command. So I will write here /tmp/data after ls-ld command, and here you can see that in the group section of the permissions, in place of the execute permission, an small s is present, and which represent that the setgid bit is set there. And if it is there without execute permission, it will be visible in capital letters. Let me show you. Suppose I remove the execute permission from the group owner of this directory, then you will find it in the capital letters. Let me execute here chmod g-x and the name of the directory, and let me verify the permissions again. So I will write here ls-ld/tmp/data, and here since we have removed the execute permissions from the group permissions, so this is visible in the capital letter. Let me again add the execute permission on this directory for the group and again verify the same. So this time it will show us the setgid bit in the small letters. Now since we have already set the setgid bit, now let me switch in the account of the Serena user and let me create a file here. Let me verify whether I am in the same location. So I am there in the /tmp/data, and let me create a file here again by running the touch command. Let me mention here file serena.txt. Press enter and let me long list the contents. So let me execute ls-l command, and here you can see that the file which was created by the Vikas Nehra user before setting the setgid bit on this directory, that file was owned by Vikas Nehra and the group owner was also Vikas Nehra, while the file which we created after applying the setgid bit on this directory, and the file name is file serena.txt, this file is owned by the Serena user, while the group owner of this file is tennis, not Serena. If there would not have been any setgid bit set on this directory, the group owner of this file would have been the Serena user itself, while in this case it has been changed to the tennis group automatically. Here we have not manually changed it. It is set by the setgid bit, since we already applied the setgid bit, and that is why the file group ownership has been changed to the tennis group, the same group which we mentioned there in the directory. Means whatever would be the group of that particular directory, that would be the same group for the files which we will create after applying the setgid bit on any directory. Now let me show you how can we apply the same octal commands. So let me remove the setgid bit first. To remove the setgid bit, we can use chmod g-s and the complete path of the directory. And let me verify the same. Now you will not find any small s or capital S there. And now let me show you how can we apply it by running octal method commands. So for the octal method, we can mention here 2 and the permissions which we want to apply. Suppose I want to apply the full permissions for everyone, so I will write here 777. So the very first bit is for the advanced permissions, as I told you in the previous session. For the sticky bit, we mention here 1. For the setgid bit, we will mention here 2. And after that, we can mention the path of the directory where we want to apply it. And again, we can verify the same by running the ls-ld command for /tmp/data. And here you can see that it is now set. So either we can use the octal method or we can use the alphabetical method. That totally depends on our choice. Now let's proceed further. Now I will show you how can we set the setuid bit. Setuid bit we can set on any file. The file is executed in the same way as the owner of that particular file has executed it. To set the setuid bit, we can use the same method. Let me create a file here in the tmp directory. So I will write there /tmp/cal.txt. So we have created a file. Let me show you the permissions of this file also. cal.txt. The owner is Serena and the group is also Serena, and there are full permissions present. Or if we want to change the owner and the group owner, we can also do that by running the chown command. Let me provide the access to the root. Let me change the owner and group to root on this file. So I will write there /tmp/cal.txt, and it will change both the owner as well as the group on this file. And we can verify the same by running the ls-l command. Now on this file, what we are going to do, we are going to set the setuid bit. If we will set the setuid bit, then you will find either the small s or the capital S present in the permissions of the owner of the file in place of the execute permission. And how can we set that? To set the setuid bit, we can run the chmod command. Then we can mention u for the user plus s for the setuid bit and the name of the file or directory. So let me write there /tmp/cal.txt, and let me verify the same by running the ls-l command. And here you can see that small s is present because it is there with the execute permission. And if we will remove the execute permission from the user section, so let me remove it, then it will be replaced by the capital S there. You can have a look at this. Let me again apply the execute permission. So what is the benefit of setting the setuid bit on the files? Actually, if a set UID bit is set on any file, it allows us to execute the file in the same way as the owner has executed it. Suppose we will execute this file from any other user account, then also this file will execute as the root user has executed it. And what is the benefit of that? Because of that, we can execute the commands or the files in the same way as the owner or the root has executed the same file. For example, suppose we execute the passwd command. You know that we execute the passwd command to set or reset the password. And if we are using the root account to execute this command, we can change the password of the root user as well as for the normal users. Suppose I want to change the password for Vikas Nehra. So I can write the username Vikas Nehra after the passwd command, and then we can change the password. In the same way, suppose we are using a normal user account. Suppose let us suppose I'm using the Vikas Nehra's account. So let me switch in the account of Vikas Nehra user, and if I execute the passwd command here, then also it will execute in the same way as the root user has executed it, but it can only change my own password. Let me show you. If I execute the passwd command, and here you can provide the password 2 times and it will change the password. The password must be complex. Let me show you. Current password I have provided. Now let me provide the new password like this. We have to provide the complex password. So you can see that I have successfully reset the password, my own password. Actually, I am using the Serena's account. And here it is possible because we are executing the passwd command, and since we are executing the passwd command, the binary passwd file that is there in the bin directory, that is executed in the same way as the root user has executed it. And if we will try to reset or set the password for any other user, it won't allow us because only root can specify the name after this command. So because the setgid bit is set on the binary file of passwd, and that is why we are able to execute this command. Let me show you. Let me show you the binary location ls-l/bin passwd, and here you can see that the set UID bit is set there. Since the set UID bit is set, therefore we are allowed to execute this binary file in the same way as its owner or as the root user, and therefore we are able to set or reset our own password. In the same way, if you will run ls-l for the sudo file, we also use the sudo command from the normal user account, and there also you will find this bit set. So set UID bit is set on the sudo binary file also, and therefore we are able to execute it from the normal user account. So there are various files where the set UID bit is already set and which we can execute in the same way as the root user has executed them, and we can list them by running the find command. This bit is set there, /bin/passwd. Here it is also set there, and gpasswd command, there is also this bit is set. You know the gpasswd command that we use to make someone admin of the group, and I think on new group also this command is set. Yes, on new group as well this bit is set on the new group command or the new group binary file. So there are various files where this bit is set, and this bit is very helpful because if this bit is not set there, we cannot use the passwd command, the sudo command, the gpasswd command. Because of this bit, we can execute them in the same way as the root user has executed them. Now let me show you how can we remove this bit. We can run u-s and the file location or the complete path. like this. We can verify the same by running the ls-l command, and if we want to set the set UID bit in octal method, we can run the chmod command, chmod, and there we can mention 4 before the permissions like this, and then the complete path for the file. So this time it will set the set UID bit, and we can verify the same like this. And if we want to remove it by the octal method, simply remove this first bit or make it 0 like this, and it will remove the set UID bit from the file. So guys, that's it from my side for today's session of the advanced file permissions. Now I will request you to please go through the practice exercise which is given on page number 322 of the same PDF, and if you face some challenges, you can go through the solutions provided on page number 323. In session tomorrow, we will learn about the access control lists and how to use the ACL in Linux. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for watching us on YouTube. If you have any questions, you can ask me there on Google Meet right now. I'll see you tomorrow exactly at 9 p.m. Till then, bye bye, take care, good night.
Hi guys, I'm Vikas Nehra. Welcome you all to our live Linux training for members. And this is session number 24. And in this session, we will talk about the access control list or ACL that we use in Linux. Sometimes the normal permissions are not enough for us. In that case, we use the access control list. Standard UNIX permissions might not be enough for some organizations, and in this session I will show you how can we apply the permissions there where we face the challenges while applying the permissions through the standard file permissions. Or let us suppose if we want to give the access to someone where we are facing the challenges by using the standard file permissions, so how can we use the concept of ACL there? This tutorial introduces access control list, or you can call it ACL, to further protect files and directories. Now let me show you how sometimes the normal permissions are not enough for us. So let me go to the TMP directory, and there let me switch in the account of Vikas Nehra user. Suppose this user has created a file here. So I just created a file with the name as cal.txt, and if I long list the contents here of the TMP directory, you can see the details of this file. On this file, we have the read-write permission for the owner, read-write permission for the group owner, and only read permission for the other users. And the owner of this file is Vikas Nehra, and the group owner of this file is also Vikas Nehra. Suppose there is one more user in our machine who needs access on this file. Suppose there are no permissions for the other users. Let me change the permissions first. Let me write here 660 and the name of the file. So what this command will do, this command will remove the permissions for the other users. Now there are no permissions for the other users in the system. And suppose in this file we have a different user who actually needs the read-write access on this file. Let me switch in the account of Serena user. So I will write here SU Serena, and I will switch in the account of Serena. Now I will show you the file which I just created from the Vikas Nehra's account. This is the file. If I will try to open this file by running the cat command, you will find that it will show me an error message, permission denied. Since I don't have any permission on this file, I don't have the read permission there. Since this file is having no permission set for the other users, that is why no one can read the file, no one can write anything there in the file. Suppose we want to provide the access to this Serena user on this file. So in that scenario, what will happen? There are multiple ways of doing that from the normal file permissions. Either we can add the Serena user to the group of Vikas Nehra and we can set the permission there on the group. So what it will do, it will provide the access on this file to the Serena user. But at the same time, the Serena user will have or will get the access on the other files also where he belongs to the Vikas Nehra group, where the group owner is Vikas Nehra for the other files. So in that scenario, Serena will not only have the access on this file, but also he or she will get the access on the other files in the system, and which is as security labs. Or what can we do? We can provide the full permissions for the other users. In that case also, the Serena will get the access, but we will not do that because not only Serena, but the all other users can have the access on this file. The all other users will have the read-write permissions on this file, and they can modify the contents as well, and which is again not permitted in Linux because it is a security breach. We cannot provide more access to someone or the other users. We will only provide the limited access. So this is a typical situation where the normal file permissions or the standard file permissions are not enough for us. So how can we resolve it? I will show you. We can resolve it with the help of the ACL. So let me first show you where the ACL is supported. If you will open the /etc/fs tab file, there you will find some options. Either you can see this default written against the file systems, or you can find some other options like no ACL or ACL, quota, group quota, something like that. So if defaults is mentioned there, that means ACL is supported there. Or if no ACL is mentioned anywhere against any file system, that means this file system will not support the ACL. So there you will have to clearly mention the ACL, or you will have to remove no ACL option from that option of the file system in this file. So it is always recommended that if you want to use the ACL, you need to make sure that the no ACL option must not be present there in this file. Now let me show you how can we set the permissions, or how can we provide the access to someone by using the ACL. Let me first show you how can we check the permissions. So we can use the get facl command. Get facl and the name of the file on which we want to see the details of the permissions. Here it will show us the permissions for the user, for the group, and for the other users. There are no permissions for the other user, while the user and the group are having the read-write permissions. Suppose we want to set the ACL there. We want to provide the access, the read-write permissions to the Serena user on this file. So we can use the set facl command. So how can we do that? We can execute set facl. After set facl, we can mention option -m, which represents the modification of ACL. And after that, we can mention U for the user. Then we will write there colon. And here we can mention the name of the user whom we want to provide the access through ACL. And after that, we can again mention the colon. And then we can mention the permissions either by using the octal method or by using the alphabetical method. Suppose I want to provide the read-write access there to Serena user. So I will simply write there RW, and after that we can mention the name of the file and press enter. So this command will add the Serena user there in ACL, and it will provide the read-write access on this file to Serena user. Now if you will execute the get facl command again for this file, you will find that in the user section of the permissions, the Serena is added who has the read-write access on this file. If I will switch in the account of Serena now, and I will try to open this file, I can very easily open this file. I can read the contents. You can have a look at this. Since I have provided the read-write access, and not only I can read the contents, but also I can modify the contents of this file since I have the write permission also there. So I have modified the contents of the file as well from the Serena's account. In the same way, if you want to provide the access on the group instead of the user, that is also possible through ACL. There you can write set facl. After that you can mention option -m. Then for the group you will write there G, then colon. After that you will mention the name of the group, and after that you will write the permissions. Suppose you want to provide the full permissions for this group, so you can write read, write, and execute there, RWX, and the name of the file like this. So this will add the tennis group in the ACL, and it will provide the full permissions for the tennis group there. And you can verify the same by running the get facl command for the same file, and here you will see the tennis group in the group section of the permissions where full permissions are present. In the same way, if you want to do it with the help of the octal method, instead of read write, you can mention the octal number. Suppose I want to provide the full access to Serena, full permissions to Serena on this file, so I will mention here 7 and press enter. So this will modify the ACL, and we can verify the same by running the get facl command, get facl cal.txt, and this time you will find that the Serena user is now having the full permissions. In the same way, we can do it for the group also. So after the group, in the set facl command, we can mention the permissions which are there for the, we can mention the octal number as per the permissions, and it will set the permissions there on the group. Now we can verify the same by running the get facl command, and here you can see that the tennis group is now having the read write permissions since we have mentioned 6 there in the set facl command. So in this way we can use the ACL, we can add the user or the group in the ACL, and we can provide the access there either by using the octal method or by using the alphabetical method. Now let's proceed further. Suppose you want to remove an ACL entry. So how can you do that? Let me show you. To remove an entry from the ACL, you can execute set facl command, set facl. This time you don't need to mention option -m. There you will write option -x here to remove the entry. After that you will mention the name of the user whom you want to remove and the name of the file. So this will remove the user from ACL on this file, and you can verify the same. Now there is no Serena user present on this file in ACL. In the same way, we can remove the group also. So there, after option -x, we can mention the name of the group. Like this. So this will remove the group. So there you need to mention G for the group, and we can verify the same by running the get facl command, get facl and the name of the file. So you can see that the tennis group is now removed from this file in ACL. if you want to remove the complete ACL, so let me first again add the Serena user in ACL on this file. I will write here set FACL-m user name, that is Serena, and the permissions and the name of the file. And we can verify the same by running the get FACL command. And you can see that the Serena user is now added. And suppose we want to remove the complete ACL. But before that, let me add one more user here. Suppose we want to add multiple users here. So we can also do that. Let me add Vikas Nehra also. And I will provide only read permission for this user in ACL. Or we can add the other user also. Suppose I want to add some other user. I can write the name of that particular user here, like Nehra or someone else. Now, if I want to remove the complete ACL, to remove the complete ACL, we will use option -b. So we will execute set FACL command again, set FACL option -b and the name of the file. So this will remove the complete ACL from this file. And we can verify the same by running the get FACL command on this file. And there you will not find any user or group there, since we have executed the set FACL-b command for this file. So this has erased the complete ACL from the file. Now I will talk about the ACL mask. The ACL mask defines the maximum effective permissions for any entry in the ACL. This mask is calculated every time you execute the set FACL or chmod commands. So how can we do that? Let me show you. To use the ACL mask, we can execute the set FACL command. After set FACL, we can mention -no -mask command. And after that, we can mention option -m to modify the ACL. After that, you can mention U for the user, colon, the name of the user. And then after the colon, you can mention the permissions and the name of the file and press enter. So what it will do, it will use the ACL mask, and the ACL mask will define the maximum effective permissions for the entry there in the ACL on any file. Let me show you here. Now we can verify the same by running the get FACL command. And after the get FACL command, we can mention the file name and press enter. So here you will see that the Serena user is having the read, write, and execute permission there, the same permissions which we have mentioned here. But since we are using the ACL mask, here the effective permissions are only read and write, which is clearly mentioned there after the Serena user. And why it is possible? Because we are using the ACL mask concept here. And here you can see the mask value. The mask value is clearly mentioned as read, write. So that is why the Serena user is only having the read, write access, no matter what we have mentioned there in the command for the Serena user. So guys, that's it from my side for today's session of ACL. I will see you again tomorrow.